Thank you for tuning into Eastern Romance Tales. Please like, share, and follow to support my work. It truly motivates me to bring you more stories. Chapter 1. Person like Jade drops by. The sky had just entered the moment of evening twilight. The sunset light like a brilliant angel illuminated the entire sky. During the graduation celebration, the young people held a lively party on the beach. The sound of rock music blended into one with the sound of crashing waves, making the atmosphere even more heightened. Precisely at that moment, bang! A gunshot rang out. The shouts at the party now had been replaced by screams full of panic to the point of being ear-splitting. Outside the crowd, there were 5 masked men equipped with full armed equipment, with guns slung on their person, together advancing in to begin a round of shooting on the beach. The music did not stop at all. The drum beat of the rock music faintly seemed to become a commanding beat for the gunshots. Only within 2 short minutes, the golden sand on the beach had been dyed red, blending with the red color of that sunset light, looking truly ironic. In this place today, hundreds of people gathered. Those who were shot then fell to the ground. Those lucky enough to escape the bullet then ran scattered like a swarm of broken nest bees. Originally, Nghi Tu Duan today intended to go watch a play, but in the end was invited by her brother Tai Petri's good friend to go join the party, saying wanted to let her experience a little bit of the intimate customs of the local people. Couldn't have expected what welcomed her was then a scene like an earthly hell like is. When the chaos occurred, she had gone out from inside the beachfront bar, wanting to tell her brother a word that she had to go home already. But outside was all filled with shouts and screams ceaselessly ringing out by her ears. The next second, she then saw people fall down one by one. She also couldn't see her brother's figure anywhere anymore. She hadn't even had time to react, then a bullet had grazed her ear, hitting precisely between the 2 eyebrows of the person standing behind her. The ringing in her ears filled her brain. Feeling a force at her wrist, she quickly moved her feet to weave through the crowd. A young man gripped her hand tightly, going back to the bar amidst the chaotic crowd. Here also there were many people hiding. Everyone was frantically looking for a hiding place. But clearly, they also could not hide here for long. Only the young man in front of her was unusually calm, with a clear purpose. Passing through the hallway, the man led her into a place resembling a wine cellar. Unlike the group of young men on the beach who were only wearing a piece of underwear, the man in front of her was dressed neatly. On his white shirt there were a few blood stains, but it did not at all affect the calm and mysterious aura on him. Deep inside the wine cellar, there was a cabinet. She was shoved into it. Before she had time to compose herself, she then realized in her hand there was an additional pistol. The door of the wardrobe closed. The young man left immediately without even bothering to leave any word. Even from beginning to end, Nghi Tu Duan still did not clearly see the appearance of that person. Only knew at the bottom of that pistol there was carved a letter N. In front of her eyes was entirely darkness. In that cramped space there was only the sound of the girl trying to suppress her breath. Her heart incessantly trembled due to tension. She held very tightly the pistol in her hand. On the outside of the wardrobe door there were sounds of footsteps approaching closer. The girl bit tightly her teeth. The next moment, the wooden door suddenly was flung open from the outside. A stream of dazzling light shone straight into the eyes of the girl. Opened her eyes. Outside the window rain was still falling. The sweltering heat of summer gradually disappeared. The buzzing sound of cicadas became even clearer. Rain also day by day became more as if the sky was gradually turning to autumn. Nghi Tu Duan recently suffered from insomnia, many dreams. In the middle of the night restless then again dreamt of the distant overseas terrorist attack that year. That was an experience that this entire life would also be difficult to forget. Her heart was still pounding. Beside her ear was the sound of rainwater incessantly falling. 2 days ago from the time she returned to Hong Kong until now this rain still incessantly did not stop. The sound of the falling rain made others feel truly annoyed. She closed her eyes. Then immediately thought of that silhouette of a back that could not be seen through. Woke up from the dream. Then it was very difficult to sleep again. She turned on the bedside lamp. Opened the drawer at the head of the bed. in there was a pistol lying there. However, in the magazine it was again empty. How many years passed by, the letter carved at the bottom of the gun grip was still clear, the parts no signs of being rusted. It could be seen that the owner of this gun was not an ordinary person. Each sound of rain and thunder hit the window awning. The two eyes of the girl gradually did not see an end point. She sat blankly for a long while, only until night did she fall into sleep. The sky suddenly became clear. Continuous rain for several days, the temperature in Hong Kong again dropped by a few degrees. The rain last night did not know until how long it stopped. Those black clouds still incessantly did not disappear, did not know when it would rain again. Therefore before going out Nghi Tu Duan took a black long-handled umbrella. The car parked on the mountaintop was surrounded by green trees, and the clouds, both gloomy and heavy, were pressed down very low, as if it could swallow everyone into the vast lightning barrier at any time. Nghi Tu Duan held in her hand the rain umbrella, step by step went up the stairs. At the very end of these stairs was the most famous Namen temple in Hong Kong. Its location was very far, also very difficult to go up. The incense smoke was very prosperous. On a very normal working day like this, so inside the temple there weren't many guests coming to offer incense. After Nghi Tu Duan finished lighting incense and came out from the main hall, she saw a young monk in a grey monastic robe, who clasped two hands before her chest, bowed in greeting, and familiarly asked about the recent situation. Miss Nghi is still well, isn't she? Inside the temple were placed many large incense burners. Incense smoke rose lightly wafting in the air. They were the incense sticks Nghi Tu Duan had just lit not long ago. She wore graceful clothes, a beautiful face, a simple beige sweater along with jean pants accentuated her slender waist, her whole person enveloped in a cool, gentle demeanor. She gently replied in Cantonese, "It's kind of master to remember me, everything is well." Of course it was good, after all, on the mainland she had just received several major awards for Best Supporting Actress, now her resources could be compared to top-tier celebrities. So she had received many scripts, all aiming for awards for main characters. Beside the big red wooden round pillars in the corridor, the umbrella that Nghi Tu Duan had put down when entering was neatly placed in the wooden umbrella stand. "I came to give thanks." After offering incense to Buddha, she prepared to descend the mountain. However, the young monk suddenly called her back and said guests coming to offer incense at Namen Pagoda today are exempted half price for drawing divination sticks. Miss Nghi is the first guest to offer incense, thus seen as having a karmic connection with Buddha. She can draw this divination stick for free. The master asked her if she wanted to draw a lot. She was silent for a moment, then gently nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the master led her into the main hall to the place for drawing lots. Anyway, it was free, and she had long believed in Buddha. In times of encountering difficulties, even when having to pay, she still often came to ask for guidance. Now having this karmic connection and also getting to read a lot for free, why not try? In the main hall, she knelt before the Buddha statue, two hands raising the lot cylinder. The bamboo sticks clashing against each other made a crisp sound, then a lot tatch fell out. She picked it up and handed it to the young monk. Lot number 66, utmost auspicious. The lot read. Wind sways bamboo's sound, startled, a jade bell gently rings. Moon shines on flower's shadow, as if a jade person passes by. It was a lot of karmic relationships. The master interpreted the lot for her. Under the moon before flowers, distant sounds of chickens and dogs, matchmaker guiding the way, good things are nearing. Recently there might be peach blossom luck, you should pay attention to the relationships around you, seize good opportunities. After bowing her head to thank the young monk, Nghi Tu Duan stood up, her expression calm. It was just that in her heart there was a little regret. She didn't pay too much attention to matters of karmic relationships. Compared to feelings, what she cared about more was whether her career could advance step by step or not. Thoughts still lingering, then from behind a sound suddenly resounded. Two men, one in front, one behind, stepped into the main hall. The person leading had a tall, slender build, the long black coat exuded a cold and distant aura. Tu Su Fu stepped past her to greet that man. Nghi Tu Duan collected the divination lot, turned around, and left the main hall. Footsteps light, when passing by the courtyard, Tu Su Fu called her back. Miss Nghi. She turned her head, her gaze rested on the man's back. The back straight, black shirt open at the collar, revealing white skin on the neck, the contours of the shoulders and neck soft yet firm. The aura exuded was so powerful that just a mere silhouette of his back was enough to make one feel a chill down their spine. On his left wrist was a string of brilliant red beads, like small glittering walnuts. Withdrawing her gaze, she saw that in the umbrella stand near the door, she didn't know since when, there was already an additional black umbrella. Tu Su Fu bent down, took out an umbrella, rushed over, and gave it to her. Your umbrella, don't forget it. In a little while, it will probably rain. Nghi Tu Duan slightly nodded her head. Thank you. Tu Su Fu turned back, his voice gradually growing distant. Sir, would you like to ask for a divination lot? Today, pilgrims get a half-price discount. Before leaving, she heard a deep, husky man's voice resound behind her back, speaking in gentle and pleasant Cantonese. Just asking for incense is enough. Raising her head to look at the gloomy sky almost obscuring the light, when going up the mountain it was still drizzling rain, now the heavy layers of clouds again revealed a few warm rays of light. Preparing to drive home, she fastened her seatbelt. From the corner of her eye, she glimpsed a wine-colored vintage car parked next to her, its car body gleaming like new. Even though not knowledgeable about cars, she also knew this type of classic car had stopped production a long time ago. Unexpectedly, now there are still people driving this type of car. For some reason, she again thought of the man she had just met in the main hall a moment ago. This car was very suitable for his aura. Decorative lights began shining brilliantly, the night at Victoria Harbour was enchantingly beautiful. A medium-sized yacht was anchored at the harbour. It is said this is a private yacht valued at billions, funded and built by a wealthy businessman in Guangdong, Hong Kong. Few people had ever seen its true luxury, those invited tonight also benefited somewhat. Only after boarding the yacht did one know, using the two words luxury to describe this place was still too modest. It was like a mobile castle on the sea, even more dreamlike than fairy tale castles. On land. The second son of Minnow Group hosted a birthday party on the yacht at Victoria Harbour, also inviting quite a few offspring of wealthy families to come, extremely magnificent. Nghi Tu Duan came on behalf of her older brother, Ta Ap Tri, who was on a business trip, to present a birthday gift. It's just that, from the moment she boarded the yacht until now, she had yet to meet that famous second young master. Instead, she encountered a few familiar faces from the circle of young ladies of prestigious families, exchanged a few pleasantries, and clinked glasses as a formality. On the upper deck, music blared, crowds of people were densely packed and noisy, making her eardrums feel tortured. The luxurious lights were dazzling, and the fresh air had almost vanished. Using the excuse of taking a phone call, she secretly slipped into a secluded corner to escape from that suffocating space. Only when she was sure she was no longer in the social circle did she turn off the alarm on her screen. By this time, the yacht had departed, the sea surface reflecting lights of various colors, which shimmered in her eyes. Xiao Duan. The sea breeze carried a man's voice, the girl leaning against the railing tilted her head and looked back. The man approached, and everyone's gazes nearby began to converge in their direction. Nghi Tu Duan stood up straight, subtly stepped back half a pace, and offered a social smile. Good evening, Boss Chiu. Boss Chiu, now nearing 40, smiled, ousing the corners of his eyes to crinkle. What a coincidence, why are you here too? Last month, Boss Chiu, a tycoon with assets worth hundreds of millions, had publicly confessed his feelings to Nghi Tu Duan right at his mother's 80th birthday celebration. She had flatly rejected him in front of everyone. The incident was still the talk of the town, yet he still dared to approach her here. Truly, one couldn't tell what he was plotting again. My brother is on a business trip. I brought the congratulatory gift on his behalf. The answer was short and concise, without a single superfluous word. But clearly, he wasn't particularly interested in why she had come, quickly changing the subject. Zhou Duan, since my mother's longevity banquet, you haven't met me again. I kept thinking, was it because I was too abrupt that day, making you angry, which is why you've avoided me? I've thought about it very carefully. After all, we are considered public figures, and that day was due to my oversight. So, when I returned, I immediately selected a diamond ring for you, wanting to find another opportunity to express my true feelings again. With that said, he pulled a diamond ring from his vest pocket. The diamond was so large it was disproportionate to the slender band. Boss Chiu appeared sincere, while the person opposite him didn't even bother to twitch her lips. All eyes on the scene converged upon them. Coincidentally, today is also a beautiful day, and with so many witnesses, I want to say Zhou Duan, I truly like you very much. Before he could finish his sentence, Nghi Tu Duan raised her hand to stop him. Boss Chiu. She reached out and took the ring, lowering her head to conceal a hint of mockery in the depths of her eyes. There are many times when men are truly ridiculous, constantly claiming to love you, but not even willing to prepare a decent confession of love. The previous time he used his biological mother's longevity celebration party, this time he again competed for the spotlight at the birthday party of a person he himself had never even met. The host of the party had not even appeared yet he had taken all the attention. If she refused, then she would be criticized as being unreasonable, so that everyone would again praise him as deeply infatuated, and profoundly loyal. Just thinking about it also felt ridiculous. She slightly raised her eyebrows, her eyes carried a look of disdain. Her hand slightly flicked, that gleaming ring lightly flew over the railing, falling into the sea without a sound. The music at the party was still lively, but the atmosphere had turned cold enough to freeze. The previous time I thought I had made it clear, but it seems you still haven't understood. Ongqiu's expression froze, confused for a moment, then again pretended to be naive and said, or do you not like this ring? It's alright, tomorrow I will have someone choose a bigger diamond. Her bangs were disheveled by the sea wind, a few strands of hair stuck Oh, her cheek. Her pure face under the night lights became even purer. She withdrew her smile, this time with a serious tone. Tell me, this yacht that we are sitting on here, is it yours? Ongqiu was dumbfounded, then honestly shook his head. Then that's right, perhaps, I like, precisely the owner of this yacht. The statement left not an ounce of dignity for the other party. No one knew who the owner of the yacht was, yet she would rather fabricate a person she had never met rather than accept his declaration of love. That clearly proved he was not worthy for her to even notice. Beside the railing on the upper deck, there was a man leisurely admiring the night view. No sooner had she finished speaking, that man tilted his head back, drank dry the glass of wine in his hand, and casually remarked a sentence: your vision isn't bad at all. But someone again did not understand the hidden meaning. Hearing that, Ongqiu hurriedly expressed himself to salvage a bit of face. If you had said earlier that you already had someone in your heart, wouldn't I not have wasted my feelings? Having finished speaking, his face purple, he slunk into the crowd, leaving behind an awkward scene. She turned her head, her gaze swept across each face, everyone immediately understood her meaning and turned back to chat in whispers. Nghi Tu Duan slightly sighed, brushed away the loose strands of hair by her cheek, then raised her head to look up. On the upper deck, the man had disappeared, only a turned carved glass remained, silently standing firm at that railing. You're listening to Eastern Romance Tales. If you're enjoying the story, please like, share, and subscribe to help me create more videos for you. Chapter 2. Have you seen enough? Night was already deep, the sea wind also gradually became biting cold. The party again began to be boisterous, the drumbeats of the music vibrated as if striking directly into others' hearts. Since the time she encountered that horrifying experience, Nghi Tu Duan no longer participated in any party anymore. At this moment, when the lively atmosphere was reaching its peak, the yacht following its route gradually moved away from the shore, she suddenly felt her heart constrict because of a vague sense of panic. She tried to regain her composure, turned around to return to her room, intending to rest a bit early. The corridor outside was lit by faint yellow lights, beyond the railing was the endless night sea, pitch black and silent. Looking out into the distance, her heart felt as if it was being pulled into a nightmare, falling into a cold void. Withdrawing her gaze, she walked faster towards the stairs. Just as she reached the top of the stairs, a dark shadow flashed past. She tried to ignore her heart pounding wildly in her chest, gritting her teeth and stepping forward. Reassuring herself there are no ghosts in this world, only oneself scaring oneself. Clearly, she had thought in her mind that she should pretend not to anything and just go back to her room. But when she reached exactly the spot where the dark shadow was, she couldn't help but lower her eyes to look down. In the corner hidden from the light, if Nghi Tu Duan had not lowered her head today, then it was feared that tiny life would no longer have seen the light of the sun. Emergency medical room. A small boy lay quietly on the bed, his face pale. The electrocardiogram machine beside him was still steadily emitting signals. The nurse brought a glass of water, saying that she had contacted the child's relatives. Nghi Tu Duan nodded slightly in thanks, intending to stand up and leave when the room door burst open. A man and a woman walked in, their faces both filled with worry. While still dazed, the nurse quickly greeted them. "Young Master Min, Madam Min, the condition of your child has stabilized." The woman, with lingering tears in her eyes, without saying a word ran to her child's bedside. Only after personally confirming her son's safety did she let out a sigh of relief. Looking at her demeanor, she must be the child's mother. As for the man beside her, in a tidy suit, after hearing his child was safe also visibly felt relieved, but his gaze towards Nghi Tu Duan was not very friendly. The second young master of the Min family was precisely the main character of tonight's party. So it was him. Shanghai's Min Corporation had a widespread reputation, almost every sector had their presence. No wonder this time EP Tri, even though on a distant business trip, still insisted on asking her to represent him to attend the second young master's birthday party. Who wouldn't want to befriend the Min family? It's just that tonight's party's main character had not appeared at all. Unexpectedly Nghi Tu Duan coincidentally met him in this kind of situation. Sensing that scorching gaze, she calmly looked back, her expression composed, not at all intimidated by the other party's status. The nurse quickly explained. "Second young master, fortunately Miss Nghi brought your child here in time. If it had been a little slower, it is feared that the medical equipment on board would not have been able to save him." As soon as the words finished, the entire room only had the beep-beep sound of the heart monitor resonating. That second young master looked at her for a long time, finally forcing out a smile. "Thank you, beautiful and kind young lady. May I know your name?" Nghi Tu Duan slightly furrowed her brows, not answering. Seeing the man's expression subtly change, the nurse immediately stepped forward to smooth things over. "Second young master, this is Miss Nghi Tu Duan, an artist from TVB, she cannot speak Mandarin. This reason sounds reasonable." Min Deep was still about to say something more when the woman next to him pulled him away, glaring at him with a look full of contempt. "I already said, don't take Tu Bao to the sea, he's very prone to catching a cold, but you stubbornly insisted on taking him Wanda. Ring around. If it weren't for Miss Nghi saving him in time, how were you planning to explain yourself to your brother? You still dare to put on airs, are you trying to devour people alive?" "I was wrong, sister-in-law, it's my fault, please don't be angry anymore." As soon as he was scolded, Min Deep immediately became obedient, no longer retaining any of the haughty demeanor he had just now. Chu Yuyan Truck sighed softly, then turned to Nghi Tu Duan, smiling gently, in the true style of a lady. "Today I truly thank you very much." She only managed to say half a sentence when she suddenly choked up. After a few seconds of thought, she turned and told the nurse. I don't know how to speak Cantonese, would you mind relaying my words to Miss Ney on my behalf, thanking her very much for saving Tu Bao's life. If she has any requests, she can just tell us. Since Chu Yuyan Truck spoke, the corners of Nghi Tu Duan's lips always maintained a polite curve. After the nurse finished translating, she gently spoke in Cantonese. May I ask for a business card from the madam? Chu Yuyan Truck was very agreeable, let alone a business card. At this moment, no matter what request the other party made, she would also agree without hesitation. The yacht only returned at dawn. Leaving the medical room, Nghi Tu Duan returned to her resting room. Unsure what she was thinking, she lightly raised her eyebrows, looking at the room number 301, it was indeed the number that had been printed in her memory. The room door was ajar. She didn't think much, and immediately pushed the door open and stepped in. When her gaze met the man in the room, her heart tightened. On the single sofa opposite the door, a man with handsome facial features wore a bathrobe, his chest bared lazily, revealing strong muscles. His hair was still wet, falling over his forehead, looking like he had just finished bathing. His two legs stretched out long, sitting with a relaxed yet arrogant posture, exuding an innate regal aura. On the carpet in front of the sofa, a woman was kneeling by his feet, her shoulder exposed, with a spoiled and docile appearance. The ambiguous atmosphere in the room was immediately broken by this sudden appearance. The moment Nghi Tu Duan pushed the door, the woman startled and spun around, falling to the ground. She immediately recognized it was the recently trending star Tam Jai Li. The person who had many times competed for the Best Supporting Actress award with her, but always failed, and then even spent money to hire media to smear her. Have you looked enough? The man's voice rang out, breaking this awkward atmosphere. Nya Siyun quickly bowed her head, saying one sentence. Sorry, I entered the wrong room. After that, saying nothing more, she closed the door, striding away. Not until she pulled out the card, did she suddenly realize her room was 310. Damn it! The door that Nya Siyun had just closed, 2 minutes later was pushed open again. Special Assistant Chin Rui ran in frantically. As soon as he clearly saw the situation inside, he calmly walked to the woman who was still limp on the carpet. Miss Shen, sir must rest now, please leave. Shen Jiali's face was ashen, she unwillingly looked at the man's back, her eyelashes slightly trembled. Brother, can you? She had just been caught by Nya Siyun in such a disheveled state. Not only did she not feel worried about being slandered by her rival, but she also wanted to fawn on Chu Can Wu, completely unaware that this man was truly angry. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, not saying a word. Assistant Chin Rui also glanced at him, then helplessly spoke. Miss Shen, if you wait until sir has to personally speak up, then I'm afraid you won't be able to return to Shanghai. That remark clearly had enough deterrent power. Shen Jiali averted her eyes, trembling stood up. Before leaving she still lingeringly glanced at the man. When Chu Wanzhu arrived, Chu Can Wu had changed into a set of casual clothes, and was sitting in his usual spot processing documents. Calling me so urgently, what's the matter? The man lifted his eyes to look at her, his voice languid. Jingzhou has finished contacting the medical team, next month Xiao Bao can undergo surgery. But due to a quite serious congenital heart vascular malformation, the risk in the operation is not small. Are you sure the Ming family will agree to let Xiao Bao have the surgery? Jia Yin is my son, I have the right to decide. If it's Alria DY decided, then I will arrange for them to come. Chu Can Wu closed the laptop, stood up and poured 2 glasses of water. There's one more thing. He handed her 1 glass, and continued contemplatively. Your room's password, next time don't casually tell others. Chu Wanzhu took the glass of water, naturally sat down on the sofa, immediately understood the reproaching implication in his words, and smiled. How come I find you always so strict? Jilly truly likes you, that girl is pretty, her personality is simple, why do you keep refusing to accept her? Outside the window, the sound of sea waves roared and howled without cease. Chu Zhenvu glanced out at the pitch-black night sea, suddenly remembering the moment Nghi Tu Duan pushed the door and walked in. She looked as if she completely did not recognize who he was. So simply, in the middle of the night, dressed with too little cloth, groping into a man's room? This sentence made Chu Yuyan choked speechless, unable to say a single word. Tam Jai Li was her close friend, and also her husband's younger cousin. Her close friend liked her younger brother, she naturally wanted to foster it. Not letting her have time to defend herself further, Chu Zanvu already uttered the final warning. If there is still a next time, the person you must face is precisely the old man of the Min family. Are you threatening me? Heard that Jia Nan just fainted on the yacht? Chu Zanvu ignored her angry look, changed to a tone of concern. Ed inquiry. The attention was pulled towards Tu Bao. Chu Yuyan tone also softened. That's right, fortunately there was a girl who discovered him in time and brought the boy to the medical room, otherwise the consequences would truly be unpredictable. That girl seemed to be an artist from TVB, no wonder I kept feeling she looked familiar, very beautiful too. Knowing Tu Bao was alright, Chu Zanvu replied indifferently, is that so, then you should thank her very well. Of course. Although I still haven't thought of how to thank her, but Min Deep has already asked for her contact, invited her to attend the brand party next week, also said he wanted to invite her to be the spokesperson. He must have valued her. Chu Zanvu, that's good. The yacht docked at the port at 7 o'clock in the morning. The first person to disembark the ship was precisely Nghi Tu Duan. Min Deep, who just befriended her on WeChat last night, already sent the representation contract over, as if determined to choose her to be the representative at all costs. Under his wing was a globally famous jewelry brand. From its establishment until now it had never invited any entertainment artist to be the face of the brand. Nghi Tu Duan was the first person. This should have been a happy matter, but the other party was too enthusiastic, making her unable to help but suspect if she had encountered a swindler. Driving back to Tien Tui Bay, Ta Huin and Ta Ap Tri were eating breakfast in the dining room. Just as she saw Nghi Tu Duan hurriedly and tiredly returning, Aunt Fuck hurriedly ran over to take the black umbrella in her hand. You returned so early? Chairman Ta and young Master Ap Tri are eating breakfast. Do we need to prepare an extra portion for you? Nghi Tu Duan changed shoes, slightly tired, shook her head. No need, I will return to my room to rest a bit more. She was a person who had trouble sleeping in strange places. Last night drifting at sea, basically could not sleep well. Before going upstairs, she still politely came to the dining room to greet Daddy, General Manager Xie, good morning. Hearing the two words General Manager Xie, Xie Yikai's hand holding a cup of coffee paused for a beat, saying nothing. Xie Xian then smiled and turned her head. Your back. Did you have fun last night? Fun to death. Nicu walked into the living room to pour a glass of water, her gaze unconsciously falling onto the laptop placed on the coffee table. On the screen was displaying an unread email page. The latest email sender Chu Group. Chapter 3. What kind of thing is he? Just returned to the room. Right by the door was a bookshelf tall, reaching the ground, filled with various large and small trophies. That was all the glory she achieved throughout 7 years debuting at TVB. Nicu shuffled her slippers and went straight into the dressing room. She changed into another set of pajamas. As soon as she laid her head on the pillow, the bedside phone rang. Canton. Usually like crazy. It was a call from Huali, her manager. Oh my God. My superstar, do you know who just sent me an email? Nicu was so tired that she couldn't bother to raise her voice, wearily snorted once. Who is it? It's Grace. The jewelry brand that has never invited a celebrity to be a representative. They want to sign a contract with you to be the brand's face. Perhaps because she still hadn't responded, that side then directly contacted the management company. She slightly opened her eyes, looked up at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, her ears still hearing Huali babbling ceaselessly, analyzing. Grace is a big brand. If you can sign a representative contract with them, then immediately you can squeeze into the ranks of second tier, third-tier stars in the mainland. Although now you are already famous domestically, but because you just shifted direction to the domestic market, coverage is still not enough. If there is no endorsement from a big brand, then it's very difficult to break out. The company sees this as a good opportunity, wants to promote signing as soon as possible. But I still have to remind you, the domestic entertainment industry is very complicated. The faster you climb, the higher you stand, then the more you must pay attention to your words and speech. If caught making just a small mistake, you can also fall very painfully. "NICU turned over," calmly replied Il Sign. The other end of the line clearly paused. "You decide that fast?" "Yes, Range it. You know, my dream is to reach out internationally. Grace is indeed a good opportunity, I have no reason to refuse at all." The call ended, NICU again closed her eyes. In her ear, it was as if her mother's voice resounded, "Our little Yun is about to become a big star." It turned out her parents had left her 20 years ago. The moon rose from the east, and the first thing it illuminated would be the sky over the prosperous metropolis. Hozhang. It was the world's financial center, its magnificent prosperity left people awestruck. The CBD area was brilliant with lights, towering skyscrapers sparkled golden. Outside the building, a giant LED screen continuously displayed advertisements. The four characters Chu Ti Group successively appeared following screen effects, water reflections rippled along. The strip of lights along the riverbank made the entire city carry a noble, luxurious touch. Nghi Tu Duan sat in the back seat of the nanny van, taking advantage of the time to reapply her makeup. She was like a puppet, allowing her assistant to adjust her styling freely. Tonight's party will be attended by big bosses from everywhere. Remember not to drink too much, speak carefully, don't let anyone grasp any weaknesses. Hoalu sat in the front passenger seat, nagging and instructing like a difficult mother. Her personality was inherently blunt, cold, and she had offended not a few people in the industry. Logically speaking, with that personality, she would have been blacklisted long ago. But her acting was too outstanding, many big directors all highly praised her. Fans also loved her straightforward, unfake personality, even cutting and editing many of her interview videos into memes, attracting countless passers-by to become fans. In addition, a reason that cannot be ignored is the fact of her adoptive father Ta Huin, a well-known businessman in Guangdong, Hong Kong. Recently, Nghi Tu Duan went on hot search quite frequently. One was because Grace had just officially announced her as brand ambassador, two was because of the incident where CEO Q with billions in assets proposed to her but was flatly rejected. Even though it was just a private party, but with many mouths and ears on the walls, how could it not leak out? It said that Boss Q spent a huge amount of money to buy a South African diamond to propose to her. The result was that our Miss Nghi casually threw that sky-high valuable ring directly into the sea. The Ta family in Hong Kong had a very strong influence. Nghi Tu Duan, though an adopted daughter, was pampered to the utmost by Ta Huin, which was why that arrogant personality was formed. She wasn't afraid to offend anyone, because she was inherently not someone easily bullied. In the car's back seat, Nghi Tu Duan reapplied her makeup, her eyes didn't bother to look up. The one who spoke first was actually the young assistant named Din Din beside her. "Sister Lu, what are you worried about?" "Our sister Ngh. Has a proper status, is she still afraid of being subjected to hidden rules?" "Hoalu, I'm just afraid she drinks drunk and then goes to hidden rule others only." "Din Din. Nghi Tu Duan. That kind of thing, not she had never done. When first signed contract with the company in domestic, the first party participated, she drank too much, then grabbed hand of a small fresh meat from the same company, directly gave hotel room card to him. Luckily, at that time, there was no one around, that small fresh meat again respected her as new, plus the backing behind her, so also did not make a big deal. If this kind of scandal were exposed outside, even if Nghi Tu Duan tried for a few hundred more years, also don't dream of climbing to a position like today. The big star, who always rarely opened his mouth, finally also could not help coughed 2 times. Stupid things when drunk, then don't mention anymore. At the new product launch event of Grace Jewelry brand, media from everywhere jostled, making the entrance packed with no longer place to stand. A nanny car stopped before the red carpet, the car door behind was pulled open by specialized staff. In that moment, all lenses long and short along with a series of flashlights all poured towards that direction. A pair of high heels with red soles studded with sparkling diamonds first stepped down. The woman in the car stepped out with an elegant, noble aura. On her body was an extremely prominent high-class strapless evening gown. The skirt part made of chiffon fabric was densely studded with exquisite crystals, under the bright dazzling lights reflecting sparkling like tens of thousands of stars. A graceful bust, sensual curves subtly revealing made people could not help breathe heavily. Nghi Tu Duan gently lifted her skirt and stepped out of the car, amidst myriad of focused eyes, her charming alluring face even more prominent than the entire luxury gown on her body. Her pure white neck was adorned by Grace's latest diamond necklace, a large heavy pink diamond seemed to fall right in the middle of her beautiful collarbone. On her wrist, the bracelet belonging to the latest illusionary Ocean series also studded a pink diamond no less big. Placing her foot onto the red carpet, amidst countless dazzling flashlights, the female star was so professional that she did not blink even once, even actively turned her body, cooperated perfectly with the lenses to fully showcase the beauty of the jewelry pieces on her body. However, she also did not stop long, not yet 1 minute had already turned her body and stepped into the area inside the event, not turning her head back. Inside the hall, dreamy pink-purple velvet curtains draped from the high ceiling of the grand hall, crystal chandeliers hung suspended by only a thin thread, light cast upon the dark curtain background created an ethereal space as if stepping into a fairy tale world. Second floor, in a small suite room, a thick heavy one-way glass panel separated the quiet space inside from the bustling scene below. 2 men in neat suits stood parallel before the glass, all situations below all gathered into their sight. The girl who just stepped in there is precisely Grace's new representative from the Hong Kong side. How is it? Not bad, right? Only pity is not knowing how to speak Mandarin. One of the 2 people wearing a gray suit, with a languid standing posture, one hand in his pants pocket, the other hand holding a cigarette, his face full of self-satisfied showing off to the person next to him. Grace is a jewelry brand directly under the Duan Minnow Group, and Min Deep is precisely the second young master of this Duan Group, also the founder of the Grace brand, currently already risen to the ranks of globally famous jewelry brands. The man standing next to Min Deep, wearing a simple black suit, with distinct angular facial features, a calm steady demeanor, his gaze stopped on the graceful figure below. Nghi Tu Duan was conversing with other people. Her face was so beautiful that every frown, every smile all made people associate with a princess in a fairy tale. When she turned her head and looked up, in her eyes was clarity, calmness in a blink of an eye, the entire hall seemed all faded before her presence. Last time on the yacht, the person who saved Jia Nan is precisely her? Chu Zanvu gently frowned, glancing over. Min Deep smiled and replied, indeed, I just met and already was captivated, heard S. He used to be an artist for TVB, so I invited her to be a representative right away. You tell me, isn't this fate arranged? As if hearing a faint, uncomfortable sigh from the person beside him, he doubtfully turned his head, only to see that person had turned and left the room. Mr. Chu, where are you going? The event is about to begin. He called repeatedly but got no response, then annoyedly clicked his tongue, turned to look at assistant Tan Du who hadn't followed Chu Zanvu, then used his crooked Cantonese to say, is he sick? This pronunciation didn't sound like Cantonese. Tan Du listened repeatedly but still didn't understand. Mr. Min, you can speak Mandarin, I understand. Min Deep shot him a glare. This kind of dry person like the master and servant pair truly made one unable to like them. Downstairs, Nghi Tu Duan found her seat, gently smoothed her dress then settled down, slightly bowed her head to rest. I heard tonight is entirely distinguished guests from Jinghu, but why invite these flashy stars from the entertainment industry? You can't say that, after all, she is now the brand ambassador of grace. Moreover, in Hong Kong, she also has status. That's true. Even Grace, which never invited celebrities, also made an exception for her, proving she is not a simple person. Daring to reject Mr. Q's marriage proposal right in front of so many people, then attending a brand party is nothing. It seems I truly have eyes but couldn't see. Not far away, Nghi Tu Duan heard every single word without missing any. The speakers were two famous young ladies in Shanghai's high society, who had met her a couple of times. The world of noble young ladies is like that. On the surface everyone calls each other sisters, but behind their backs, hardly anyone respects others. Nghi Tu Duan gave a slight cold laugh, while still savoring the slander. Then on the right side suddenly a sound rang out, and the hall immediately fell completely silent. All eyes turned towards that direction, only to see a line of bodyguards in dark suits arranged into 2 rows, creating a special aisle as if waiting to welcome some distinguished guest. Indeed, immediately after that, a tall, cold figure gradually emerged from the dark side. Amidst the burning gazes of the crowd, that person advanced towards the table closest to the stage and sat down. Everyone began to murmur, some were surprised, some wondered who this important figure was. Nghi Tu Duan was the latter. The distance was too far, couldn't see that person's face clearly. But her hearing was very good, pretending to drink wine but actually listening to the conversation at the next table. In the Min family's playground and daring to steal the spotlight, who exactly is so formidable? I remember in this Hojong circle, besides the second young master of the Min family, only someone from the Chu family would dare to be so arrogant. But I don't see his name on tonight's guest list. Chu Ti. It seems she once saw this name somewhere already. While everyone was still debating Duan old Duan young about that person's identity, Tan Du had passed through the crowd, gone straight to Nghi Tu Duan, his footsteps steady, stopping right next to her. Is it Miss Nghi Tu Duan? Nghi Tu Duan doubtfully lifted her eyes, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, clearly not in a good mood. Tan Du did not beat around the bush, going straight to the point. I am Mr. Chu Zanvu's assistant. Mr. Chu has the intention to get acquainted with Miss. I wonder if I could ask for a business card? Around was not too noisy, so the next tables all heard clearly. When the name Chu Zanvu rang out, everyone all showed astonishment. However, at this moment, inside Nghi Tu Duan's heart, anger was flaring. She slightly lifted her black eyes, sparkling and moist, the corner of her lips curved up into an arrogant smile, her plump red lips uttered a Cantonese sentence, soft yet full of charm. Want to get acquainted with me? What kind of thing does he count as? Chapter 4. Didn't you say you liked me? Many people did not understand what she had just said, but next to them there were people who understood Cantonese, immediately quietly translating. When finished listening to her arrogant answer, around immediately rang out a round of stunned exclamations. No way, she isn't afraid of death or thinks her life is that big? That sentence too dares to say. Clearly the person who spoke wrongly is her, but why do I feel nervous? Instead like this? I once had the luck to meet him once, just got a glance from him and even now my heart still beats thuddingly. This girl is truly a newborn calf not knowing to fear a tiger. Nghi Tu Duan's answer, Tan Du not only heard clearly but also completely understood. He was slightly surprised, but still maintained his demeanor, politely replied in Cantonese. Sorry for bothering, I will relay the message to Mr. Chu. Finished speaking, he turned around and left. The area around sank into silence, everyone like avoiding an evil god, one by one moved their positions, only Nghi Tu Duan still calmly remained seated in her spot. Luckily, in the hall there were no cameras, if not, the scene of her secretly rolling her eyes would surely go on hot search again. The latter half of the party. Chu Zanvu had already early returned to the lounge. When he heard Tan Du report back the answer, on his calm face, no slight fluctuation was revealed. Only his gaze, penetrating through the dark lenses, stopped where the girl was alone sipping wine. "Uncle!" A young child's voice rang out from behind. He turned his head. Min Jianan, a tiny boy running after Yuyan Truck, just seeing him already pounced into his arms. He sat down, holding the little boy into his arms. "This late still running here, tomorrow don't have to go to school." He reached out a hand, pinched the boy's cheek, soft and smooth, extremely pleasant. The boy shook his head, hugging his neck, acting spoiled uncle. "Is so silly, tomorrow is Saturday already. You are the smartest already, little silly goose." Chu Yuyan Truck put her bag down, smiling said he misses Dao Du already, so tonight he absolutely insisted on coming to your house to sleep. She also reached out a hand, stroked her son's head, in her eyes full of doting affection. "Where is Min Deep?" "Upstairs is entertaining guests." Chu Zhenwu asked Min Hong is back already. "Yes." She nodded her head, heard recently the corporation again has problems, Min Deep couldn't manage it so he had to put aside work in Qin Chao, hastily returned. Min Hong is the eldest son of the Min family, also the husband of Chu Yuyan Truck. Chu Corporation and Min were always like water and fire in Shanghai, each side holding more than half of the high-end assets in the city, fiercely confronting each other. Since the two families became in-laws, outwardly harmonious, but behind their backs still ceaselessly undermining each other. Second young master Min Deep does not manage the corporation's work, himself established a jewelry brand, completely separate, not participating in any disputes. Lately Min Hong has been struggling a lot, you don't secretly make things difficult anymore. Chu Yuyan Truck said, her voice with a hint of sorrow. Hearing that, Chu Zhenwu lightly scoffed. He struggles, what does it have to do with me? The meaning is Min Hong's struggles are not related to him, he doesn't bother to be petty to the extent of playing tricks behind people's backs. But falling into Chu Yuyan Truck's ears, the meaning turned out not good at all. She sighed. Never mind. Anyway, not blood siblings, not hoping for any real familial affection. Chu Zhenwu put Min Jianan down on the ground. The party is also about to end already, let's go home. From the beginning of the party until now, Nghi Tu Duan still sat quietly in one place, looking at the crowd passing by before her eyes, but no one said a word to her. She tilted her head back, again chugged another gulp of strong liquor. Two young ladies behind still ceaselessly spoke words of criticism about those they hated, perhaps drank a bit too much, both staggered to their feet, helped each other into the restroom. Nghi Tu Duan glanced over indifferently, also put the glass down, and secretly followed behind. The four-tiled walls of the restroom reflected back the shrill, ear-piercing laughter. Nghi Tu Duan washed her hands in front of the mirror, her face excessively cold. Behind her, voices rang out from inside the restroom. It's truly laughable to see her sitting there alone. She just arrived in Shanghai, before she even settled in, she already offended the most dangerous person. If it were me, I would surely have jumped into the Huangpu River a long time ago. Still thought no one understood Cantonese, who doesn't know that Chu Zhenwu has lived in Guangzhou since childhood? As a person, don't be too arrogant. Turning off the faucet, she conveniently let out a paper towel to dry her hands, glancing in the mirror to see two brooms in the corner of the wall. Nghi Tu Duan smiled, her eyes full of mockery. She took two brooms and blocked them across the restroom door, a type of door that could be opened from the outside, while from the inside one could not exit. Done, she turned around and left. Outside the door, there was a fire alarm button. She raised her hand and pressed it down. Immediately, the fire sprinklers on the ceiling began to gush. Ear-piercing screams echoed from behind, as the girl's figure disappeared at the side door of the hall. This dress was too heavy, she was about to go up to the lounge to change into lighter clothes to return to the hotel when, unfortunately, just as she stepped onto the stairs, she sprained her foot. Ouch! She gritted her teeth, holding onto the handrail, trying to go up one step at a time. Finally reaching the lounge door, she suddenly heard Din Din's voice angrily arguing on the phone. You all personally sent invitations, now you're saying there's no hotel arrangement for the invited guests, you tell me, is that reasonable? What does that mean? Does our artist have to sleep on the street? She is also the face of your side, whose side will lose face, you understand, right? Nghi Tu Duan held on to the door frame, sighing helplessly. Today, the star of misfortune must have shone upon me. I really should have stayed quietly at home. Miss Nghi? Chu Yuyan truck had just come out of the lounge when she caught sight of the familiar girl, immediately exclaiming with both surprise and joy. Nghi Tu Duan turned her head, and as soon as she looked, she recognized the three approaching people, none of whom were strangers. The man walking behind had his gaze locked onto her. His expression was clearly nonchalant, but his cold gaze sent chills down one's spine. She smiled, bowing her head to greet. Hello, Madam Min. Tu Bao, this is exactly the beautiful lady who helped you back in Hong Kong. Chu Yuyan truck gently said to her son, now you should say thank you, shouldn't you? The boy, wearing a small suit and a neatly tied bow tie, seriously bowed. Thank you, beautiful lady. Din Din also heard the sound and stepped out. Sister Tu Duan, when did you return? Just arrived. This is Madam Min. She introduced first, then asked, what happened? Din Din grimaced, switching to fluent Cantonese. I just called the organizer to ask about the hotel, and they said they hadn't arranged any rooms for us. The staff on the other side said all rooms were arranged according to orders from above, and though sister was a brand representative, her name was not on the list, so they could not check in. Chu Yuyan truck did not understand what they were saying, and was about to ask when Chu Zanvu spoke up first. Chow Min Hotel only receives business guests tonight. Miss Nghi, do you currently have accommodation? Hearing the precise Cantonese voice sound, Nghi Tu Duan was stunned, then her lips curved, and she gently smiled. Can this gentleman here help with something? Her proactively speaking made people surprised. Chu Zanvu said, if you don't mind, you can come with us for a hot cup of tea, and I will have someone arrange accommodation. Nghi Tu Duan smiled brightly, but in her heart, she gently snorted coldly. Indeed, no man is different at all. Just the other day still intimately tender with Tam Jai Li on the yacht, today already gentle in front of another woman. Truly cannot be relied upon. She gently curved her eyes, and said in a soft voice. Then I'll trouble you. Chu Zanvu tilted his head, signaling, and immediately someone led Din Din to do the check-in procedures. The people prepared to leave, but Nghi Tu Duan forgot she had a sprained foot. Just as she took a step, her knee immediately gave way. Luckily, the man reacted quickly, timely supporting her. The air conditioner in the hall was on quite strong. Her two arms were cold, piercing like ice. When she touched his warm, hot palm, she again had a little lingering for that temperature. When I just boarded the boat, I sprained my foot. Thank you, sir, she said apologetically. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Zanvu's hand withdrew. Two burly bodyguards behind immediately stepped up, each supporting one of her arms. Their footsteps were light as air. This posture did not resemble escorting an injured person but rather like escorting a prisoner. Chu Yuyan truck turned her head back to look, feeling that this kind of treatment was truly a little strange. Your car has too many things, so let Miss Nghi go in my car then. Finally, everyone saw the scene of Nghi Tu Duan being escorted by two bodyguards onto Chu Zanvu's car, only knowing to look at each other in silence, no one daring to say anything, resignedly feeling pity for her in their hearts. Being shoved into the car, she raised her head and saw Chu Zanvu sitting right next to her, reluctantly squeezing out a polite smile. Just as she adjusted her sitting posture, and before she even had time to close her eyes, a fur blanket appeared on her lap. She quickly wrapped it around herself, then glanced over to see him sitting upright, not putting on any pretense. Thank you. Before the last syllable had faded, the front driver's side door was opened. Tan Du got into the car swiftly, his seatbelt buckled securely. Sir, we can depart now. Chu Zhenvu softly replied Through the rear-view mirror, Tan Du saw Nghi Tu Duan stunned, 9/10 panicked gaze, and smiled at her. Miss Nghi, we meet again. As the accelerator pedal was pressed down, the sensation of being pressed back into the seat immediately came. Nghi Tu Duan gritted her teeth, turning her head to look at the man beside her. Chu Yuyan Truck. Chu Zhenvu. Why hadn't she realized it sooner? It turned out that the character Chu in the name Chu Zhenvu was precisely the Chu of the Chu Corporation in Hojiang. The two Cullinans glided away. The two soaking wet young ladies remaining still supported each other, standing and watching the tail lights of the car, so angry they stomped their feet. The car drove continuously to Du Man Villa Chu Zhenvu's home. The large gate opened automatically, and someone from inside came out to welcome them. Sir, the new tea set has been replaced, do you need it prepared? Chu Zhenvu nodded. Brew tea and prepare some light refreshments for the guest. After that, he circled to the other side of the car, personally opening the door for Nghi Tu Duan. When the eyes of two people met, she instinctively avoided. Again raised head, then saw two women wearing uniform were reaching out hands to help her. Said a thank you, she followed Chu Yuyan Truck into the living room. Inside the house had a Samoyed extremely beautiful, looked very friendly. She still wore evening gown, walk had somewhat difficult. Dog again very enthusiastically jumped over. Dao Du. Voice deep of the man sounded, the dog as if could read facial expression of person, immediately obediently returned. After Nghi Tu Duan sat down, Chu Zhenvu instructed Tan Du. I go upstairs to make tea first, you take care of guest help, okay? Finished speaking, Nghi Tu Duan only could look at the indifferent figure disappeared behind stairs. Because Chu Yuyan Truck did not understand Cantonese, so Tan Du stayed to conveniently act as translator. She said. Miss Nghi, forgot not yet introduced, he is named Chu Zhenvu, is my young brother. Miss do not be afraid, he is not scary as rumors say, just personality a bit cold only. Chu Zhenvu returned country year 15 years old, after graduated university then joined Chu Group. Once worked from position lowest up to current position, now whoever met also must call a Chu Tong. Yet he only just has 28 years old. While studying university, he at same time studied two majors international finance and international commerce, both studying both managing company. A young man such, again could suppress even those elder people that even his father also could not control. Outside rumors very many. There was a photo spread from abroad into country, taken at a boxing match. An Asian man stomped on face of a white guy, hands and face all stained blood, eyes calm completely was appearance of victor. People said, the man in photo exactly was Chu Zhenvu, heard somewhere abroad he once was leader of underworld, once had human blood on hands. Nghi Tu Duan said. Call my name is enough. Communicating by Cantonese had a bit difficulty, she several times intended to switch to speak Mandarin, but whenever to mouth again changed back. Min Jia Nan then was playing with Dao Du, looked out that the boy very liked it. Also said tonight wanted to sleep with the dog, was by his mother tapped head once. Two people not yet said a few sentences, phone of Chu Yuyan Truck rang up. Her face slightly sank. She pursed her lips, turned her head to look at Min Jia Nan who was playing happily. Understood, I'm going back right now. Hung up the phone, she said a few words to Tan Du then looked apologetically at Nghi Tu Duan. My family has an urgent matter, I must leave first, later when the hotel has finished arranging, Tan Du will tell you. If there's truly no place to stay, you can just stay here. If there's anything inconvenient, just say it, they wouldn't dare be perfunctory with you. Well then, I'll take my leave. She finished giving instructions, called Min Jia Nan. Darling, come here, let's go home. The boy was playing happily, suddenly being called back, of course he was both aggrieved and sad. Seeing him not very happy, Chu Yuan Truck gently coaxed. Dad has bought a lot of new toys waiting for you to come back and see. Next time come play with Dao Du again, okay? Good darling, go say goodbye to Auntie. The boy pursed his lips, eyes reddish, looked at Nghi Tu Duan, although he couldn't bear to, he still waved goodbye. Auntie goodbye, Dao Du goodbye. Nghi Tu Duan sighed, only feeling weary. As soon as the mother and child left, immediately a middle-aged man wearing glasses stepped into the house. After exchanging a few words with Tan Du, he walked towards Nghi Tu Duan. In Cantonese, he asked, "Where are you injured?" She froze, seeing him carrying a medical kit, only then realized he was a doctor. "My leg it's sprained." The doctor knelt down to check the painful spot. After determining the location of the injury, he immediately applied a medicated plaster for her, saying it would feel better after half an hour. She obediently thanked him. It was only a slight sprain. She hadn't expected Chu Zhan Vu to make such a big deal out of it, even inviting a doctor to come and examine her in person late at night. After seeing the doctor off, Tan Du, who she hadn't known had gone upstairs, only now stepped down from above. "Miss Nghi, sir invites you upstairs to drink tea." She looked at the deeply meaningful smile on his face, always feeling that she shouldn't drink this cup of tea. She gently shook her head. "Thank you for your good intention, Chu, but I don't like drinking tea." Tan Du. "You still should drink 1 cup, it would be better." The remark sounded so jarring to the ear, Nghi Tu Duan pondered for a long time, only then did she smell out a hint of threat. She burst out laughing. "Drink if I must drink, what is there so terrible? Could one possibly die in a cup of tea, for sure?" She followed Tan Du up to the 2nd floor. Upon entering the tea room, what struck her eye was a large folding screen. In the room, the scent of agarwood was faint and gentle, making one feel pleasant. At this time she only then noticed, the entire house was decorated in classical style, nothing excessively luxurious, yet it made one feel much more comfortable. Tan Du silently closed the door. In the vast tea room only 2 people remained. The tall and slender man was sitting behind the folding screen, long legs cross. Leaning askew on an antique chair. The scene was beautiful to the extent of mesmerizing. Nghi Tu Duan lifted her skirt and stepped past the folding screen, sitting down opposite. The tea seemed to have finished brewing. Chu Zhan Vu was busy with his hands and feet. She didn't understand anything, but looking at him so very skilled like that, she naturally felt herself with this gaudy dress also became more elegant. He poured a cup of tea, placed it in front of her. "This tea sobers one up." Nghi Tu Duan gently smiled. At this time she only then understood what meaning Tan Du's remark "should drink 1 cup" had. Upon arriving here, her mind was still slightly dizzy, on her body a strong smell of alcohol. Although not yet to the extent of losing control, but it was true that she was drunk. It's just that advice, if the speaker was changed, perhaps she would find it more pleasant to hear. "Miss Nghi, didn't you say you liked me? Why after meeting again do you not acknowledge it?" An unexpected remark from opposite made Nghi Tu Duan stunned. "When did I?" In her head it was chaotic, but by her ear again rang out the remark she said when refusing old Xiao on the yacht. "Perhaps I like the owner of this ship more." Her throat caught. That day she had also heard the ship owner's surname was Chu, but the rumor was that Hong Kong magnate had to be over 70 years old, wasn't he? Moreover, Chu Zhan Vu was from Hozhong. How could they be the same person? Her brow twitched slig. She lifted the teacup and took a sip, then unhurriedly said, "That's not the case, you've mistaken the person." She glimpsed his hand idly turning a string of prayer beads, a type of small vajra with dark red enamel, and suddenly found it very familiar. The tea was extremely bitter, it flowed down her throat and then gradually turned sweet. She frowned slightly. Not the flavor she liked. The so-called tea-appreciating temperament ultimately didn't suit her either. She put the teacup down, not drinking another sip. Then it must be a misunderstanding. His gaze watched her, not continuing to question further. The hotel arrangements have been completed, Can Du will take you there later. I've troubled you. Chu Zhenwu said nonchalantly. You are Jia Nan's savior, this small matter is nothing. She pursed her lips, finally opening her mouth. Actually, I remember you. As her words fell, the man's heart seemed to skip a beat, his gaze fixed tightly on her face. She said, she remembered. When on the yacht that day. She hesitated, then changed her way of asking. Are you dating Tam Jai Li? Chu Zhenwu. Chapter 5 What a coincidence. Why do you still think that I am seeing her? Chu Zhenwu's counter-question suddenly made the atmosphere between the two people become vague and difficult to understand. She did not answer, just smiled. That day she went into the wrong room, saw the two of them with disheveled clothes. Tam Jai Li was still kneeling in front of his knee. The entire room was filled with a sordid atmosphere to the point that it could not be described with words. Seeing he still refused to admit, in her heart she then naturally had a different answer. Tam Jai Li is a rising young star, her career is at a breakthrough stage. At this time, should there be a romance scandal, especially one involving the matter of relying on a tycoon's influence, it would only be even more disadvantageous for her image. As for Chu Zhenwu, he is the head of Chu Group. If he were associated with words like sugar daddy, public opinion would be even more unpleasant to hear. And she herself is a direct competitor of Tam Jai Li. If he were an understanding boyfriend, then Chu Zhenwu choosing to deny would also not be difficult to understand. Perhaps he had seen through the thoughts in her heart, then chuckled softly. Is your side job working as an entertainment reporter? The girl sitting in front of the tea table did not answer. Only heard him continue speaking. I and she are not the type of relationship that you are thinking. She is Min Deep's younger cousin, also considered as my younger sister. The matter you saw that day is not the entire truth, understand? Facing his deep eyes, she heard each word was very sincere, then gently nodded her head. Yes. Around only remained the silent sound of night. Chu Zhenwu sat opposite her, drinking tea, his gestures composed, elegant to the point that made people unable to take their eyes off. She suddenly did not understand why outside people said he was a cruel, cold-hearted person, even compared him with King Yama of Hell. He was even more terrifying. She just kept staring at him. Just as he lifted his head to look over, a sudden sound rang out behind her back. Sir, the clothes have already been brought. It was unclear if she was startled by the voice, or because the eye contact moment just now made her heart gently tremble. Immediately when Can Du pushed the door and stepped in, she immediately lowered her eyes. Chu Zhenwu placed the tea set down, his voice calm. Change to another outfit, then go home, don't let your foot get sprained again. This whole evening, she still wore that gorgeous formal dress, beautiful indeed, but it was truly very inconvenient. Tonight she didn't know how many times she had said thank you. At this time she still didn't mind saying one more sentence. When she finished changing out of the heavy formal dress, she felt her whole body as if it had lightened quite a bit. Before getting into the car, she carefully looked down at her foot, already no longer felt pain anymore. Can Du brought her back to the hotel. Din Din was waiting at the door. She wore a mask and put on a hat already prepared in the car, glanced at Can Du through the rearview mirror. Troubled you already? Din Din welcomed her into the hotel lobby. A male staff member wearing a uniform approached. The name tag on his chest clearly stated the two words manager. Iss nay, I will take you upstairs. She glanced lightly once, without formality, nodded, then followed that person, stepped into the elevator. In the elevator, the sound of advertisements played softly. The logo on the screen was not Chao Min Hotel as initially they booked, but was Din Thuong International. Nghi Tu Duan asked Din Din. Not Chao Min Hotel, isn't it? She shook her head. It was Mr. Tan who rearranged it already. Today Chow Min Hotel does not receive outside guests, told us to temporarily stay here for one night. But Din Thuong International seems to be a hotel under Chu Corporation, 7 stars indeed. I have never stayed anywhere luxurious like this. Before returning, Din Din had tried checking the room prices of Din Thuong. The cheapest also had to be 5 digits a night, making her almost fall backward. While talking then the elevator had arrived at the designated floor. The manager led the 2 people into the room, very thoughtfully instructed. If there is any inconvenience or need any additional service, please just call the internal line, we serve 247. Din Din thanked then saw that person out. Afterwards turned back to look at Nghi Tu Duan, eyes brimming with tears, voice trembling. Sister Tu Duan, can I stay here my whole life? This suite room was at least more than 200 square meters, had 2 bedrooms, both had bathtubs by large windows looking out at the river and night lights. This is what is called temporarily staying, is it? Ngh. Nghi Tu Duan took off her hat, mask, looked around the room, also did not expect Chu Zhan Vu would arrange for them such an expensive room. She smiled, lightly tapped on Din Din's forehead. With your salary level, staying one night is already difficult, still fantasizing about staying a lifetime. In the room there were only 2 people. Nghi Tu Duan did not need to be reserved, returned to her natural common accent, no longer carried any trace of the Quang region accent exactly like a true native mainland girl. Din Din pouted, rubbed her painful forehead. Not even allowed to just think a little bit. But Sister Tu Duan, did you perhaps save the entire galaxy in your previous life? Otherwise, how could we be lucky enough to stay in such a luxurious place like this? She still hadn't gotten over her astonishment at the hotel's level of luxury. It was just that after hearing that remark, Nghi Tu Duan's lips subtly curved up. Whether she had saved the galaxy or not, she didn't know, but she had indeed saved Chu Zhan Vu's nephew. Thinking of this, she also understood the reason why he had made such thoughtful arrangements. After washing her face and resting, Nghi Tu Duan then picked up the phone that had been lying around all evening. On WeChat, there were countless notifications from work groups she was inherently not keen on replying, even too lazy to clear the red dot notifications. Her finger stopped at a chat box named Ta Ap Try 2 new unread messages. Tomorrow I fly to Ho. Zhang, do you need me to bring anything? In a few days it will be Mid-Autumn Festival, come with me to the cemetery to visit them. Her heart gave a little shudder. She typed a few words, replying in a very formal manner. No need, thank you, CEO Ta. During Mid-Autumn Festival, I have to be in Hozhang to shoot an advertisement. After that, I will go by myself. Having been in the Ta family for 20 years, Ta Ap Try rarely conversed with her. Even when he was little, he once greatly detested her. 20 years ago, on that very Mid-Autumn Festival night, Nghi Tu Duan had a performance at school. Her parents, on their way to watch, met with an accident, colliding violently with a car driving in the opposite direction. The person in that car was Ta Ap Tris' mother. The horrific accident caused no one to survive. Afterwards, Ta Huin adopted her, treating her like his own child. As for Ta Ap Try, he always detested her presence, calling her a jinx, claiming she not only caused the death of her birth parents but also took away his own mother, and now wanted to contend for his father's affection. From a young age, he didn't allow her to call him older brother. No matter how Ta Huin educated him, he still couldn't let go of the obsession in his heart. Over time, Ta Huin also no longer forced him, only loving her even more. Therefore, every time she met Ta Ap Try, she only called him CEO Ta, and her words and behavior always maintained a distance. The message had just been sent when Ta Ap Try immediately replied. From now on, don't call me CEO Ta anymore. Nghi Tu Duan furrowed her brows in puzzlement. Immediately afterwards, another message appeared. Calling older brother is also fine. Her silhouette was reflected on the floor-to-ceiling glass. The loose-fitting bathrobe enveloped her small figure, making one feel even more her loneliness, her frailty. But her expression was interwoven with complex emotions, and in the depths of her eyes appeared an inexpressible hint of sarcasm. She replied. Already used to calling it, just leave it at that. Suddenly she couldn't understand what this man was thinking anymore. The one who didn't let her call him brother was her older brother, and the one who told her she must call him older brother was also him. Over the years, she had never gone against any request from Ta EP1, because Ta Huin spoiled her too much, and on the contrary, was even stricter with Ta EP1. In her heart, she always felt a little guilty, thus towards this older brother in name, she almost always obeyed every word. But his change in attitude this time was too sudden. There was surely something shady behind it. However, Ta EP1 also didn't prolong the interaction with her any further, only messaged back one word thus completely ending this conversation. After that, she opened Hoa Le's message, which contained several scripts she had selected and sent over. Little too, these scripts are all of good quality. The top one is by director Phuong Lam, whose reputation in the domestic industry is quite good. The role this time is a supporting female role but is highly challenging, with the potential to compete for awards. However, the female lead role has been finalized as Tam Jai Lee. If you mind, I will immediately reject it. You can take a look at the remaining ones. After listening to the voice message, Nghi Tu Duan carefully read through each script. Among them, there were also quite a few female lead roles, but after a round of selection, she still felt that the supporting female role in that script suited her the most. That was a wuxia period drama. The supporting female character was initially a villain, continuously hindering the female lead during her development, and was eventually reformed, returning to help the female lead complete her mission. In the grand finale, she and the big boss perished together. The female lead matured, and at the same time, the supporting female character also had her self-worth elevated. The script had many emotional climaxes. The difficulty of the supporting female role was in no way inferior to the female lead. The script was not novel, but this was a TV series broadcast on a major network, and the director was famous for his top-notch filming and directing techniques, and trusting it to him certainly couldn't turn out badly. "I'll take this one," she replied. Hoa Le seemed completely unsurprised, sent back an OK sticker, and then went offline. Having signed a contract with Nghi Tu Duan for 2 years now, she knew her artist's personality too well. Nghi Tu Duan had never been picky about co-stars, nor did she choose roles to build her reputation. 7 years since her debut, every role clearly showed her progress. This was precisely the reason why Hoa Le was always willing to stay with her. Although this little ancestor was somewhat arrogant and temperamental, she was a sincere and unpretentious person, and especially, her acting was beyond reproach. Compared to the artists she had managed before, Nghi Tu Duan was truly the pinnacle in the industry. In the following days, she had appointments for magazine photo shoots and advertisements, and was expected to stay in Hozhong until before the National Day holiday. The current suite room could not be stayed in long-term. Letting one stay for one night was already showing a bit of sincerity. If the guest was still thick-skinned and refused to leave, then they truly did not know manners. Unexpectedly, early morning the next day, just as she exited the hotel, Nghi Tu Duan immediately saw a strange commercial vehicle parked ready in front of the door. Tan Du stood by the car. Seeing her come out, he actively stepped forward to greet her. "Miss Nghi wants to go to Chow Min Building, right?" She nodded, reflexively glancing at the rear car window. The car windows were dark-tinted, so it was impossible to see inside, but Nghi Tu Duan knew for sure that person was in the car. "Get in the car, I'll conveniently take you there on the way." Nghi Tu Duan hesitated slightly. "Isn't it too troublesome? My car is about to arrive already." Tan Du said, "The mister has something he wants to ask you for help with." Half of her face was hidden behind the mask, but a fleeting look of awkwardness could still be seen. In the end, she still compromised. Tan Du opened the car door for her. After making sure she was seated comfortably, he immediately turned back to open the front passenger seat door. "Miss Din, please." Din Din was startled. Countless speculations suddenly surged up in her head. Last night she had specially Googled about Chu Corporation. After finishing reading a few hot articles, she felt the soft spring mattress under her back as if transforming into molten lava. Her entire life she had never thought there would be a day she would be sitting in the same car with Chu Zanvu. Getting in the car, Nghi Tu Duan politely greeted Chu Zanvu. Today he still wore Western-style clothes, his whole person still exuded a cold, distant demeanor. Gold-rimmed glasses placed on the bridge of his nose, exuding a clear, cool aura, his slender chin and facial features too perfect, just a side profile was enough to make people hold their breath. Such an outstanding face and not entering showbiz, truly is a waste of heavenly gifts. The man crossed his legs, in his hand held a stack of documents, looking as if he was very busy. Nghi Tu Duan secretly found it strange. A noble status like Chu Zanvu, why would he ride in such a normal commercial vehicle? Outside the window, the scenery receded quickly. She could not help but speak up to ask. "Mr. Chu, is there something you want to tell me?" His voice was low and cold, and had a slightly vague echo. "There is something I want to ask for your help with. Your older brother, Ta Ap Tri, is leading a research group for medical instruments abroad. Those devices are extremely important for Jia Nan's surgery. But Jia Nan's health cannot withstand long-distance travel, so it is necessary to bring the equipment back to the country. If you can persuade your older brother to agree to transfer the equipment, then later, no matter where the Ta family develops, it will all be smooth sailing." Last week, Chu Zanvu had sent an official letter in the name of the corporation to Ta Ap Tri to request the deployment of the equipment, but it was rejected. Ta Ap Tri understood clearly that Chu Corporation actively cooperating was synonymous with a huge opportunity. The conditions they offered were already very generous, but Ta Ap Tri himself was a very ambitious person. What he wanted was not just what was currently in sight. After hearing this request, Nghi Tu Duan felt even more awkward. Between her and Ta Ap Tri, they were originally not close. Normally, speaking a few sentences to each other was already awkward, let alone opening her mouth to ask for any favor. Without much thought, she refused very skillfully. "Mr. Chu, if my elder brother has already refused, then he certainly has his own reasons. If he does not agree, whatever others say is useless. Sorry, on this matter, I am truly powerless to help." It wasn't that she didn't want to help, it was just that between her and Ta Ap Tri, there truly wasn't what was called speaking smoothly to persuade. Chu Zanvu intently looked into her eyes, and said very seriously. "From now on, all your activities in Hojiang, Chu conglomerate will pay for. You can also continue to stay at Din Thuong Quoc Te, and any request can be made. No matter what, I still hope you try once." The car stopped in front of the Chow Min building. Din Din turned to thank the person in the car, then shielded Nghi Tu Duan as she got out of the car, and together with her walked inside. Before entering the door, Nghi Tu Duan turned her head back to look. The building of Chu conglomerate stood majestically across the river. The large screen on its rooftop continuously broadcasted the conglomerate's animated advertisements for 24 hours. But just now, they had also just returned from that side. Tan Du said it was on the way. Din Din heard Nghi Tu Duan sigh behind her mask, so asked her what was wrong. Nghi Tu Duan shook her head, and holding her hand, walked into the elevator. Today's schedule was mainly filming an advertisement for Grace's newly launched Ocean Fantasy collection, which was exactly the set Nghi Tu Duan had worn last night. Just as they sped into the studio, unexpectedly they met an acquaintance. Min Deep, no one knew when he had arrived, was wearing sunglasses, sitting cross-legged on an armchair, surrounded by busy attendants. He looked no different from a famous male star. As soon as he saw Nghi Tu Duan enter, Min Deep immediately stood up and intimately said, "Tu Duan, you've arrived." Nghi Tu Duan removed her mask and politely greeted. "Min second young master," he said. Last night I was busy entertaining guests all night. The hotel matter, handled by my subordinate, was not thorough, so you had to suffer some grievance. But I heard yesterday Zhan Vu arranged for you all to stay at Din Thuang Hotel, not to the extent of being neglected, right? Din Din replied on behalf of Nghi Tu Duan. Brother Chu arranged everything very thoughtfully. This little girl is quite clever. Min Deep looked at her, smiling to reveal his entire upper row of teeth. Or how about tonight you all return to Chow Min Hotel? I'll have my subordinates apologize properly, okay? No need for such trouble, second young master. Our sister Tu Duan has a packed schedule. After working all day she just wants to rest properly. Moving places back and forth is also very troublesome. Din Din's voice was a little annoyed. As soon as she thought of the attitude of the person who called and argued with her last night, she felt angry again. If Chu Zhanvu hadn't been there yesterday, she didn't know how much more they would have had to struggle. Gle. Moreover, a moment ago on the way here, Chu Zhanvu had promised to let them continue to stay at Din Thuang Quoc Te. She didn't believe a 5-star hotel like Chow Min could surpass that place. Min Deep was about to say something, but Din Din had interrupted first. Sister Tu Duan has to go apply makeup now. Everyone on the set had finished preparing and was just waiting for Nghi Tu Duan to do her makeup so they could start shooting. Although Min Deep was the boss, his work attitude was also very serious. He couldn't slow down the progress, so he had no choice but to let it be. Just then his phone rang. Well, you all go ahead and work first, later I'll treat you to a meal. Having said that, he immediately answered the phone and then left. After that, Nghi Tu Duan began to do her styling. This advertisement required changing 3 outfits. The intensity of the work was not small, but she was not like other famous stars, not at all slow. On the contrary, she was very cooperative. That whole day, not a single staff member complained behind her back. They even privately praised that they had never met any female star who cooperated so well. The advertisement was scheduled to be shot in 2 days, yet by past 7 in the evening, all had been completed. Meanwhile, Ta EP1 messaged asking her where she was, saying he would come pick her up tonight for a meal. Nghi Tu Duan sent him her location, guessing by now he was probably already downstairs. She told Din Di INH to return to the hotel first, then went out the building door to say goodbye. Ta EP1's car was parked by the road. Nghi Tu Duan walked over intending to open the back seat door, but the door was locked. She couldn't open it. As she was wondering, the passenger seat window lowered. The person inside told her to sit in the front. Nghi Tu Duan didn't say much, immediately opened the door and got in. Inside the car, there was a faint scent of classic perfume that Ta EP1 liked, but she wasn't used to smelling that scent. For some reason, she suddenly remembered the gentle scent of agarwood in Chu Zhanvu's house. The fragrance in his car was also similar, much more pleasant than this place. Finished so early? The man beside her spoke up and asked. Nghi Tu Duan finished buckling the seatbelt. The car had already entered the lane. You came here for a business trip, didn't you? Why are you still free to have dinner with me? She found it strange. Previously, Ta EP1 was not the type of person who would do these kinds of things. Over the years, between them, a suitable distance had always been maintained, but this sudden intimate action truly made people feel strange. The man lightly smiled. After all, you are my younger sister, aren't you? An older brother inviting his younger sister to eat, what's illogical about that? Nghi Tu Duan only smiled, not answering. He made a reservation at a Western restaurant at this time. It wasn't too crowded. Nghi Tu Duan did not hesitate, took off her mask, between her eyebrows clearly revealing a look of tiredness. She had no appetite, almost didn't eat anything on the plate. Ta EP1 saw her like that, put down his knife and fork, and asked. What's wrong with you? Do you have something on your mind? Nghi Tu Duan raised her head to look at him, suddenly remembering the matter this morning that Chu Zhanvu had asked her to help with. She thought for a while then spoke. I heard that the medical equipment you once researched before is very effective in treating congenital heart disease. Have you ever thought about transferring it back to the country? She said as she pretended to be calm, putting a piece of sweet cake into her mouth. EP1 was momentarily stunned, his expression not revealing any clear emotion. Who did you hear that from? On the news, wasn't it reported before? Nghi Tu Duan calmly continued speaking. Last week during the yacht party, I coincidentally saved a child who fainted. He is the young son of the Min family in Hozhang. The child also has congenital heart disease. The more he listened, the more something felt wrong. The person opposite him's face darkened. These past few days, besides the Min family, have you met anyone else? She burst out laughing, shaking her head. No, I just found the child cute. If he were lost, it would be too regrettable. She skillfully hid the matter related to Zhou Can Wu. Her words also stopped there. Finishing dinner, EP1 said he want to take her back to the hotel. Nghi Tu Duan fabricated a reason to refuse, because she did not want him to know she was staying at Din Thuang Quoc Tay so as not to be suspected. EP1 also did not force, only advised her on the way to pay attention to safety, then left first. She stood watching his car disappear at the end of the road. After that she put on a mask again, intending to stroll a little then catch a car back. 2 hands put into jacket pockets, mind empty, she felt herself like a soulless corpse. When turning into the street corner, she unexpectedly saw a familiar figure again. Still was the immaculate suit from the morning. The man clutching a cigarette by his lips was on the phone, did not know what the other side said that made him bow his head and smile faintly. When looking up, his gaze just right met her. That moment, the world was as if frozen, surroundings completely silent, not a single sound. Zhou Can Wu put out the cigarette, said to the person on the other side of the phone. Next time continue talking. His car parked by the road, as if waiting for someone. Clearly just smoked, yet on his person still clean, fresh-scented in a strange way. He put away the phone, looked at her, said one sentence. Truly coincidental. Nghi Tu Duan wearing a mask, dressed simply, amidst that bustling crowd she had nothing outstanding, yet he still recognized her immediately. That was the first time she saw him smoking, the image of him bowing his head in smiling lightly kept repeating in her head. Her gloomy mood the whole evening was also as if a sudden rain washed away the layer of dust on the eaves, becoming clearer and brighter. Under the mask, she curved her eyes smiling, replied one sentence. Truly coincidental. Chapter 6 Get out on your own. Zhou Can Wu's eyes were sharp to the extent of almost ruthless, as if every thought in this world all could not escape from that gaze. Nghi Tu Duan had not yet stepped closer, already heard him ask. Not happy? The sound of the small leather shoes a cop sound stopped. Nghi Tu Duan did not answer, regarded as admitting. Wind blew rustling on the tree branches, a few dry leaves silently fell down. The man bowed his head glancing at the watch on his hand, after that extended his hand, a tongue tree leaf gently landed on his palm. He gazed intently at the leaf, and spoke calmly. Tonight at the Bund there is a fireworks display on the river. Misty, can you do me the honor of accompanying me to watch? The girl, a head shorter than him, looked up at him, her eyes sparkling, with complex emotions. She asked. Mr. Chu is so free today? Zhou Can Wu replied. Tonight my schedule just so happened to be empty. He tilted his head slightly, his dark pupils looking at her, not at all frightening like the rumors outside, on the contrary, even revealing a hint of unbelievable tenderness. Nghi Tu Duan was silent for a moment, pretending as if she was thinking. She smiled and held out her hand. The man gently placed the leaf onto her palm. She nodded slightly. Zhou Can Wu immediately opened the passenger seat door for her, his brow filled with tenderness. This was the third time she sat in Zhou Can Wu's car, but different from the 2 previous times, this time he was the one driving. The car arrived at the pier. Zhou Can Wu led her onto his private yacht. Nghi Tu Duan was here for the first time. She stood on the deck, took off her mask, closed her eyes to enjoy the cool night breeze sweeping across her face. The man standing beside her looked at her, his voice low and deep, his tone as if coaxing. "Just 2 more minutes." Hearing his voice, Nghi Tu Duan turned her head. Her gaze swept past him, and she just then discovered that behind them, she didn't know since when, there was an additional large ship. Exactly 10 o'clock, the fireworks punctually exploded from that ship. The people by the riverbank were surprised and joyful, rushing out to the riverbank, together sharing this unexpected and spectacular display. "Oh my goodness! So beautiful! What day is today? I didn't hear anything about fireworks being set off. Perhaps to celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival tomorrow, right? I don't know, but it's truly very beautiful. The last time I watched fireworks was last year's New Year's Eve." In just a moment, the riverbank was already packed with people. The thick dark night was torn apart by the brilliant light, then quickly faded in an instant, only to then continue blue. Ming-like stars scattered across the sky, red and orange flashing brightly. The water surface reflected the brilliant light, illuminating the entire world. The girl's face, appearing and disappearing under the fireworks light, the smile at the corner of her eyes was the most brilliant achievement of tonight's display. Nghi Tu Duan for the first time watched fireworks on the river in a place like this. They stood a distance from the ship, truly a wonderful position to enjoy fireworks. The night view at the Shanghai Bund was no less than Victoria Harbor, but different from the quietness there. This place was imbued with luxury, flourishing to the point of dazzling. The girl lowered her eyelashes. Before the last cluster of fireworks exploded, she softly voiced, accurately pronouncing Mandarin. "Zhou Can Wu, thank you." Boom! A dazzling white cluster of fireworks burst bright in midair. The two people looked at each other. The tilted faces of both at the same time were illuminated by the light. On the man's face there was not at all any surprise or astonishment, only a smile at the corner of his lips grew deeper and deeper. No words came out. Exactly this reaction was what made Nghi Tu Duan astonished. Leaving the pier, Zhou Can Wu took her back to the hotel. The car stopped in front of the door. Nghi Tu Duan gently thanked him. "We only just met each other for 1 day, you have said thank you to me how many times already?" Her hand paused while unfastening the seatbelt, her brows relaxed, politely voiced. "Because you have helped me very much indeed." Zhou Can Wu suddenly curled his lips into a smile. Still, Mandarin sounds better. On the ship, she had used Mandarin, called his name. Her face at that time matched with the contours in his memory. That moment, the whole world as if lit up. Nghi Tu Duan was slightly stunned, had not clearly understood the implied meaning in his words, only thought simply that he truly felt she spoke Mandarin better than Cantonese. Therefore, she blankly changed her tone of voice. "Thank you, Mr. Chu." The man truly burst out laughing. "All right then. Hurry and go in, lest there be again unpleasant rumors." Being reminded by him, Nghi Tu Duan immediately put on her mask. "Good night." After speaking, she quickly got out of the car, passed through the revolving glass door and entered the lobby. As she passed by the reception desk, suddenly a voice called out, "Tu Duan." She stopped her steps, turned her head and saw Ta AP standing about 2 meters away, immediately flustered. "Mr. Ta." Ta AP took his room card from the counter, pulled his luggage and walked over. "Just returning now?" As he spoke, his gaze swept out the door, only just managing to see the Rolls-Royce Cullinan car logo and the Shanghai A88888 license plate gradually disappearing. Nghi Tu Duan was flustered, her 5 fingers clenched tightly in her pocket. "Let's go." Ta AP tilted his head, leading her into the elevator. Nghi Tu Duan walked half a step lower, only catching up after seeing him turn back, entering the elevator together. In the elevator there were only the two of them. After pressing his floor, Ta Ap turned around and asked. Which floor are you on? 32. He paused slightly, then stepped back to stand beside her, smiling lightly. Why choose to stay here? Just don't want to let myself feel wronged. Ta Ap raised an eyebrow. You truly know how to enjoy yourself. This hotel's prices were sky high, and the 32nd floor was the most luxurious suite, its price even more unimaginable. She thought he was about to utter sarcastic words, but unexpectedly, the next second, the man pulled out a card and gave it to her. If it's not enough, tell me. Mr. Ta. Nghi Tu Duan was stunned, reflexively wanting to shake her head, but before she even had time to say anything, the card was already stuffed into her hand. Take it. The tone did not allow refusal. Money in the family also cannot be spent all in an instant, your enjoyment also is a natural thing. Besides, I already said, don't call me Tatong anymore. At this moment, the elevator dinged once to its destination. Ta Ap tucked the card into her hand, the door just opened, he immediately stepped out. Nghi Tu Duan pursed her lips, words reaching her mouth again became awkward, the volume also gradually decreased. Thank you brother, elder brother. The elevator door closed, a rising sensation from beneath the soles of her feet transmitted. Nghi Tu Duan okayed at the card in her hand, unable to clearly say what emotion it was. As soon as she returned to her room, Din Din informed her the schedule for the next few days had been arranged, only then Nghi Tu Duan was able to pull her mind back to reality. Tomorrow is Mid-Autumn Festival. During the day she had to shoot a magazine photo shoot, in the evening she also had to attend an award ceremony. Hoala said she could go home right after receiving the award, advising her to make use of the time to rest for a few days. The new movie had been finalized to start filming at the end of next month, the next few months again would be busy without rest. Glancing at the schedule, it seemed the National Day holiday would be a bit relaxed. The sun set then rose again. Last night Nghi Tu Duan rarely slept a good sleep, this morning she woke up spirit very good, both eating breakfast and softly singing. Sister Tu Duan, we are almost late, why today are you not worried at all? Din Din looked at her radiant face, her mouth chewing sandwich still not forgetting to hum, feeling very strange. Nghi Tu Duan barefaced lifted her head, her skin fair and clean without blemish. Din Din thought, if she were like her then surely there would be nothing to be troubled about. Let's go, has the car arrived yet? Nghi Tu Duan tucked the last piece of sandwich into her mouth, brushed bread crumbs from her hands then gently stood up. Her left cheek puffed up, her cold facial features mixed wit. A bit of cuteness. The two people together went downstairs, the elevator stopped at the 20th floor. The metal door automatically opened, Ta Ap's face gradually became clear in the gap. Hello Tatong. Din Din spoke first. Nghi Tu Duan reflexively also intended to greet President Ta, but when her gaze met his eyes, she swallowed her words down, shyly calling out a sound "you." Ta Ap stepped inside, the corner of his lips, originally calm, at this moment now carried a smile. What a coincidence, today going to shoot a commercial? Magazine photo shoot. Nghi Tu Duan retreated half a step, keeping a sufficient distance from him. Do you also have something to do today? Yes, meeting someone to discuss something. His voice still echoing in the narrow space, the man's arm beside her suddenly reached over, Nghi Tu Duan reflexively retreated. The slender arm stopped in mid-air, finally he only pursed his lips and withdrew his hand. There's food stuck to the corner of your mouth. You are a celebrity after all, and not paying attention to your image. Upon hearing that, Nghi Tu Duan raised her hand to cover her mouth, checking the mirror in the elevator to wipe away the cake crumbs still stuck on her lips. The elevator arrived at the first floor. Ta Ap asked, shall I take you? No need, my car is already waiting outside. Perhaps the similarity between Nghi Tu Duan and Ta Ap is that both do not like being long-winded. If already refused, there's no need to drag it any further. The two parted ways at the door. Chu Corporation. Early morning, Min Deep had lumbered into Chu Zanvu's office, shamelessly sitting stubbornly there not leaving, looking no different from a good-for-nothing rogue. "What's wrong with letting me stay for 2 days? Does your house hide any treasures that you want let me visit? You don't know how awful my old man at home has been lately. The other day he didn't know where he heard the story of Jai Li going to find you on the yacht, and so he scolded my sister-in-law and Jai Li until midnight. My elder brother just returned the other day, yesterday was already scolded terribly. I have a premonition today it will be my turn. Please, I beg you, Boss Chu Vu, my dear brother." The word dear had not yet managed to be uttered completely. Min Deep had already received a knife-sharp glare from Chu Zanvu, immediately shutting his mouth. He lowered his voice. "If the old man knows you're escaping a scolding and ran over to my house, he might just burn down my house." Min Deep. That said, isn't wrong. The old master of the Min family was normally very mild-mannered, and when out, was respected by everyone. But everyone also has a dark side, and once the old man got angry, he was extremely extreme. The entire Min family, from top to bottom, no one did not respect and fear him. "All right." Min Deep groaned, his body went limp as if about to die. "If I die, I die. Consider it sharing hardships with my older bro." There. Chu Zanvu did not bother to pay attention to him, only silently read documents. At this moment, a knock on the door sounded. Tandu stepped in to relay a message. "CEO Xie has already arrived downstairs." The man behind the desk did not lift his head, his voice calm. "Make 2 cups of coffee and bring them in." Tandu nodded and left. "Who is it? Which CEO Xie is that? What kind of formidable power does he have?" Min Deep sat on the sofa eavesdropping, suddenly straightened his body, his eyes filled with curiosity. He had never heard of a magnate surnamed Xie in Shanghai, and a person who could come to Chu Zanvu's office to discuss matters was also not just anyone. In the entire Chu Corporation, besides the document storage room, Chu Zanvu's office was the most important place, like the territory of the Alpha Wolf, sacred and inviolable. Chu Zanvu gathered the documents, removed the gold-rimmed glasses from the bridge of his nose. "Guangdong, Hong Kong, Xie Corporation." He only said 4 words. Min Deep's eyes widened. "Damn it. Then isn't that my brother-in-law?" He hastily lowered his head, adjusted his suit that had been crumpled on the sofa, and sat up straight again. He also did not forget to adjust his tie below his Adam's apple, exactly like the appearance of a son-in-law meeting his father-in-law for the first time. Chu Zanvu glanced, his lips slightly curved into a smile. "Brother-in-law? Of course. Tu Duan's older brother, if not my brother-in-law, th. And what is he?" Chu Zanvu. "Oh, by the way, tonight I plan to invite my Tu Duan out to eat. Now that my brother-in-law has also arrived, we might as well have a reunion meal together." He muttered calculations, completely not noticing Chu Zanvu's expression had darkened. "Before I call someone to invite you out, you yourself scram for me." He did not understand why Chu Zanvu suddenly changed his expression, but Min Deep was also very tactful and automatically retreated. Ta AP followed the receptionist up to the highest floor, just coincidentally passing Min Deep, who was taking another elevator down. The elevator door opened. Tandu stood waiting. "Mr. Ta, please come this way." The highest floor was Chu Zanvu's private space. Ordinary people could not set foot there. The office had glass walls surrounding 270 degrees, from which one could cast their gaze over the entire prosperous city below. Ta Ap's first feeling when stepping in here could only be described with one word: overwhelmed. "Please sit." Tandu gestured the way. At this moment Chu Zanvu was already seated on the sofa. On the table were 2 cups of coffee and a contract. An antique-style clock hung on the wall. The hour and minute hands slowly moved. Clearly it was their first meeting, but Ta Ap had the feeling that the man in front of him brought a strange familiarity. He sat down. The official negotiation began. No wonder it's Chu Corporation in Shanghai, everything is generous. Eve. Chairman Chu's office has a river-facing design. These half-joking, half-serious words, Chu Zanvu completely ignored, not bothering to reply. He went straight to the point. The conditions I stated earlier are clear. I need equipment. Ta Corporation opens a branch domestically. I will invest 50 million yuan under the name of Chu Corporation. Having struggled in the business world for many years, this was the first time Ta EP1 encountered such direct negotiation. Thinking about it, it wasn't strange. With Chu Corporation's strength, there really was no need to beat around the bush. And talking so frankly like this, at least saved the effort of guessing intentions. Ta EP1 let out a breath, his back sinking into the sofa backrest. Chairman Chu is indeed generous. If there are no objections, then sign. Wait. Ta EP1 spoke up, interrupting his movement of leaning down to pick up a pen. A faint smile appeared on his face. I know Chairman Chu loves his nephew very much, even taking such a big detour to find my sister, but I suddenly have a better idea. Hearing that, Chu Zanvu leaned slightly, propping his hand on his forehead. Please speak. He originally knew Ta EP1 was not easy to deal with. Last night when he received the message agreeing to transfer the equipment, Chu Zanvu had guessed that the other party would not sign so easily. If the initial conditions had been enough to satisfy Ta EP1, then he wouldn't have refused so decisively before. Seeing Chairman Chu worry so much for his nephew, I am truly moved. I think, since it's for his nephew's life, giving up 10 of Chu Corporation's shares is not a big deal. This sentence he truly uttered. Chu Zanvu sat opposite, his complexion darkened a few shades. He knew Ta EP1 was cunning, but did not expect he would aim directly at Chu Group's shares. For a large corporation like Chu Group, 10 of shares was not a small number. Chu Zanvu himself, even as the largest shareholder, only held 41 of shares. Moreover, if someone had ulterior motives, it would not be difficult to scheme against him. He slightly curled his lips, a trace of contempt revealed in his eyes. By what do you believe that I will use the group's shares to exchange for your thing? Ta EP1 calmly said. If Chairman Chu could not accept this request, he would not have sought me out from the very beginning, and there would not be this meeting today. After all, that is also the life of your nephew, right? Chu Zanvu, after hearing, immediately burst out laughing, nodding in admission. He was right. If even his own blood-related nephew could not be saved, then what meaning was there in clinging tightly to those few % of shares? Even though he and Chu Yuyantruk were not blood siblings, he also could not watch helplessly as that little life passed away. Finally, Chu Zanvu nodded in agreement, personally redrafting a new contract. Ta EP1 thought himself smart, but unexpectedly did not know that Chu Zanvu was also an old fox. To be able to ascend to power at the age of 28, his tactics were certainly much deeper. Today's weather was not too beautiful. Gray clouds covered the sky all day, but never fell even a single drop of rain. At the award ceremony, Nghi Tu Duan sat in the back row, yawning repeatedly out of boredom. Hoala said she could leave after receiving the award, but unexpectedly did not say that her award was scheduled all the way near the end. She sat yawning repeatedly for an entire hour, finally also hearing the MC call out her name. The camera lens panned to. Nghi Tu Duan had long since prepared her expression. Her cool face appeared on the large screen at the venue, simultaneously also broadcasting live on online platforms throughout the entire country. Most influential actress of the year Nghi Tu Duan. Congratulations. The cheers from behind seemed as if wanting to blow away the entire roof. Nghi Tu Duan lifted her dress and stepped onto the stage. The award acceptance procedure she was too familiar with, the thank you speech she also knew by heart. Standing on the podium, she still used Cantonese to deliver the official thank you speech. But in her head, Chu Zanvu's words from last night unexpectedly echoed Mandarin still sounds better. Hand-holding the heavy trophy, after finishing her thank you speech, she fell silent for a moment. Her gaze sought the lens of the live broadcast camera, her eyes curved, thin lips parted to utter a perfectly standard Mandarin sentence. Finally, I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. The lens gradually pulled back. In the open kitchen, Zhou Can Wu sat leaning casually against the kitchen island, one hand holding a wine glass, his white shirt unbuttoned 2 buttons, his demeanor both lazy and at ease. That girl on TV was truly shining radiantly. He raised his glass, softly saying, "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival." Chapter 7 Focus on, Don't Look at Me. Just as predicted, Nghi Tu Duan's use of Mandarin to wish a happy Mid-Autumn Festival at the awards ceremony had quickly climbed onto the hot search. Even before she had left the venue, she was already blocked by media reporters for an interview. Truly worthy of the name journalists, each and every sentence was sharp, not at all beating around the bush, their words sounded normal but were full of traps. However, compared to the group of reporters from Hong Kong, this group was still far inferior. Nghi Tu Duan, you have been in the profession for 7 years already but have never once used Mandarin at any public event. Everyone kept thinking you didn't know how to speak it. Is this an image the company built for you, or is there any other reason? Clearly you can speak Mandarin, why didn't you speak up to clarify before now? Why tonight did you suddenly reveal that you can speak it? Did you forget you were playing the image of not knowing how to speak, or did you feel you could no longer pretend? Such questions as these truly didn't have any level of sophistication. And Nghi Tu Duan was not the type of person good at forbearance, all her emotions appeared distinctly on her face. Even though these people blocked her way when she was leaving work, their words were not at all kind, but as a female celebrity, she still tried hard to force out a smile. At first, she replied, I also rarely come to the mainland, the occasions I get to speak can still be counted on one's fingers, isn't it my freedom to use whichever language I choose? Furthermore, I have never once said I don't know how to speak Mandarin, isn't it precisely you all who created this topic? Nghi Tu Duan considered herself an honest person, never once lying to the audience. But she was originally also not a talkative person, all the interpretations about her behavior and words were all self-conjectured by the media and marketing accounts, then guiding public opinion in the direction they wanted. She indeed had never once said she didn't know Mandarin. It's just that the time she came to the mainland to participate in activities were already few, and then no one heard her speak a single Mandarin sentence, so the media only then self-assumed like that. So why didn't you clarify early, causing fans and the audience to all believe that you didn't know? Nghi Tu Duan replied, I am not the person who caused the public to believe in that conclusion. Besides, online, rumors about me are not just this one piece of news, if for every matter I also had to speak up to clarify, then I might as well open a live stream every day, whoever fabricates what rumor I will clarify that, is that all right? So why tonight did you suddenly make public the matter of knowing Mandarin? Can you explain? All around, it was packed tightly without a gap. Nghi Tu Duan's hand still held a pile of microphones from the TV stations. Hearing these people's long-windedness, she truly wanted to throw all the microphones onto the ground, but still managed to hold herself back. It's just that she smiled, looking straight into the camera, gently letting out a sentence I like. Then handed all microphones to Din Din, turned her back and left without looking back. No one dared stop her, step by step giving way, until her silhouette completely disappeared at the end of the corridor. At the same time, social media was as if wanting to explode. Fans of Nghi Tu Duan immediately occupied the front, vying to cheer for Sister Nghi. Baby is so good, speaking Mandarin sounds so gentle, the more captivated the more liked. I guessed long ago that she knew how to speak, those marketing accounts are too good at manipulating public opinion. If you want my sister to clarify, you must also give people a chance. Exactly. My sister has lived in Guangdong, Hong Kong for many years, and is a TVB artist, surrounded entirely by people speaking Cantonese. Just ask where would she get the chance to speak Mandarin? Disgusting to hear. Oh my God. Becoming a fan of Sist. Arne is truly the most correct decision of my life. The phrase I like is truly the cool badass type. If it were me, I would probably only stammer and then fall into those people's trap. The amount of discussion about this topic continued to skyrocket. There were even several keywords related to Nghi Tu Duan speaking Mandarin tonight climbing up to the top of the search chart. Even 2 hot searches were marked burning. As for comments, there were enough of both good and bad. Anyway, since Nghi Tu Duan signed a contract with a mainland company, she has always been the focal point of hot topics. Anti-fans were also countless. But do not underestimate the fighting power of domestic fans. Some people said that a type of person like Nghi Tu Duan has no qualities at all yet can also become a celebrity, so being blacklisted soon is just right. Fans immediately retorted, "You have qualities, those people digging traps to question others also have qualities, only our sister Nghi has no qualities. Are you the Jade Emperor? Is whatever you say surely correct?" I also say those people writing comments like that should not even be born. This comment received more than 50,000 likes. This war without blood without tears lasted quite long. As for Nghi Tu Duan, she was leisurely putting on a face mask in her luxury suite room, completely unaware of that battleground. She held a bag of potato chips, snuggled into the sofa with Din Din watching a movie. It must be said she was immensely enjoying it. The phone had been switched to Do Not Disturb mode. Not until the movie finished playing did she turn it on. After finishing washing her face, Nghi Tu Duan had just turned on her phone when she already saw message notifications filling up the entire screen. She opened each one to read. First was a series of bombarding messages from Houlu. "Why didn't you discuss with the company before making it public like that? That was too surprising. The company intended to wait for another occasion for you to officially speak up and clarify, creating a topic to get some buzz. But doing that is also not bad. Now the online hotness is also enough, consider it as gaining this wave of traffic. Moreover, the new movie is about to start filming. If you speak Mandarin well, then filming is also easier. In the coming days, limit going out. You are already bearing too many hot searches. The company will arrange a few bodyguards for you when going out." Nghi Tu Duan only messaged one word "you," considering it as already finished reading. The next message was from Min Deep, opening with a string of continuous astonishment-type exclamations. "No way, you really know how to speak Mandarin? You were silent all this time. I kept thinking you couldn't speak. You deceive me so miserably, that's too much. Tomorrow come to my house for a meal. My grandfather wants to meet you to thank you for the matter of you saving Jia Nan. Oh, by the way, also ask Mr. Brother-in-law if he wants to come along." Nghi Tu Duan read to the last line then stopped. In her head she racked her brain thinking she also couldn't figure out who the person that he called brother-in-law was. So she specially replied only that line, only sent one question mark. The other side almost immediately replied, as if he was tightly hugging his phone waiting for her message, "It's your older brother, he is also in Hozhang, right? You try asking if he wants to go or not." Nghi Tu Duan. She burst out laughing, typed 2 lines replying, "Second young master of the Min family, please keep a distance a bit. My older brother this afternoon already returned to Hong Kong. Because today is Mid-Autumn Festival, he must go to the cemetery to visit his mother. Nghi Tu Duan every year also will come, but always tried to avoid his time, because she didn't want to cause more conflict in front of her parents' tomb." Min Deep quickly messaged back. "So you come, tomorrow I'll send someone over to pick you up." The next few days, Nghi Tu Duan didn't have any special schedule. She originally intended 2 days later to return to Hong Kong, and just so happened she could take advantage to stroll around in Hozhang a little. However, the current situation seemed like didn't allow her to go out. After thinking a little, going to the Min family's house to play definitely would be more interesting than staying at the hotel watching movies. Therefore, she replied agreed. The afternoon of the next day. Nghi Tu Duan simple. Y wore a comfortable set of sportswear, her hair neatly tied up into a small bun, wore a mask then went out. This morning she woke up, she scrolled through Weibo, saw the keyword still lying in top search. The number of messages in her inbox also doubled. She didn't care, her spirit relaxed, opened her phone to play chess. Not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Min Deep then called to inform he was coming to pick her up. At this time she then stood up to change clothes. The car of the Min family already arrived waiting. Before getting into the car, Nghi Tu Duan specially paid attention to look around to see if there were any cameras secretly filming. After being sure everything around was normal, she then felt relieved to get into the car. This was the first time she came to Hojang. Before that she had never had the opportunity to stroll around here, so she also didn't know what beautiful scenery there was here. Now becoming more famous made it difficult for her to go out anymore. Throughout the trip, her mind was in a mess. Not long after already arrived at the destination. As she imagined, the Min family villa looked extremely luxurious and grand. Compared to Zhou Can Wu's house, this place was somewhat more ostentatious, like a truly wealthy family. Nghi Tu Duan, you've arrived. Min Deep heard the sound and hurriedly ran out to welcome her into the house, his eyes filled with joy as if he had been waiting for a long time. Come inside quickly. Nghi Tu Duan follow. Him into the house, not expecting it to be so lively inside. She was surprised to see even Tam Jai Li was here. It seemed Tam Jai Li also didn't expect her to come. When their eyes met, she was somewhat awkward, her eyes slightly revealing a confused look. In the living room, there were two unfamiliar faces. Nghi Tu Duan immediately guessed their identities. The silver-haired man was certainly the old man Min Deep often spoke of. And the person sitting next to Chu Yuyan Truck was a calm and polite man, certainly her husband, Min Deep's older brother. Let me introduce you, this is my grandfather, you can call him Ong Min, just like Zhou Can Wu. After Min Deep finished speaking, he didn't forget to lean close to her ear and whisper, don't just look at his gentle appearance, he's actually very difficult to approach, it's best to talk to him as little as possible. As if noticing the old man's warning gaze, Min Deep lightly coughed and then turned to continue introducing, this is my older brother, Min Hong. My sister-in-law and Jia Nan, you've both already met, and this is my cousin, Tam Jai Li, I'm sure you've also met her. Nghi Tu Duan politely bowed her head and greeted everyone. Hello everyone. This was her first sentence upon entering the house, and she spoke it in Mandarin. Every single word reached Min Deep's ears, and he almost looked at her with eyes full of admiration. Nghi Tu Duan, truly. Oh my, why didn't I know before that you spoke Mandarin so well? From now on, don't speak Cantonese anymore, I don't understand anything at all. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that when Nghi Tu Duan spoke Mandarin, her whole demeanor seemed to become much gentler. Perhaps before, because she spoke little, it made people unable to help but feel she was cold and distant. Min Deep. Min Hong called out loudly, a guest has arrived, why let them stand there so long? Quickly invite them to sit. Only then did Min Deep snap awake, pulling Nghi Tu Duan to sit down. Meanwhile, the old man Min still attentively observed every action of Nghi Tu Duan, and only after she had sat down did he coldly speak up, little Nghi, I heard your father is Ta Huan. Hearing this, Nghi Tu Duan immediately looked up, smiling as she replied, Ong Min, that's right, my father is Ta Huan. Although her family background had long ceased to be a secret, that information had been exploited by paparazzi a very long time ago, yet she and the Ta Huan family had never publicly acknowledged it before the public. After many years in the entertainment industry, Nghi Tu Duan understood that sometimes the more one spoke, the easier it was to cause trouble, so she always maintained a silent attitude, rarely saying anything more. However, she realized that even if she said nothing, people would still babble on endlessly. We all know that you saved Tu Bao, and our family is very grateful. Yesterday, your older brother also agreed to transfer the medical equipment he researched to help Tu Bao with surgery. You two siblings have shown kindness to the Min family. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just say so, and our Min family will wholeheartedly help you. After hearing this, Chu Yuyan Truck also turned to look at her, her eyes revealing gratitude, and she said in a low voice, thank you very much. In fact, at first, the old man Min did not agree to let Min Jia-nan undergo surgery because it was too dangerous. But after hearing Chu Zhenvu say that Ta Huin had a set of medical equipment which, if used for Min Jia-nan's surgery, would result in a success rate of up to 90, he then agreed. Precisely because of this, no matter how difficult it was, Chu Zhenvu also resolutely had to ask Nghi Tu Duan for help. Afterwards, Nghi Tu Duan was slightly stunned for a moment, then lightly smiled and replied, "No need for formalities. Jia-nan is such an adorable child, heaven will definitely bless her with peace and safety." She did not know at all that Ta AP had agreed to mobilize the equipment. Just the night before last she was still trying to sound out intentions, yet today she had already heard the Min family elder say that everything had been agreed upon. She had never thought Ta AP would approve of this matter, and even less had she thought he would agree so quickly. While engrossed in thought, the Min family elder suddenly leaned on his cane and stood up. "Little Nay, please stay for dinner. You just play with the children. And I will not participate with you young people anymore." After speaking, under the guidance of a servant, he, step by step, went upstairs. As soon as the elder left, the atmosphere in the room was as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Min Deep was the first person to excitedly speak up. "Let's go play mahjong. It's been a long time since we've had 4 people, my hands have been itching for a long time. Little Tu Duan, do you know how to play?" She hesitated slightly. "Mahjong at your place, I probably don't know it very well." "It's okay. I'll teach you." In the entire room, only Min Deep was the most interested, and only he was the most obsessed with this game. He excitedly ran upstairs to prepare. Min Jia-nan, being playful, also ran after him. Min Hong and Chu Yuan Truck, being worried, also went up after them. The spacious living room in an instant only had 2 people left, Nghi Tu Duan and Tam Jai Li. The atmosphere paused for a moment. Tam Jai Li spoke up. "Last time on the yacht, you clearly saw me. Why didn't you expose that matter?" She was referring to the matter that day she was dressed sloppily, appearing in Chu Zhenvu's room. Although she really liked Chu Zhenvu, and had once dreamed that one day she could be on the news front page with him, but that night was truly too humiliating. If that matter were exposed, it would definitely be very unsightly. What's more, after the Min family elder knew about it, he had burst into a furious rage. If that incident were go on hot search, she feared the old man would break her legs. Nghi Tu Duan turned her head to look over. Her unmade-up face was beautiful to the point of dazzling. When she softly smiled, the entire room seemed to light up. She said, "In this society, every industry is full of fierce competition. Matters without proof, I will not casually bring out and speak carelessly, and even if I had proof, I also would not use that method to bring others down." That remark made Tam Jai Li feel guilty. The 2 of them were originally considered little flowers of the same era, although Nghi Tu Duan before that mainly developed in Hong Kong, but she swept up all the major awards, making it difficult for others to avoid feelings of jealousy. Because of this, Tam Jai Li's studio had released many articles smearing Nghi Tu Duan. That matter Nghi Tu Duan knew, but she did not care much about it. The atmosphere between the 2 people became even more stifling. At this moment from upstairs echoed Min Deep's call, urging them to go upstairs. The Min family's villa had a card room. Previously everyone often gathered here playing all day and night. Min Deep intended to pull Nghi Tu Duan to sit at the table, but she refused. "I truly am not familiar with mahjong on your side, and my technique is also not very good. Everyone just play first, I'll sit and watch to learn the rules first." She had said so Min Deep also didn't force her anymore. And so Min Hong, Min Deep, Chu Yuan Truck and Tam Jai Li sat at the table. Nghi Tu Duan sat next to Min Deep, both observing how they played cards and learning their way of playing. Time passed quickly, money also passed quickly. More than half an hour passed. Nghi Tu Duan had almost understood the way to play. Min Deep's points in the tray also almost overflowed. While playing enthusiastically, someone came in and called Min Deep, saying that the old master invited him to the study for a trip. Min deep in his heart secretly cried not good, turned his head to look at Nghi Tu Duan. Have you finished learning? Understood. Whether she had gotten skilled or not was still unknown. Now he also couldn't worry much, immediately stood up, giving up his seat, calling Nghi Tu Duan to sit in and play instead. Nghi Tu Duan awkwardly sat down. But my technique is truly not good. Min Deep left a nonchalant remark. It's okay, if you lose, it's on me. Having said that, he immediately turned and ran off. A blade was hanging over his head, money at this moment was worth nothing. And so Nghi Tu Duan took a deep breath, was pushed onto the battlefield. The truth proved Nghi Tu Duan had indeed understood the rules of the game, but her technique was truly not up to par. In just 1 hour, the points that Min Deep had accumulated in the tray were now almost completely depleted. She looked at the cards in her hand, hesitating, not knowing which card to play. Suddenly a slender hand appeared in her line of sight, with clearly articulated fingers picking up a 9 of bamboo's tile. Play this tile. Listening for the tile. A man's voice rang out very close, so close that the sound seemed to hover in her head, gently scratching at the most sensitive nerve. Nghi Tu Duan turned her head around. Zhou Can Wu's face was right next to her. His left hand placed on the back of her chair, his right hand rested on the edge of the table, that posture as if completely holding her in his embrace. Seeing she hadn't reacted yet, Zhou Can Wu lowered his eyes to look at her, softly asked, not playing? Close. Truly very close. His breath almost wafted onto her cheek, warm, gentle. She hurriedly turned her face away, discarded the 9 of bamboo tile he had just pointed out. But in her nostrils still lingered the faint, refined aroma of that man, unusually pleasant. Her flustered heart from a moment ago, now seemed to also settle down somewhat. Zhou Can Wu sat down beside her, silently watched the mahjong game. Just after 1 round, Nghi Tu Duan had already managed to hold her hand. She didn't know if it was because there was someone sitting next to her observing or not. Nghi Tu Duan felt immense pressure, several times even forgot to draw a tile and just discarded. She glanced at Zhou Can Wu. Beside her ear a low voice suddenly rang out. Focus, don't look at me. Chapter 8. That Gilded Letter. The gazes of the 3 other people at the table at the same time converged on her. For the first time Nghi Tu Duan felt embarrassed. Said, hurriedly turned her head away. From then on, she only stared intently at the mahjong table, not turning her head to look at Zhou Can Wu any more times. Tam Jai Li glanced at the 2 of them for a long time, the tile held in her hand clenched tightly then loosened. The mahjong game lasted until evening. Although her skill wasn't very outstanding, but with Zhou Can Wu beside her guiding, the tray holding her stakes which was almost completely depleted gradually recovered. Someone came to call them to eat. At that time the battle truly ended. Everyone began to recalculate their money. Unexpectedly Nghi Tu Duan not only recouped her initial capital, but also won an additional 20 points. The group was preparing to go downstairs when at that exact moment they met Min Deep limping out from the study, his eyebrows tightly furrowed, his face filled with an expression of pain. He couldn't even walk steadily yet still remembered to ask if Nghi Tu Duan had won. Only won 20 points. Nghi Tu Duan reported her achievement. Min Deep immediately broke into a smile. Then you're quite good too. Just as he took 1 step, the pain from his lower body again surged, making the smile on his face quickly disappear. Nghi Tu Duan intended to say that it was thanks to Zhou Can Wu's help that she won. Just as she turned her head back she saw Tam Jai Li happily saying something to him, while the man only subtly lowered his eyes to glance at her once, yet the corners of Tam Jai Li's eyes curved up even more, her smile becoming even more radiant. From behind, a stir sounded. It was old man Min's deep, muffled cough. The few people standing nearby immediately pulled back their smiles. Especially Tam Jai Li, as if startled, hurriedly pressed herself to hide behind Zhou Can Wu. Only Zhou Can Wu softly called out Ong Min. Old man Min sighed in a low voice, a hint of disappointment mixed with reproach appeared in his eyes. "What are you still standing here for? Go downstairs to eat." As soon as the words finished, everyone then silently went downstairs. Seeing Min Deep walking with difficulty, Nghi Tu Duan softly asked, "Does your grandfather still hit people?" Looking at his appearance as if he had just endured torture, it was hard to believe that a person who looked so benevolent could make everyone in the whole house terrified. Min Deep waved his hand casually. "Not at all, he only made me kneel for 2 hours, and that is already mild." At the dining table, the atmosphere was also just as expected, quiet and oppressive. Everyone seemed to be taught exactly the same. Throughout the entire meal no one dared to say a single word. It wasn't until old man Min stood up and left the table, that everyone then dared to put down their chopsticks. Nghi Tu Duan secretly thought, living in such a family was truly very tiring. Whatever one did or said, one also had to be cautious of the adults' expressions. Fortunately, throughout today, old man Min very rarely appeared. After dinner he then went straight back to his room. Perhaps he also knew his presence made the young ones uncomfortable, so he resolutely would not appear anymore. The sky was already twilight. Nghi Tu Duan did not intend to stay any longer. After thanking everyone she then said she wanted to go home. Chu Yuan Truck held her back, asking her to stay a bit longer. Nghi Tu Duan smiled to decline, saying next time she came would also be fine. She suddenly lowered her head to feel her pocket, but could not find her phone anywhere at all. She then returned to the spot she had just sat at to search, ransacked everywhere but still couldn't find it. Was about to go to the living room when just at that moment she bumped into Chu Zhanvu, who was walking over. She pondered for a moment, then extended her hand. "Let me borrow your phone for a moment." Chu Zhanvu looked at her, said nothing, silently took out his phone, unlocked it and gave it to her. Seeing her open the calling function, entered a number sequence, then pressed call. Waited for a moment, the sound of a phone ringing rang out from inside the living room. Nghi Tu Duan only then found her phone stuck in the crevice of the sofa, ended the call, then returned the phone to Chu Zhanvu. The man naturally took over, saying, "I will take you home." He looked at the number still showing at the top of the call list, said nothing, and silently put the phone into his pocket. "Huh?" Nghi Tu Duan looked at him questioningly. "Ningli." Chu Zhanvu replied, "It's on the way." He also had to go home, so there was no need to trouble the Min family to send someone to take her. Nghi Tu Duan let out an "oh," finally said goodbye to everyone, then followed Chu Zhanvu to leave. Arriving at the side of the familiar car, the man had helped her open the passenger seat door. She bent down and slipped inside. Sitting still, Chu Zhanvu closed the door, then walked around to the other side and got into the car. Inside the car was silent the whole way. Nghi Tu Duan tilted her head, watching the streetlights sweep past outside the window, her heart a tangled mess of countless thoughts. That night, she had once gone back to Du Man Villa with him, knowing clearly it was completely not located on the same way back to International Summit. In fact, those two places were in opposite directions from each other. Nearing the hotel, Nghi Tu Duan only then hesitantly asked, "Your house isn't originally in this direction, how can you say it's on the way?" Chu Zhanvu still looked straight ahead, his head not turning even once. His voice was calm and natural, as if it were a matter of course. "No matter what, it's you who saved Jia Nan's life, even if it's on the way or not, as long as it's a place you want to go to, then it's all on the way." He said so. Nghi Tu Duan's wavering mood throughout the entire period finally quieted down. Thinking carefully again, if it weren't for her having once saved Min Jia Nan, if not thanks to the device that Ta AP invented being helpful for that surgery, then she would never have any connection whatsoever to these two family members. Everything she enjoyed today in Hojiang, all started from her saving the life of that little prince. The car stopped in front of the hotel gate. As usual, Nghi Tu Duan thanked him. She stepped down and left, her back somehow faintly revealing a hint of sadness. Chu Zhanvu did not understand the mood of a girl. Thinking of the fact that 2 days later all their daily lives and work would return to being two parallel lines. Recalling the afternoon before the meeting, Min Deep called telling him to come home for dinner. At that time he flatly refused, not going. Until he heard the other end of the line as if talking to someone else. Tu Duan must be about to arrive now. What did you say? The other party did not hear clearly, then asked again. Chu Zhenvu's hand still held the fountain pen, his brow slightly furrowed, his voice indifferent. After the meeting ill come. His mind at that time was as if swept away. Waiting until that figure disappeared in the elevator, Chu Zhenvu then withdrew his gaze, holding the phone on the center console. His finger unconsciously pressed into the call history item. He silently looked at that series of numbers for a very long time, finally saving it to contacts, noting the name 1. The day Nghi Tu Duan flew back to Hong Kong, the film crew received good news: there were again 2 more investors. Each side secretly pouring 100 million into the crew. In the chat group everyone buzzed with discussion, asking who was so generous. It was heard that a sum of money was transferred from the Hong Kong side. Some people guessed if it was the Ta family investing on behalf of Nghi Tu Duan, but very quickly someone rebutted. It said that the relationship between Nghi Tu Duan and her older brother Ta EP1 is not good at all. It's probably not the Ta family. That's right. Moreover, Guangdong, Hong Kong has so many tycoons. Nghi Tu Duan once worked at TVB, who knows if it's some big boss who once collaborated with her. She only glanced through a few messages in the group, barely paying attention to the topic being discussed. Back home, Ta Huin and Ta EP1 were both not here. By now, both of them are probably at the company. Nghi Tu Duan went up to her room, showered and changed into a clean set of clothes, preparing to go out. This year's Mid-Autumn Festival she was busy with work in Hozhang. Now that she had just set foot back in Hong Kong, the first thing of course was to go to the cemetery to visit her parents. She casually carried a crossbody bag, arriving at the door to change shoes. Aunt Fuck hurriedly ran over from behind. Little Duan, the weather forecast says it will rain later, remember to bring an umbrella. Hearing that, she obediently turned back to take an umbrella. But just as she arrived next to the umbrella stand, the bag in her hand unexpectedly fell to the ground because she suddenly stopped short. In her head, a boom of emptiness, she hurriedly pulled out the black umbrella from the stand, asking urgently. Aunt Fuck, this umbrella, when was it bought? Aunt Fuck, who was tidying the cupboard, also ran over, taking one look then immediately remembering. Oh, wasn't that umbrella the one you brought back from Namen Temple last time? At that time I even thought you had just bought it. That remark made Nghi Tu Duan's eyes darken. She stared blankly at the umbrella in her hand, where the handle had a glittering gold-plated letter symbol, resembling a red-hot seal deeply imprinted into the depths of her eyes. It truly was the letter and exactly identical to the gun in her bedside drawer. Aunt Fuke said, it was she who brought this umbrella back from the temple, but she again couldn't remember this matter. Not right. Not completely, without any impression at all. It's just that day returning from Namen Temple, she, following habit, just thought the umbrella held in her hand was precisely the one she brought when she left, completely not noticing that the handle part already had an additional detail. At this moment, even her breathing also began to tremble. She tried hard to recall the entire event of that day. In the morning, she drove up the mountain, lit incense, worshipped Buddha. When leaving she forgot not to bring an umbrella. It was the junior monk at the temple who brought the umbrella to her. That's right. It was precisely at that time she had taken it by mistake. At that time, in the temple, there were only she and 2 tall men, besides, no one else. And the parking area on the mountain also only had 2 cars, one among those was an antique car the color of wine. Nghi Tu Duan thought to the point her head as if wanted to explode, still tried to rack her brains to find back some clue about that car and those 2 men. Suddenly opening her eyes, suddenly she was as if drained of all strength. She that day completely didn't see clearly the face of that person, didn't know who the other party was, also couldn't remember that car's license plate. Aunt Fuke saw her sweat pouring out like bathing, worriedly asked. You alright, Tu Duan? What's wrong with that umbrella? Nghi Tu Duan sighed, gently shook her head. It's nothing. Auntie just continue working, I'm going out here. No matter what, now she still must go to the cemetery first. Nghi Tu Duan stepped out the door, her mind distracted, driving the car unconsciously. In her head ceaselessly replayed the terrifying scene that year in Los Angeles. If that day didn't have that man, fearing that now she also would only be a lonely soul wandering in the human world. Already 10 years passed, that accident was just like a real nightmare. She still often wondered if she truly ever survived through that nightmare or not. But each time searching for information about the incident online, seeing the number of casualties along with the image showing the accident, she again shuddered in fear. Actually after that she once asked EP1 where he was that day. But he again said he didn't remember. When he woke up then he already found himself lying in the hospital. Police said he was found in a wine cellar. It was because a teenager had hidden the survivors in there. After statistics, there were about 50 to 60 people rescued. The entrance to the wine cellar was originally very discreet, the terrorists busy pursuing outsiders so they completely didn't discover there were still living people inside. It's just after that no one anymore saw the whereabouts of that teenager again. Don't know if he deliberately hid himself, or already couldn't make it through in that disaster. Nghi Tu Duan once cried very long when returning. The more she thought about the fact that that boy had saved so many people's lives, but he himself again didn't escape the bullet of the devil, her heart again as if was stabbed by myriad needles. Many years passed, she once wanted to go find that person's whereabouts, but the incident again occurred in a foreign land, she did not know the name, not clear the nationality, even not sure that person was still alive or not. To want to find, it was truly like searching for a needle at the bottom of the sea. But just needing to think of the matter they once brushed past each other, she immediately felt her chest choke as if pressed by a giant rock, no way to breathe. Lost in thought, the car already arrived at the cemetery. She got off the car, took 2 bouquets of flowers already prepared, step by step walked up the stairs, arrived before 2 gravestones. When she bent down intending to place the flowers down, she suddenly discovered before her parents' grave already had 2 bouquets of flowers placed there from before. Did not know who brought them. But those bouquets of flowers were exactly like the type she just bought, each flower bud still very fresh. She sat down, gently placed her bouquet of flowers beside. Lifting her head intending to wipe dust on the gravestone, then realized the white marble gravestone was spotlessly clean, the portrait photo of the 2 people still clear as new. Nghi Tu Duan couldn't help but doubt, who had come here before, not only placed flowers but also wiped clean her parents' grave. She originally did not have many friends, people caring about her parents again were even fewer to a pitiable extent. Thought and thought but still couldn't figure it out, had to put it aside like that. Nghi Tu Duan stepped back, sat on the stone railing behind, looking at her parents' photo, in her heart 100 tangled thoughts. If her biological parents were still alive, perhaps now she would be a carefree and lively girl. Even though loved by Ta Huin like a biological child, but no matter what, also not blood and flesh, in her heart still always had a crack unable to heal. Furthermore, Ta Tri's mother also passed away in that very accident. Even though the matter was not caused by her, but she again was taken into their home, occupying the only affection remaining of another person, with a person of ethics, cannot not feel guilty. Actually, if it were her instead, she also would resentfully ask heaven why again tease human beings to such an extent. She sat there very long, until received a phone call from Ta Huin, then startled wide awake. On the other side, father's voice sweet and dear asked. Tu Duan, child still not home yet? Rice is almost cooked already. Nghi Tu Duan wiped a tear drop did not know fell down from when on her cheek, sniffed softly replied. I am on the way already, if hungry then everyone just eat first. How can that be? Daddy already how long has not met our families Tu Duan, very long only just had a full reunion meal, certainly must wait for child to return then only eat. She softly smiled. So I'll go home right away, I'll hang up first, Daddy. Ta Huin agreed, and reminded one sentence. Drive carefully. Hanging up the phone, Nghi Tu Duan stood up. Finally turning her head to look at the photo of her parents once more, she bloomed a relieved smile, and took steps to leave. Arriving at the Tien Tui Bay Villa, Nghi Tu Duan just as she entered the door already received a large bouquet of flowers from Ta Huin's hand. Congratulations to our star for again winning a prestigious award. Nghi Tu Duan was so surprised she almost burst out laughing, taking the bouquet, she didn't expected Ta Huin was still young enough to like these kinds of surprise tricks. Thank you, Daddy. Under the loving gazes of everyone, she followed Ta Huin into the dining room and sat down. But Daddy's work is so busy, and yet you still have time to watch my live broadcast? Ta Huin dotingly placed the flowers to one side, explained. How could Daddy have time? It was EP1 who told me. He said you went to Guangdong for a trip and brought back another award. Our household's treasure is truly excellent and outstanding. This entire bouquet was also chosen by EP1. So many years have passed, finally our big brother also knows how to dote on his little sister now. Nghi Tu Duan tilted her head to look towards Ta EP1 opposite her, who was still silent as usual. Gently curving her lips, she smiled. Thank you, brother. She almost called him President Ta out of habit, but just as she met his deep gaze, she couldn't help but correct her address. Ta EP1 remained calm, but compared to before, there were a few more parts of warmth. It's nothing. Ta Huin looked at the scene of the harmonious siblings and was indescribably happy. That meal was unusually warm, as if the 20-year-old burning scar in Nghi Tu Duan's heart finally also softened a little. Guangdong. Chu Corporation. Right when Ta EP1 had just obtained shares in Chu Corporation, he immediately became restless. Although the Ta family's domestic branch still hadn't taken concrete shape, he had continuously ignored several transfer contracts. Could it be that he intended to use Chu Corporation as a stepping stone, then swallow his own family's company whole? In the pitch-dark office, without turning on the lights, the brilliant lights outside the glass window reflected on the man's face. Chu Zhanwu drew a cigarette from the box on the table, held it in his mouth. A click of a lighter sounded, the brilliant red flame flashed on his angular face, lit the cigarette then quickly died out. The intercom rang. Sir, the plane ticket has been booked, flying to Hong Kong tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. He let out a light nasal sound then hung up. Cigarette smoke swirled around his face, his deep-set eyes reflected the light from outside the window frame, like an ancient beast sealed at the bottom of a lake, silently enduring, waiting for the opportune moment. Chapter 9 Miraculous Destiny. The temperature in Hong Kong was a bit higher than Guangdong. A while ago there was a cold air spell, now it had started to become muggy again. Staying home for several days, seeing the weather outside was still scorching hot, not diminishing at all, Nghi Tu Duan completely had no intention of going out. Slept straight through until noon, she stretched lazily on the bed, then slowly got up to wash her face. Going downstairs intending to eat lunch, she just happened to hear Aunt Fuck answer the phone in the living room. All right, I will go find it right away, later I will have someone bring it over. Auntie had just finished speaking then turned her head back, caught sight of Nghi Tu Duan's clean face. What's the matter, Aunt Fuck? She asked. Aunt Fuck was startled, patted her chest and replied EP1 said he forgot to bring a folder of documents, told me to find it and send it over to him. What kind of document is it? Let me find it for you. I heard it's a sealed craft paper folder, with something written on it about a contract with the Chu family, kept in a document binder in his study. Having heard that, Nghi Tu Duan turned and ran upstairs. I'll go up and check. She took 2 or 3 steps at a time, hurriedly climbed upstairs. Ta EP1's study was right next to his bedroom. Nghi Tu Duan had never stepped into it, because previously he really hated her coming near anything that was his in the house. She wasn't allowed to touch, nor was she allowed to even approach it. Now, he seemed to have accepted her. Nghi Tu Duan also didn't want to forever maintain a tense relationship with him. After all, now they were also one family. Later there would still be decades of living together. She had lost her parents, now having a daddy and an older brother. Of course she had to cherish them even more. Ta EP3's study was very tidy. On the solid wood table were 2 document binders, inside which contained quite a few craft paper folders. She opened the left folder first, but did not see the document she needed to find. Afterwards, she turned to the right folder, SAW pouch with Chu Shi written on it, and immediately pulled it out. Unexpectedly, she accidentally pulled along a stack of documents next to it, which fell out. She was about to put it back when her gaze accidentally swept across the headline at the top of the stack of documents. It was the investment contract for the film crew. Nghi Tu Duan's fingers paused in mid-air, her heart suddenly churned as if a flood had swept through. So, it was really him. That day, someone in the group discussed the investor. Although she wasn't too focused, she also heard it mentioned that a sum of money was transferred from Hong Kong. She had never thought that person would be Ta EP3. He had invested 100 million for her new film. Nghi Tu Duan carefully put the document pouch into her handbag, and told the fuck that she would bring it over herself. Or how about letting the driver take you? It's very sunny outside, and you haven't eaten breakfast yet, don't get sunstroke. The fuck worried about her health. This little girl's physique was thin and slender, naturally had little flesh, and often skipped meals. The older ones, seeing her, always feared she couldn't endure any bit of discomfort, the weather only slightly hot, and they were already afraid she would faint on the street. Nghi Tu Duan smiled and waved her hand. I've been at home for a few days now, my head is about to grow mushrooms. Don't worry, I'm okay. Having said that, she immediately ran outside. It had been a long time since she had gone out to breathe the air. Although outside it was still sunny, it was already the end of summer, and it wasn't to the extent of being too stiflingly hot. Arriving at the headquarters of Ta Shi Group, Nghi Tu Duan did not notify Ta EP3 in advance that she would be coming. She only greeted the receptionist, then went upstairs herself. Although she had never entered Ta EP3's office before, when Ta Huin led her on a tour of the company, he had clearly pointed out the location. It's just that he had never let her step inside, but the specific location, she still remembered. She raised her hand and knocked on the wooden door, and a voice from inside rang out, "Come in." Nghi Tu Duan then pushed the door and walked in. "President Ta, your documents." She had just taken 2 steps when her gaze immediately stopped on the man who was sitting on the guest sofa. She couldn't help but wonder why was he here. Just then, Chu Zanvu also turned his head to look back. No clear emotion could be seen in his eyes. "Why did you bring it here?" Ta EP3 stood up, proactively reaching out his hand to take the document bag. Nghi Tu Duan still looked at the man opposite, her mouth then replied as if soullessly, reflexively, "I happened to be out for a stroll, so I helped deliver it." She was still hesitating, unsure whether she should greet Chu Zanvu or not. Perhaps Ta EP3 still didn't know the two of them had known each other previously. But in her heart, she still didn't want to let others know she and Chu Zanvu were related in any way. "Sit for a moment, when finished with work I'll take you to eat." Ta EP3 did not turn his head back but only intently opened the document bag. Nghi Tu Duan walked over and sat down. Chu Zanvu's gaze still followed her without leaving. After a moment of consideration, she decided to pretend unfamiliarity. "Is there a guest?" She had just finished speaking. Chu Zanvu let out a slight laugh. Ta EP3 also turned around, his tone nonchalant. "You don't need to act anymore, I know the two of you know each other already. Why didn't you say earlier?" She had been bothered all this time. Now looking back she truly resembled an idiot. The two men continued to discuss work as if she wasn't there. No one paid attention to her existence. Nghi Tu Duan indignantly sat on one side playing games. She didn't know how much time had passed, until in the room resounded the sound of her stomach rumbling, the sound extremely clear. The two men immediately stopped talking. Together they turned to look at her. She used one hand to cover her stomach, trying to conceal the sound. Clearly it was of no effect. "What are you looking at? If you two were hungry, surely your stomachs wouldn't rumble?" Her tone carried a bit of petulance. EP1 laughed, placed the documents down. "If hungry, just say something. Who would not let you eat?" Nghi Tu Duan mumbled, complaining, "How would I know it would rumble so loudly?" "Don't grumble anymore, let's go eat." EP1 stood up, looked towards Chu Zanvu. "Director Chu, are you coming along?" "No, thanks, I still have a bit of work to handle, won't bother the two of you anymore." When saying that sentence, his gaze still did not leave Nghi Tu Duan. Today she did not wear makeup, her whole person looked very light and natural. At this moment, she was bowing her head, rubbing her stomach, then tugging at her shirt, mumbling and complaining about something. No matter how one looked, she seemed very adorable. EP1 stepped forward, blocking in front of her. His smile carried a sharp edge. "In that case, I won't see you off." Undercurrents between the two men, Nghi Tu Duan completely did not realize. When she lifted her head, she only saw Chu Zanvu's back. "Want to eat what?" EP1 turned back to ask her. Nghi Tu Duan smiled gently. "Anything is fine to eat." She was so hungry that her legs were trembling. She didn't care what to eat anymore, as long as she could fill her stomach, it would be fine. Finally, the two people together went to the company's cafeteria. Lunch hour had passed, the cafeteria no longer had many people, only a few latecomers were eating and chatting. Seeing EP1 and Nghi Tu Duan walk in together, and even walking and laughing, many people seemed to have discovered earth-shattering news, secretly pulled out their phones to take photos and gossip. "Hot news here. General Ta and Nghi Tu Duan appeared together at the cafeteria, E2 even chatted and laughed happily. When did their relationship become so close? Is that true? Didn't General Ta really hate his younger sister? Why is he having lunch with her? It's not made up, is it?" That person hurriedly posted an accompanying photo to prove they weren't lying. In the photo, the two people not only talked and laughed happily, EP1 also proactively pulled a chair for Nghi Tu Duan. They didn't look like siblings, but rather like a long-term loving couple. Immediately, the large and small chat groups within the corporation all spread the photo. Heavens! Is it just my illusion? Why do I see General Ta's gaze not like an older brother looking at his younger sister, but rather like looking at a baby? You're not the only one. You've watched too many movies. General Ta and Nghi Tu Duan are siblings. But everyone knows she is the chairman's adopted daughter, not blood siblings. Isn't there still a possibility? Exactly. From enemies to friends, from siblings to lovers, too fascinating. Totally captivated. The people involved completely knew nothing about the uprising happening behind their backs. The two people still happily discussed the National Day holiday plans. Daddy said National Day he will take us to Macau. I've never been there before. Nghi Tu Duan was scooping rice and chewing noisily. Her speaking was also not clear. Suddenly recalled the time eating a meal at the Min family's house. The atmosphere at the table was even colder than a funeral. No one said a word, to the point that she wanted to ask someone to pick up a piece of vegetable for her but didn't dare to open her mouth. Just thinking about it also sent a chill down her spine. EP1 picked up the chicken drumstick from his plate and put it into her bowl. "Wait for me to finish handling a few things, then I will arrange it." You've worked hard." She did not stand on ceremony, immediately biting into the drumstick meat. "Also, I haven't heard Daddy say anything about the corporation opening branches domestically. Are we really planning to develop within the country later?" "Yes, Daddy and I have that plan, but it's not certain it will be implemented. We must test operate for a period first, then we will know." Nghi Tu Duan lowered her eyes, then unconsciously broke into a smile. EP looked at her, asking, "What are you smiling about?" She shook her head, only replying, "It's just that I feel very good." To say she was not happy would be false. Although she did not understand the affairs of the corporation, just the fact that EP was willing to share with her was already the best result. Before, she had never dared to think of a scene where the two of them could sit and eat a meal together peacefully like now, and even chat comfortably. How could she not hope that her relationship with EP would get better? After all, they were siblings, even if not related by blood, but they had also lived under the same roof for 20 years. She had lost her biological parents. To be able to once again step into a family and be loved by her foster father was already a luxury. It's just that the elder brother in the family always disliked her, but she had always secretly wished that there would be a day when she could be the best siblings with EP. But now, it seemed that wish had become a reality. Regarding EP's change, Nghi Tu Duan still couldn't help but ask. "Brother, why did you suddenly accept me?" She was truly very curious. EP had always seen her as bad luck, and had never considered her a part of the family. Although Nghi Tu Duan felt sad, she had also long been accustomed to that prejudice. Hearing the question, the man beside her softly snorted a light laugh. "Why so many questions?" "It's just that I suddenly realized, having an additional younger sister in the house isn't bad." Actually, even EP himself couldn't clearly state the reason why he changed. If forced to find a reason, it was probably from that day several years ago when he worked overtime and came home very late, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw a slender figure curled up on the sofa. Aunt Fuck said, "This girl is very stubborn." She insisted on waiting for everyone in the family to return safely before going to sleep. The result was, she waited and fell asleep in the living room. EP coldly glanced at her once. Nghi Tu Duan at that time was curled up, her head resting on her arm, sleepin'. Very soundly. That scene was like a cat's tail gently scratching past his heart, an indescribable itch. He lowered his voice and told her auntie, "Please take her back to her room." Having said that, he went straight upstairs. Behind him, he heard Auntie Fuck calling her awake. The little girl mumbled, "Has Director Ta returned?" Auntie Fuck replied, "EP just returned, you should also go back to your room to sleep." She rubbed her drowsy eyes, her voice soft as water. "Yes." From then on, every time EP returned home after working overtime, he would see her lying on the sofa. Sometimes she wasn't asleep yet. When he asked why she still hadn't gone to sleep, she would shyly scratch her ear, pretending as if she was engrossed in watching TV and had forgotten the time. But clearly, her room also had a TV. EP turned his head away to hide his laugh, his mouth still indifferent. "Next time if you want to watch, go back to your room to watch, don't be an eyesore here." Perhaps it was because he was accustomed to saying harsh words, so every time he spoke to Nghi Tu Duan, he couldn't manage to be gentle at all. It was also like the fact that she had called him Director Ta for so many years, now calling him on was truly awkward. Later on, there were days when he returned extremely late, almost at dawn. He still saw that small figure curled up on the sofa, not knowing when she had fallen asleep. EP did not turn on the light, changed his slippers, then gently walk closer. Under the dim moonlight outside the window, he saw her sleeping very peacefully, her eyes tightly closed, breathing evenly, occasionally even mumbling a few vague words. He couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, then bent down and held her in his arms, his movement very gentle. She was brought back to her room the next morning. When she woke up, she still wondered if she had sleepwalked. And then after that, Nghi Tu Duan was busy filming, frequently not returning home. Every time EP returned from overtime, he would habitually glance at the living room, but that familiar figure had long since disappeared. A person's heart is not made of iron and stone. How could he not be moved? Actually, he had once blamed himself. It wasn't just him alone who lost his mother in that year's accident. Nghi Tu Duan also lost her biological parents. When he was little, he didn't want to see her, because every time he saw her, he would remember his mother who had died in that year's collision. But perhaps it was heaven's will. Mother was no longer around, father was busy with work. Only his younger sister remained, still always silently caring for him. Thinking of that, EP1 only then began to change. It's just that, when he wanted to treat her better, she was no longer frequently at home anymore. But fortunately, it was still in time. After eating, EP1 asked her if she drove herself here. Nghi Tu Duan shook the bunch of keys in her hand, of course. Then I want. Call a driver to take you home anymore, remember to drive carefully yourself. She nodded, bidding farewell to EP1 at the elevator door. Leaving the company, Nghi Tu Duan drove to a rural-style coffee shop. The car stopped in the yard. She took out her phone to make a call before getting out of the car. After 2 rings, the other end of the line picked up. "Na, are you in Hong Kong?" Hearing Nghi Tu Duan's voice, Quang Man Na momentarily paused then happily exclaimed. "Oh my, isn't this our superstar? Missing me already? But lately I'm not in Hong Kong, what's the matter?" Quang Man Na was Nghi Tu Duan's only best friend in Hong Kong. Both of them grew up together from childhood. Before, every time Nghi Tu Duan was bullied at school, it was always Quang Man Na who stood up to protect her. "All right then." She sighed resignedly. The only person who could help was not present, she also had no other way. Hearing the sigh, Quang Man Na quickly asked with a voice full of concern. "I'll be back after the National Day holiday, are you looking for me for something?" "Actually there's nothing serious, it's just that I want to ask you to help check a car." Hearing that, the other side chuckled. "That's just a small matter, you give me the license plate number, I'll check it right away for you." Mentioning this, Nghi Tu Duan smiled bitterly. "It's precisely because I don't know the license plate number that I only then wanted to ask if you had ever seen that car when you were still in Hong Kong." TSK Quang Man Na also looked awkward. "So, does the car you're looking for have any special characteristics?" "Who knows, maybe I've seen it before." Nghi Tu Duan tried to recall, attempting to make the vague memory as clear as possible. "It's a wine-red vintage car, looking like a classic but very new. This type of car is not common in Hong Kong. If you've seen it, you'll definitely remember." TSK, I really haven't seen this type of car in Hong Kong. Vintage cars are not rare, but according to Nghi Tu Duan's description, that kind of car could only be owned by someone of exceptionally noble status. It's not entirely true to say it's hard to find, because there aren't many people in Hong Kong who can buy this type of car in the first place. But finding it is also not easy, because cars are usually parked inside people's homes, not easily spotted. "Are you looking for someone?" Quang Man Na asked. Nghi Tu Duan slightly lowered her eyes, exhaling in a low voice. "Do you still remember the incident that year in LA, the terrorist attack I once told you about?" "Of course, I remember, you once said there was a boy who saved your life, but he himself seemed not to have escaped." Quang Man Na was halfway through speaking when a thought suddenly struck her. "Could it be, you met him again? The car you're looking for, is it his? But how are you sure it's him? 10 years have passed, the boys and girls from back then have now grown up, it's unclear whether that person is still alive. Now, how can one be sure it's him? Furthermore, how could it be such a coincidence that both are present in Hong Kong?" Regarding this matter, Quang Man Na still held a skeptical attitude. Actually, after calming down, Nghi Tu Duan had also thought about that. The matter related to that year's terrorist attack. Besides Ta Huin and EP1, she only told Quang Man Na, so the possibility of someone playing a trick is extremely low. Furthermore, the man she met that day at Namen Temple, one look was enough to know he was not an ordinary person. Seeing she didn't answer, Quang Man Na felt a little guilty. "Then wait until I get back to Hong Kong, and I'll help you look." She knew how important that person was to Nghi Tu Duan, and even if it might just be a trick, she also didn't want to extinguish the hope that had just sparked in her friend's heart. "Thank you, Na." The call ended. Nghi Tu Duan gazed blankly forward, her mind empty, unable to process any information, and also didn't know if what she was doing at this moment was merely in vain. Suddenly a call rang out beside her ear. She gently tilted her head. President Chu. In the rearview mirror, Chu Zanvu was standing in front of the coffee shop door, his gaze calm, a nearly finished cigarette held between his left fingers. Hearing someone call, he turned his head back, extinguishing the cigarette. The caller was a middle-aged woman around 30 or 40 years old, wearing a brilliant red long dress, each step making the skirt's hem flow gracefully like ripples. Her high heels trod on the gravel-paved road as if walking on a flat surface, her demeanor utterly elegant. Nghi Tu Duan recognized this person was none other than Chao Kim Ni, the young lady of the Chao family from the Chao group in Kowloon. Nearly 40 years old but still unmarried, her skin and figure were both very well maintained. Her family runs a jewelry business, but normally when out, she very rarely wore luxurious jewelry. The two of them chatted a few words at the door, then together stepped into the shop. Nghi Tu Duan gently raised her eyebrows, suddenly feeling that fate truly is a wonder. Wherever she went, she could always meet him. It truly was strangely coincidental. Chapter 10. What vexation are you bearing? The sun leaned towards the west, thin clouds drifted on the wind. Under the gloomy afternoon light, Nghi Tu Duan pondered for a moment, finally still not stepping into the shop. She only sent a message via WeChat to an employee, asking them to bring a latte out. About 10 minutes later, a male employee in uniform, holding a packaged cup of coffee in his hand, hurriedly ran out. Nghi Tu Duan lowered her car window, calling him over. The employee looked very young, seeming as if he had just graduated from university. Seeing Nghi Tu Duan, he smiled radiantly, revealing a set of white, even teeth, brimming with youthful vitality. "Miss Nghi, here is your coffee." The name tag on the chest of his uniform shirt printed the name Hong Kai Yuan. Nghi Tu Duan extended her hand to receive it, thanking him politely. Hong Kai Yuan asked why she didn't come in to relax today, as the shop recently just released new items, and he was also going to invite her to try them. "Today I have something to do, I cannot stay. Next time I come, I will try your new items, you don't have to treat me. The money you earn, you should save up to give to the girl you like." The young man outside the car felt embarrassed, scratched his head, nodded and smiled, saying nothing further. Nghi Tu Duan found him adorable, tilted her head, motioning for him to go back in. "Well, I'm off, you quickly go back to work, watch out that the manager will deduct your salary." This coffee shop is located on a mountain. It is said that the owner of the shop is a farmer. His family is not short on money. He merely liked opening a shop right in front of his house just for fun. Unexpectedly the business turned out very well, even helping the farm attract many more tourists. Nghi Tu Duan very liked the coffee here. Each time returning to Hong Kong must stop by once, the flavor not at all inferior to the famous brands. The shop's name was also very special, Tu Tsang Dai. Placed the cold latte cup on the center console, Nghi Tu Duan drove the car down the mountain. The mountain road was winding, except for the fact that it was a bit far from the city center. It was also not very difficult to drive. It's just that just drove not too far, Nghi Tu Duan's car already stalled. She was not originally a patient person, encountering a bit of trouble was annoying. The car stopped in the middle of the mountainside, now could not start. Although traffic was not much, she still carefully got out of the car to place a warning sign behind. Tried to keep calm to call the tow truck, then leaned against the roadside guardrail, silently drinking coffee. Did not know how long she had waited. The sun had almost set behind the mountain, yet the tow truck still had not arrived. Nghi Tu Duan was impatient, continuously called a few more times. The other end of the line still said they had dispatched a car, told her to wait a bit more. Thinking of her identity as a public figure, she endured not to curse. Figuring it out from the first call until now, also already more than 2 hours, this place although secluded but also not to the extent that it could not make it up in 2 hours. While annoyed, a black Bentley glided past, then stopped in front of her car. Nghi Tu Duan turned her head back, saw someone get out of the car. Unexpectedly it was Zhou Can Wu. She involuntarily wanted to burst out laughing. Could it be that it was truly heaven's will? The man strode closer, asked very naturally, "Car broken?" This sentence sounds just like you knew beforehand my car would stall. Nghi Tu Duan smiled. Strangely, in her heart suddenly softened a lot. Zhou Can Wu's gaze rested on the empty coffee cup she held, seeing the logo Tu Tsang Dai. He slightly curved his lips. "Why didn't I see you in the shop?" Just heard the question. Nghi Tu Duan paused for a moment, then lowered her head to look at the empty coffee cup in her hand. Already finished drinking, it's just that there was no trash can around, so she had no choice but to keep holding it. Mr. Chu also stopped by the coffee shop. She reflexively pretended not to know. "I just arrived at the gate, then remembered I had something to do, so I didn't go in." "Is that so? I still thought you were avoiding me." A gentle sentence, yet it made Nghi Tu Duan's heart suddenly float. Actually, when she had just parked the car in the yard, Zhou Can Wu had already seen it. Even when Hong Kai Yuan brought the coffee out, he also saw it. It's just that he didn't understand why she didn't come in. Nghi Tu Duan also didn't understand. She seemed to really be avoiding him a little, but she herself also didn't know why. Between them there was nothing worth pretending not to know each other when meeting, but she didn't want to encounter him, didn't like this feeling, as if fate had already prearranged it. Only until the car broke down, the rescue vehicle still didn't arrive, Zhou Can Wu walked over. His appearance was like a taunt from heaven. "How long has the car been broken?" Zhou Can Wu glanced at the car. "If there's something to do, shouldn't you be anxious when the car breaks down?" Now what could she say? "There's nothing to do at all, actually, I was just avoiding him." Nghi Tu Duan raised her hand to rub her forehead, awkwardly saying suddenly, "There's nothing to do anymore." The answer made Zhou Can Wu burst out laughing. Although she acted quite well, she didn't seem to be very good at lying. Zhou Can Wu didn't expose her, but just casually asked, "Have you called a rescue vehicle yet?" Mentioning it made her feel annoyed again, from 2 hours ago already. As soon as she finished speaking, she clearly saw Zhou Can Wu's expression darken a few shades. 2 hours and still hasn't arrived? Nghi Tu Duan nodded slightly. "Where do you live?" Zhou Can Wu asked. "Huh?" Nghi Tu Duan was slightly startled. Realizing he wanted to take her home, she reflexively intended to refuse. After pondering for a moment, she finally still said the address. Throughout the road back to Tien Tui Bay, Nghi Tu Duan's mind still felt like it was hovering. Unexpectedly in Hong Kong, she again got to ride in his car. By the time she arrived home, it was already late. Ta Ap Tri and Ta Huin had probably also already finished work. Nghi Tu Duan unfastened her seatbelt. "Thank you, Mr. Chu. If you want to thank me, shouldn't you perhaps invite me for a meal?" he asked very casually, without a trace of embarrassment. For the first time Nghi Tu Duan realized, this man was unimaginably thick-skinned. "Of course, but because I didn't know beforehand you would come, in the house I also haven't prepared anything lavish, or how about another day? I'll invite you to eat out, okay?" Not yet able to finish speaking, Zhou Can Wu had already cut in. "It's okay, I don't mind. Next time I'm not certain I'll have time." His meaning was, today he definitely must eat no matter what. Nghi Tu Duan choked on her words. Seeing him unfasten his seatbelt preparing to get out of the car, she hurriedly grabbed him. "Eat my treat." "But I invite you to eat out, the food at home is not enough to treat you." Ta Ap Tri and Ta Huin were both at home. If she brazenly brought a man home, it would be no different from bringing disaster upon herself. Zhou Wu turned his head to look at her for 2 seconds, showing a reluctant compromise. All right then. Then he again fastened his seatbelt. Nghi Tu Duan inwardly gritted her teeth. This guy was really cunning. She reluctantly pulled the seatbelt, hearing the cheerful voice of the person beside her ring out in her ear where to eat. Nghi Tu Duan casually said the name of a restaurant. On the way, she called home to report that she was eating with a friend tonight. Unexpectedly the person who answered the phone was EP1. He asked which friend. Nghi Tu Duan glanced at Zhou Wu, who was sitting cheerfully beside her, took a deep breath, then fabricated a newly acquainted friend. Afraid of being asked more, she hurriedly said, "I'll come back right away after eating, don't worry." Having said that, he hung up. Before she could even sigh in relief, a sentence rang out beside her ear, "Knowing me is something the T cannot let others know, huh?" Nghi Tu Duan put away her phone, and hearing that, turned her head to look at him. She was speechless. What he said was not wrong. After all, he was also a man, and for 2 people to eat alone was easily misunderstood. Even if it wasn't Zhou Wu, as long as it was a man, EP1 would also worry. "Just teasing you." Seeing her silent, Zhou Wu actively broke the silence. He also wasn't so clueless as to not understand these matters. Nghi Tu Duan glared at him full of resentment. "You really are good at joking." The car stopped in front of the restaurant Nghi Tu Duan had mentioned. It was exactly dinner time, and guests were packed. Zhou Wu went to find a parking spot, while Nghi Tu Duan wore a mask, got out of the car, and went in first to order. The staff opened the door and greeted them. "Hello miss, may I ask if you have made a reservation in advance?" Nghi Tu Duan looked around. There were almost no empty seats left. "Not reserved." "Can't we eat now?" Hearing that, the staff looked awkward. "I'm sorry, miss, if you don't have a reservation, we cannot serve you right now. But the previous times I came, I didn't need to make a reservation at all." "We are truly sorry, miss. Recently, the restaurant has been quite busy, so during this time, all meals must be reserved in advance." Because the National Day holiday was approaching, more tourists were coming to Hong Kong, so the crowd was understandable. At this moment, Zhou Wu had finished parking the car and stepped inside. Seeing her face full of sorrow, he asked, "What's wrong?" "They said we have to reserve to eat, and now we can't eat anymore. Or how about we change to another restaurant?" Nghi Tu Duan said, then turned to leave. Zhou Wu reached out and held on to her, then turned to the serving staff. "May I borrow your phone for a moment?" The staff member hesitated a bit, but seeing that this request was not excessive, nodded. "No problem, sir." Nghi Tu Duan didn't understand what he intended to do. But after he finished making a phone call at the reception counter, the serving staff suddenly changed their attitude, leading them upstairs to a private room for their meal. On the way up, Nghi Tu Duan softly asked, "Who did you call? How come we suddenly get to eat?" He pretended to be mysterious secret. Nghi Tu Duan glared at his back. If he didn't want to say, then so be it. The two entered a private room. After ordering, the staff retreated, and only the two of them remained in the room. The dining room had large glass doors facing Victoria Harbour. Although the floor wasn't high, the brilliant neon lights out there were still very beautiful. "It's really beautiful." The quiet girl rested her chin on her hand, her eyes looking out the window. Zhou Wu's deep gaze also quietly looked towards her, calmly replying with a sound. Nghi Tu Duan didn't turn her head, but for some reason, she felt that answer had a slightly different hidden meaning. Not until the staff brought the food up did either of them say another word. While eating, the atmosphere between them remained silent as before. Nghi Tu Duan felt a bit awkward, but didn't know what topic to start a conversation with. Not until near the end of the meal did her phone, placed on the table, ring. Zhou Wu glanced and saw the name displayed on the screen was Min Deep. She answered the phone, her voice soft. "What's the matter, second young master?" As soon as she finished speaking, the man opposite suddenly stood up and went outside. Nghi Tu Duan didn't think much of it, thinking he went to the restroom, so she continued speaking into the phone. "I'm eating, do you need something? My sister-in-law's birthday is next month, inviting you to come over." Nghi Tu Duan hadn't had time to reply, when a sound of struggle rang out from the phone, seemingly Chu Yuyan-truk's voice. "Give it to me, let me talk." The next second, Chu Yuyan-truk's voice rang out in her ear. "Si Yun, it's me." Hearing her speak up, Nghi Tu Duan curved the corner of her lips into a smile. "Is there something? I know that day you came to the house and weren't very comfortable playing. I truly feel apologetic. The 6th of next month is my birthday, and there's also no one else at home. I want to invite you to come over. This time it won't be as restrictive as before. I really like you, want to be friends with you, so I hope you will definitely come. It's nothing at all. Actually, last time playing was also fun, only during the meal was it a bit awkward. The rest of the time, when the old man wasn't there, everyone played very comfortably. Except Min Deep. She spoke very sincerely, and Nghi Tu Duan also found it inconvenient to refuse. "I will definitely come. It's National Day, it'll also be free. But, why is there no one at home on your birthday? Your husband isn't home either, huh?" Speaking of this, the other side let out a soft sigh, in a very soft voice. "My father-in-law took grandfather on a trip this National Day. They won't return for half a month. My husband's work is also busy. He's on a business trip again those few days, but then again, that's also good. No one will disturb us. By then, I'll introduce a few other friends to you." What's this? Nghi Tu Duan felt a deep pang of sorrow for her. Before getting married, she was a pampered young lady, cherished by her parents in the palm of their hands, but now that she's married, not even her birthday has anyone to congratulate her. She wanted to say a few comforting words, but felt that hollow words of comfort would also be of no use. So she said half jokingly, half seriously, "Why don't you stay with me? I definitely won't let you suffer any injustice." Injustice? Outside the private room, Chu Zanvu had just returned after finishing payment, his hand on the door, ready to push it open, then froze in midair. This room's soundproofing was not good. On the other end of the line, Chu Yuyan-truk was made to giggle by her. The two of them talked a few more sentences. It seemed Min Jia-nan arrived after that. Chu Yuyan-truk, in a hurry, said, "Little Bao wants to sleep now." "Okay then, let's talk next time, bye-bye." "Bye-bye." She spoke Mandarin in a soft tone, her voice light, like she was being coquettish. Inside the room, quiet returned. Only then did Chu Zanvu push the door and step in, acting as if nothing had happened. "Are you full yet?" She turned her head, smiled, clearly in a very good mood after the call just now. "Let's go, I'll take you home." "But it hasn't been paid yet." Nghi Tu Duan stood up. When talking with Chu Zanvu, she had a habit of using Cantonese. The man coldly tossed back a sentence, "It's paid." Nghi Tu Duan froze, hadn't expected had gone to pay just now. Clearly, when they arrived, she had already said she would treat him to a meal, but in the end, it was still Chu Zanvu who paid. Then when would this favor ever be repaid? "But I clearly said I would treat you, so why did you pay on your own like that?" "The staff were afraid I'd dine and dash, so they stopped me and made me pay before letting me go." Then he's truly impolite. She knew from hearing this sentence that it was fabricated. Nghi Tu Duan stepped closer to him, inquiring, "Or why don't you give me your account number? I'll transfer the money to you." The man did not pay attention to her, turned his head and walked away. Nghi Tu Duan again couldn't understand what his attitude was anymore, hastily followed after. When they arrived he still had the mood to joke with her. After eating he again changed his attitude. Could it be that because she did not actively pay the bill, so he was not happy? But she did not say that she wouldn't pay. Men's minds, how are they even more complicated than women? I don't know. Nghi Tu Duan thought all along the road but still couldn't understand the reason. until when she got out of the car, she cautiously looked at his expression. So, "I'll go home first, okay?" He softly hummed a sound, but even didn't bother to turn his head to look at her. Nghi Tu Duan returned home. In the living room only Ta Huan himself was sitting there. She reflexively felt uneasy, tiptoed forward. "Daddy, why are you the only one sitting here?" Hearing her voice, Ta Huan turned his head back. On his face there was no longer the doting smile as usual, his voice was also more serious tonight. "Which friend did you go out to eat with?" She immediately tensed up, still didn't dare to say that she went to eat with Zhou Can Wu. But before she could speak, Ta Huan continued to speak. "Tu Duan, now you are grown up, Daddy will not manage you like before anymore. But if you want to get to know a boyfriend, it's best to ask Daddy's and your brother's opinion first. We are men, understand men better than you. Girls are very easily hurt in romantic relationships. You are our family's treasure, therefore Daddy doesn't want you to be hurt. If you like someone, you must definitely bring them for Daddy to look over first, okay?" After speaking, Nghi Tu Duan only then gently breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out her father thought she was planning to date. The house lights covered the two, father and daughter, with a layer of warm light. Nghi Tu Duan hugged his arm, acting spoiled. "I know already, Daddy. But I still haven't planned to get to know anyone yet. Today was just going to eat with a normal friend only. Before that he helped me a lot, so I just wanted to thank him." Hearing her say that, Ta Huan then smiled. "That's good then, Daddy only fears you will be deceived, will be hurt. Don't blame Daddy for managing a lot, it's because I genuinely want you to be happy for life." Nghi Tu Duan leaned on his shoulder. "I know, Daddy." "Oh, where is your brother?" She turned her head to look around, did not see the figure of Ta EP1. Normally at this time he wouldn't sleep so early like that. Ta Tian said the company suddenly had to work overtime. After eating your brother returned to the company. Truly difficult. Nghi Tu Duan pursed her lips. Men, you know, a little hardship is also normal. As for our family's treasure, only needs to be beautiful and act in movies is enough. Ta Huan raised his hand, softly touched her nose. "You go to sleep early, no need to wait for him. Daddy is also preparing to go up to his room to rest now." Ta Huan knew there was someone in the house who hadn't returned yet. Nghi Tu Duan would definitely wait. "Yes, I'll go wash my face then go up right away." The two father and daughter together went upstairs to their rooms. It's just that after Nghi Tu Duan finished bathing and drying her hair, Ta EP1 still hadn't returned. At this time it was already past 10 o'clock. She tiptoed downstairs, sat in her familiar spot, playing some small games on her phone. Time, each minute passing, all had its own rhythm. Xie Yiqi returned home just past 12 o'clock, his body full of weariness, his heavy footsteps walking towards the staircase. Not knowing what he thought, he suddenly took light steps and turned back to the living room to look, and indeed saw the slender figure of the girl lying there. She lay on her side, curled up in the small, narrow space, looking uncomfortable, but sleeping very soundly. Xie Yiqi unconsciously smiled, his arms slipped through behind her neck, gently hugging her into his arms. When going upstairs, he met Xie Xian. "Is she asleep?" "Shush." Xie Xian immediately held his breath. Seeing Xie Yiqi take her back to her room, he only knew to helplessly shake his head. This child. On the other side, Grace's system, for some unknown reason, had all products on the website suddenly taken down within a short period. Ming Yi received the news, worried to the point of madness. The tech team fixed all night but still couldn't restore it. The person in charge trembled as he reported, "General Manager Ming, our system seems to have been deliberately attacked by someone. We have tried many methods but all could not be restored. Have we offended anyone? A bunch of incompetents. Grace is backed by Ming AO Group, who dares to be so bold as to attack his system? Moreover, Grace is a major brand, the system crashing for too long will cause serious damage. But currently, the cause has still not been found, and operations are even less able to be restored. Ming Yi was on the verge of going crazy. In his mind, a person suddenly flashed. He hastily dialed. After waiting for a long time, the other side slowly picked up the phone. "Hello, Chu Baobei, please save me quickly, my son was beaten up by someone." Before he even had time to wail and recount his troubles, an emotionless voice already sounded from the other end of the line. "What grievance are you suffering?" Min Deep. Chapter 11. Try Dating Me. Grace's system had automatically restored at midnight, completely not causing any loss for the brand. Everything seemed to be within someone's control. Min Deep did not know what Chu Zhenvu's reaction last night ultimately meant, but intuition told him it was best to be silent. October was approaching, the weather also gradually became less stifling. But recently Nghi Tu Duan still did not want to go out, only waiting until EP1 and everyone got holidays then went to Macau together. Actually, she very rarely traveled. Before, it was because she was still young. Ta Huin was not at ease letting her go alone. When she was a little older, she wholeheartedly devoted her efforts to her acting career. Even more did not have time to go out. On the evening of the 30th, Nghi Tu Duan lazily lay stretched out on the single sofa in the room, sitting making travel plans. The stylus continuously drew on the iPad screen, two slender white legs draped over the armrest, swaying rhythmically. The small face, already delicate, now was covered half by a pair of black-framed glasses. The exquisite features without any makeup became even more prominent. The phone placed on the glass tea table suddenly rang. She glanced at it then picked up. "What is it, Sister Lu?" "Tu Duan, have you received any notification yet?" Nghi Tu Duan's eyes were still glued to the iPad, her tone indifferent, seemed still unclear about what was going on. "What notification?" Hoalu seemed a bit tense, her voice also carried a bit of caution. "Then let me tell you, but don't get angry, okay? What happened? Just tell me." She at this moment still had not guessed what was going on at all. "I also just found out the company said they had accepted for you to participate in a reality show. We'll film before the new movie starts shooting. You and Shuang Tuan will be guest stars throughout episodes. The company's intention is to take this opportunity to push the hot couple popularity. Shuang Tuan is precisely the male lead in the new movie about to be filmed. Quan Noyet Kai. Nghi Tu Duan plays the female antagonist, will have an interwoven romantic storyline with the male lead. The company's main goal is to borrow this show to create buzz. When the movie airs will create topics, avoid being overshadowed by the female lead Tam Jai Li. Because the two are young actresses of the same era, fans of both always put them on a scale for comparison. Currently Tam Jai Li is already the female lead of a TV series broadcast on a major channel, while Nghi Tu Duan is still playing a supporting female role for her. From that, the rumors spreading online go without saying. After hearing, Nghi Tu Duan's complexion immediately darkened. She took off her glasses with one hand, her voice also became cold. "I remember when signing the contract with the company, I had stated very clearly that I would not accept any form of PR pairing. I know, of course I know. But this isn't the first time anymore, Sister Lu." That Sister Lu made Hoa Le's heart tremble slightly. Nghi Tu Duan was truly angry. She agreed to sign a contract with Fong Pham Entertainment. One was because of their goodwill after many invitations, two was to develop her career even better later. But the prerequisite she put forward was not to accept any PR stunts. At that time, how could Hoa Le not know? Less than 3 months after signing, the company had arbitrarily arranged for her and a second-tier male actor to walk the red carpet together. The purpose was still to push a couple. She was so angry then that she intended to unilaterally terminate the contract. The company thought signing the contract meant they could control her, and even dared to use violation fees to threaten her. Want to cancel the contract? All right then, the contract clearly states, if an artist unilaterally terminates within the contract period, they must compensate 12 million. N is the number of years the contract is valid. At that time, if she cancelled, she would have to compensate nearly 60 million. The company thought this would pressure her, who knew Nghi Tu Duan's face didn't change color, even let out a cold laugh. Fine, I'll pay, but do you dare to accept it? The person in charge heard that and immediately felt a pang of guilt. The matter almost went to court. Right then there was news that Nghi Tu Duan was the daughter of wealthy Hong Kong businessman Ta Huin. The company immediately changed its attitude. No wonder that when she heard about compensating 60 million, her face didn't change color. After that they sent people to apologize, guaranteeing absolutely no recurrence, hoping she would withdraw the complaint. Everyone would harmoniously carry out the contract to the end, no need to make a big deal out of it. Nghi Tu Duan also didn't want to make a big deal then, only after half a month of thinking did she agree to give them a chance. Unexpectedly, 2 years passed, the exact same thing happened again. This time, what trick do you intend to use to force me to compromise? She laughed coldly again. Over the phone, Hoa Lu could still feel the cold pressure emanating from her, that cold, arrogant aura, as if nothing in the world could make her flinch, was characteristic of Nghi Tu Duan. Hoa Lu sighed softly. You look at what I sent and then decide. Nghi Tu Duan put down the phone. Just as she hung up, she saw Hoa Lu send over a PDF file. Title: Nghi Tu Duan meets a tycoon at midnight, her noble image collapses. One look and it was clear it was written by veteran journalists. She scrolled through the content of the article. The gist was that she relied on an influential figure in Hozhang. The two of them strolled together late at night, and there were also photos, specifically the time she and Chu Zanvu watched fireworks in Hozhang. Although the photo did not clearly show the male lead's face, her figure was easy to recognize. A girl stood on a yacht, looking up and smiling radiantly at the person opposite her. Nghi Tu Duan finished reading and burst out laughing. She never expected that one day she would be threatened with bad news by her own company. They knew she would definitely not agree to be paired with the male actor, so there was no need to negotiate. They also knew that compensation money couldn't scare her, so they resolutely pulled out the scandal to threaten her. Hoa Lu called again. She answered the phone, saying nothing. You've seen it, right? I know this isn't good, but in the photo, it really is you. That night, the fireworks were so spectacular, so many people at the bund saw it. Even if there's nothing between you and that person, but you alone cannot win against public gossip. If this breaks out, I'm afraid your path in the industry will be much more difficult. They didn't know the person in the photo was Chu Zanvu, the one dubbed King of Hell of Hozhang, which is why they dared to risk using this matter to threaten her. Nghi Tu Duan let out a soft laugh. Are you advising me to compromise? 2 years of working together, Hoa Lu was the person who understood her best. She knew Nghi Tu Duan's dream was to bring Chinese cinema to the world, and always supported her. Every script chosen was all because she hoped she would succeed soon. It was also precisely because she understood her personality, that principles were principles, so she knew for sure she would not easily back down. But the entertainment industry nowadays is like that. As long as there is a little scandal, whether real or fake, one's career will also be seriously affected. Hoa Lu did not want to destroy her future over a small matter, so she tried hard to persuade. You don't need to truly compromise, just need to film 1 episode, you don't need to try to act at all, the company will take care of the rest. Tu Duan, please think carefully. Compared to that big dream, this matter truly isn't worth anything at all, right? Don't lose a lot because of a small matter. Her superiors also knew Nghi Tu Duan was not easily swayed, which is why they pushed Hoa Lu out to be the bad guy. If she got angry, there would be someone to take the blame. Waiting for a long time but not hearing her reply, Hoa Lu looked again only to discover the call had already been hung up at some point. She sighed, reluctantly, but there was also no other way. Although knowing she was turned into a sacrificial pawn, but if letting the company directly confront Nghi Tu Duan, with that temperament, it was feared that she could drag the entire company to die together. Because she did not want her to be too agitated and completely ruin her own future, Hou could only accept to be the one to bear the blame. On this side, Nghi Tu Duan was so angry she was trembling, but her face still maintained an indifferent look. The feeling of being controlled by others regarding one's own destiny truly made one feel disgusted. She took a deep breath, raised her head to look at the wall clock. Actually, there still was a solution. It's just that she did not want to use it. This matter, saying it's big, it's not big, saying it's small, it's not small. Even if information were truly spread, as long as the person involved came forward, it could be resolved perfectly. With Zhou Can Wu's status, he only needs to step forward, all whispers of dissent will all fall silent. It's just that she did not want to let anyone know there was a relationship between her and him. Because this society is inherently unfair to women. As long as a man with a higher status than herself appears beside her, then all achievements, the value of that woman will all be completely denied. Zhou Can Wu is precisely that kind of person. Nghi Tu Duan loves herself very much, so she did not want it. But if she had to choose between being forcibly matched with another stranger, then she would rather choose that person to be Zhou Can Wu. Thinking so, she reopened the call log, found a familiar number. On the other side, just stepping out of the bathroom, Zhou Can Wu picked up the phone from the bedside table, saw a missed call, the caller was saved as number 1. That bright red number reflected in the depths of his eyes made his heartbeat slightly erratic. Thinking for a few seconds, he gently touched the screen, called back. 2 seconds later, the call was connected. His voice was deep and low. Hello. Zhou Can Wu, it's me. The familiar voice rang out by his ear, making his chest unable to help but tremble intensely. Just hearing her speak Mandarin was enough to make his heart and liver restless. But his voice was still calm. What's wrong? Nghi Tu Duan pondered for a moment, her voice faint. Suddenly want to go out and catch some air for a bit. Where do you want to go? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Can Wu immediately donned his coat again, hurriedly leaving the house. The two of them arranged to meet on the rooftop of a tall building. The night sky was pitch black, the wind was strong, the bright moon hung high. Late night in Hong Kong was gentler than Hojong, lacking the ostentation and coldness, like a mellow, melodious piece of music full of tenderness, making people feel at ease. As soon as Zhou Can Wu stepped out onto the rooftop, he immediately saw a slender figure standing by the railing. He silently moved closer, standing beside her. Why suddenly want to catch some air? His voice sounded softly, a low tone amidst the night mist, but at that moment Nghi Tu Duan's mind was in turmoil, so she could not perceive the tenderness in it. She turned her head to look at him, a hint of a smile in the corners of her eyes. Perhaps it's because I miss you. Today he wasn't wearing a suit, looking gentler than his usual cold, stern self. Her teasing remark made his heart clench, but his expression remained unchanged. Don't joke. Seeing him have no reaction at all, Nghi Tu Duan suddenly felt a bit dejected. Before now, there had never been a man she couldn't handle. She clearly knew Zhou Can Wu was a tough nut to crack, but she still dared to arrange to meet him. Already on the battlefield, yet at this very moment, she actually wanted to retreat. The night wind wasn't strong, but it was enough to make people clear-headed. The man beside her unexpectedly pulled out a cigarette pack from his pocket, lit a cigarette, and put it to his mouth. Nghi Tu Duan tilted her head, looking at him without averting her gaze. This was the first time Zhou Can Wu smoked in front of her, and also the first time she watched him smoke at such a close distance. Every movement of his was very natural, but it made it hard for people to look away. He silently held the cigarette in his mouth, lowered his gaze to look into the eyes staring intently at him, his brows slightly raised. The two of them seemed to have a tacit, mutual understanding. Zhou Can Wu realized her purpose, so he brought the cigarette to Nghi Tu Duan's lips for her to take a puff. His voice was slow. Inhale. She obeyed and followed suit, but just as she inhaled, she was choked and coughed violently. Zhou Can Wu, as if he had achieved his purpose, slightly curled his lips, smiling as if teaching a child still want to smoke. Nghi Tu Duan frowned uncomfortably, seemingly unresigned, then snatched the cigarette from his hand, inhaling deeply. But this time she did not let it into her lungs, but only blew the smoke directly into his face. The thick white smoke blurred the faces of the two people. Zhou Can Wu still maintained the smile on his lips, his gaze fleetingly revealing an unspoken trace of indulgence. Until the smoke had all cleared, his expression returned to normal. "Are you smoking because you have something on your mind?" Nghi Tu Duan asked. Zhou Can Wu took a drag from the cigarette she had just smoked, exhaling smoke slowly. Nghi Tu Duan suddenly found this sight incredibly captivating. He pondered, then replied, "Not exactly, it's just that occasionally I want to smoke a cigarette." "Then what about tonight, is there something that bothers you?" he asked back frankly. Nghi Tu Duan suddenly choked on her words, her heart seemed to miss a beat. As expected, nothing could escape the eyes of this man. She lowered her gaze, shook her head, not wanting to say it. Zhou Can Wu also did not press, only changing the subject. "Then can you help me with something? Tell me. My older sister's birthday is coming up, I'm not very good at choosing gifts. What kind of gifts do you girls usually like for birthdays?" Hearing that, Nghi Tu Duan began to think seriously. She raised her hand and lightly scratched her forehead. "For girls, giving jewelry is fine, but it's probably a bit common. But for a man not romantic like Zhou Can Wu, if he could give a set of jewelry both beautiful and to the recipient's liking, then it would also be considered as having shown thoughtfulness. Sister Yuyan Truck has a gentle personality, items that are too common would not suit her temperament. Perhaps jadeite will be more suitable." Zhou Can Wu listened to her meticulous analysis, the cigarette in his hand was also almost finished. "So in your opinion, what type of jadeite would be suitable?" he asked again. "Bracelets, beaded necklaces, or pendants are all fine. But Sister Yuyan Truck, wearing a bracelet would be the most beautiful." He stubbed out the cigarette, nodding in agreement. "Then I'll listen to you, go buy a bracelet." Seeing him decide too perfunctorily, Nghi Tu Duan was a little doubtful. "Do you know how to choose what kind of bracelet?" Her voice was slightly lacking in confidence. Zhou Can Wu held back a laugh. "Not very proficient, but I have a little money." Nghi Tu Duan looked at him full of reproach. "These things are not necessarily good just because they're expensive." Zhou Can Wu tilted his head, showing interest. "It seems Miss Nghi here is quite knowledgeable about jadeite, huh?" His gaze looked at her intently. Nghi Tu Duan pursed her lips. "I have a friend who does jadeite business, if you need, I can ask her to help choose a truly good one." Zhou Can Wu asked back, "Are there any conditions?" Her beautiful eyes curved up into an arc shape, clearly there were. But she replied, "Between us, we've already grown so close, wouldn't it be too formal to state conditions?" "Really?" His voice was as if disbelieving. The corner of his eye faintly glimmered a smile as if he could see through people's hearts. Nghi Tu Duan reached out a hand to touch her ear, avoiding his gaze, saying nothing. Indeed she had conditions, but it wasn't any other conditions, but precisely, him. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly changed the topic. "Zhou Can Wu, have you ever loved anyone yet?" This question made one not understand what it was all about. Zhou Can Wu's eyebrows immediately furrowed. He didn't understand what she meant by asking that. Nghi Tu Duan also felt her own question was truly strange, both abrupt and rude. Thinking back, she felt herself no different from a lustful, flirtatious person, but she still gritted her teeth and said, "What I mean is, do you want to try dating me?" Chapter 12 His Kiss. She said, Re-dating her. Zhou Can Wu's gaze slightly dropped down, unable to discern any emotion on his face. In his ear, those puzzling words from that day rang out again, when standing outside the private room, he heard her speak to Min Deep on the phone. "Might as well date me then." At that time, his entire chest seemed to be corroded until empty. Then his emotions almost lost control. He went home and intruded into Grace's system, but still managed to control the extent so as not to let Mindeep suffer any loss. It was just that night, the ashtray was brimming with cigarette butts, the feeling of loneliness at the heart's core made one toss and turn endlessly, unable to sleep. He softly let out a laugh from his nose. The cold air around seemed to drop several more degrees, in the wind there seemed to be mixed even frost, making Nghi Tu Duan shiver. Of course he did not agree. Chu Zhenvu's gaze was cold as ice, saying that she was presumptuous. His voice also carried a trace of anger. Nghi Tu Duan knew he was angry, her heart also suddenly tensed up. She softly explained, "I was just joking." Joking? The moment he opened his mouth, Nghi Tu Duan fell silent. Matters of affection can also be brought out to be a joke. It seems Miss Nghi's true feelings aren't worth much, are they? Clearly the temperature was not necessarily low, but Nghi Tu Duan felt that tonight's wind was especially cold. When she came here, she should have known the outcome already, right? A man like Chu Zhenvu had never before let any woman gain any benefit from him at all. The night sky with bright stars, Nghi Tu Duan hugged her phone and rolled around on the bed. She wanted to explain to him, wanted to apologize to him, but was worried, not knowing how she should do it. Finally she went on WeChat to find Chu Zhenvu's phone number, looking up his account. The profile picture was black, the WeChat name was just a simple letter Y. She stared at that WeChat contact card, entered and then exited, exited and then entered. Finally she still clicked send on a friend request. She muted her phone, placed it on the head of the bed, closed her eyes intending to sleep. She only hoped that tomorrow morning when she woke up, he would have already agreed to her friend request. That night, Nghi Tu Duan again dreamed of that terrorist attack. Different from the previous time, in the dream this time, the face of the young man was again Chu Zhenvu. Waking up in a state of her heart pounding, she tiredly rubbed her temples. Indeed it was because she was too troubled by him, to the extent that it even intruded into her dreams. She just thought that what one thinks by day, one dreams by night, so she replaced the person in her dream with Chu Zhenvu. Tu Duan. The room door echoed with a knock. It was Ta Huin who came to wake her up. "Are you awake yet, dear? Let's get ready to depart, otherwise we'll miss the flight now." Nghi Tu Duan cleared her throat and replied, "I'm getting up right now." Holding her phone to check the message list, not as expected, there still wasn't the message line, "I have accepted your friend request." She tiredly closed her eyes, then slumped back down. Arrived in Macau. People crowded everywhere. They chose to go through the VIP lane, then were taken by a driver to the hotel. Nghi Tu Duan hadn't slept well last night, so as soon as she entered the room, she quickly took advantage to catch up on sleep. It wasn't until late afternoon when Ta Huin called to remind her to get up for dinner that she finally got up, changed clothes, and went out. Because it was the National Day holiday, tourists were packed, and hotel restaurants were almost fully booked. Fortunately, they had booked a table in advance, otherwise, they wouldn't know when they would be able to eat. While Nghi Tu Duan slept during the day, the two father and son, Ta Huin, also didn't go out to play, only staying at the hotel. Nghi Tu Duan told them they didn't need to change their plans because of her, and that they should go out and sightsee around. Ta Ap replied, "What is there for the two of us men, father and son, to stroll around?" Ta Huin chimed in, "That's right, and now it's a holiday, outside it's full of people jostling to death. Beautiful scenery can always be seen, this trip is mainly for our whole family to gather together, that's all, other things are not important." Nghi Tu Duan cut a small piece of steak and put it into her mouth, her lips curving slightly. "Then tonight I won't sleep anymore. Coincidentally before leaving I made a series of lists. After eating let's go out for a stroll." The three people ate dinner together, creating an extremely warm family picture. "All right." Ta Huin looked at her dotingly, "But at 10 o'clock I have to go back for a short meeting, and as for AP, he plans to go to the casino. Who do you plan to follow?" Casino? Nghi Tu Duan was chewing beef, speaking indistinctly. Is it fun? She had never been to a casino before. It's just that when she was little, she saw on TV how tycoons swept their hands, pushing all the chips onto the table, going all in, and only at the moment of flipping the cards did one truly feel the suspense. The father and son had finished eating, put down their knives and forks, and waited for her. Ta EP said, "It's just like in the movies, do you want to go?" She bit her fork, her eyes expectant, and nodded. Ta Huin, opposite her, smiled helplessly, seeing the two siblings happy and harmonious. His heart also felt much more at ease. Having eaten, three people went out together. Macau everywhere was European-style architecture, magnificent structures artificially erected further highlighted the feeling of luxurious decadence. It's just that the number of tourists was too high, jostling unable to move. Finally they also didn't get to visit much. Nearly 10 o'clock, Ta Huin returned to the hotel. Nghi Tu Duan followed Ta EP to the legendary casino. As soon as they entered the door, there was someone to welcome them, leading them directly to a specific area. Inside was indescribably luxurious. The common area was crowded like a festival, almost every table had people surrounding it. People's voices were noisy, gamblers placed all their chips, some rejoiced, some were dejected. This place was truly very large. Nghi Tu Duan also didn't know how long she had followed them, finally only then arriving at an extremely large private room. In the room, a card-playing table was placed, around it were a few men, next to them were girls dressed provocatively with heavy makeup. Seeing Ta EP enter, those people immediately greeted him. "Brother AP, you're late, you know. I'm almost broken. You just arrived. Was your sister holding you back? Quickly sit down and play a few rounds, I haven't played enough yet." This was a men's playground, all around full of beautiful women sitting on laps or standing behind them. Sometimes the men who won money would happily occasionally reward them with a few chips. Nghi Tu Duan was not used to this kind of scene. But still sitting next to Ta EP, he proactively introduced, "This is my younger sister, Nghi Tu Duan." All eyes fell on her, teasingly saying, "So it's a real sister, truly very beautiful." Nghi Tu Duan didn't recognize anyone among them. Ta EP's friends, she didn't know a single one. The only person she had ever known also died in that KNGB incident. From then on Ta EP hated her even more, once cursed her as a jinx, jinxing to death even his own best friend. "No more talking, brother AP, what do you want to play?" A man hugging a beautiful scantily clad woman asked, his face occasionally nudging into her. Ta EP casually said, "Just play something simple." He casually named a game that Nghi Tu Duan didn't understand. Someone pushed his chips towards him. The smallest denomination was 10,000, beside it there were also 1 million chips, 10 million chips. Ta EP leaned into her ear and whispered, "This table's total value combined was 500 million. She didn't react much, just glanced twice, indeed not thinking that at a casino they would play so big. The betting round began. Nghi Tu Duan sat watching for a while, gradually understanding the basic rules. The game Tai Xiao was of a simple type, so she temporarily grasped it somewhat. The atmosphere in the casino was as if it had a magic power, making people forget all about time, immersing them without escape. After playing for nearly an hour, the chips in front of Ta EP got higher and higher. Today he seemed very lucky. A few people opposite had already begun to look gloomy, seeming unable to play anymore. Those girls who initially stood by the opponents, now seeing Ta EP full of vigor, then wiggled their waists wanting to squeeze over. Ta EP ignored them, focusing on placing bets. Midway, Nghi Tu Duan said she wanted to go to the restroom, then left the room alone. She felt it was too suffocating in there. Moreover, the mixed smells in the room made her mind dizzy. She only wanted to go outside to breathe some air. Casually, she grabbed a staff member to ask where the restroom was. That person then enthusiastically led the way. It must be said that the service here was truly too good. as long as you had a request. They all bowed their heads to listen, then wholeheartedly helped. Nghi Tu Duan entered the restroom, looked into the mirror. She still looked a bit tired. She took out her phone, opened WeChat, looked at the line of text waiting for confirmation below the pitch-black profile picture. Her heart couldn't help but feel disappointed. After thinking for a long time, she still called Hoa Lu. The other end of the line picked up very quickly, knowing it was she calling. Her voice even had a touch of surprise. Nghi Tu Duan, why are you calling me now? She thought Nghi Tu Duan would get angry and block her right away. Unexpectedly she actually called proactively. She still didn't know that Nghi Tu Duan's next words would make her even more surprised. I've thought it through. Nghi Tu Duan leaned back against the wash basin, her voice calm. I agree to film the program. But I want to buy back all rights to that article. Additionally, after wrapping up Quan Noyet Kai, I will actively terminate my contract with the company. Hoa Lu was so surprised that she was speechless. She had thought of many possibilities, but unexpectedly Nghi Tu Duan would truly agree to film the program. 2 years of knowing her, she understood Nghi Tu Duan's personality most clearly. She would rather perish with an enemy than let anyone gain an advantage. She was the type of person who always seeks revenge. How could she agree to this matter? Was it because she truly let go of her principles, or because of the man in that photo? Hoa Lu confusedly speculated. The matter of the contract termination, I hope older sister temporarily don't tell the company. Nghi Tu Duan finished speaking her condition, also could not help but sigh. Her heart was as if having a heavy stone pressing down, making her unable to breathe. She did not want to let Chu Zanvu know the company used the article to threaten her. This matter is related to him. If exposed, both would together be pushed onto the tip of the waves and wind. Even if they stood out to clarify, few would believe a man and woman alone together on a yacht watching fireworks at midnight is a pure relationship. And Nghi Tu Duan would also forever be stuck with unpleasant labels. The best way to handle is to turn this relationship into reality. She once thought Chu Zanvu's thoughtful and meticulous gestures for her had a bit of affection, so she wanted to try to see if she could win him over. But the result was she had lost. All that he had ever done, after all, was only because she was Min Jia Nan's life-saving benefactor, that's all. Nghi Tu Duan this time had truly clearly understood herself, and also understood Chu Zanvu's attitude. She just did not want him to misunderstand her, so she wanted to explain. Her mind was troubled. Hoa Lu calmed down, said okay, then hung up the phone. She finished washing her hands and stepped out of the restroom, unexpectedly encountering an acquaintance, Tan Du, standing in front of a room, holding a phone making a call. Nghi Tu Duan wiped her hands dry, stopped and hesitated to see whether she should go forward or not. Tan Du was already here, then Chu Zanvu was certainly also present. Unexpectedly, wherever they went, they could meet each other. Seeing him finish calling, turning around to return to the room, Nghi Tu Duan discarded the tissue, calling out Tan Du. She stepped closer. Tan Du heard the sound and turned his head. Seeing it was Nghi Tu Duan, he was slightly surprised. Miss Nghi, what a coincidence, are you also here? He put away his phone, smiled and nodded to greet her. Nghi Tu Duan stood in front of him, glanced at the door, guessing Chu Zanvu was inside. She lightly smiled. I am traveling with my family, where is Chu Zanvu? As soon as she opened her mouth, she already asked directly about that man. Tan Du was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing and replied, he is inside. Do you want to enter together? Since he proactively invited her, how could Nghi Tu Duan miss this opportunity? Her eyes lit up, she nodded and asked, is it okay? Will it bother him? A feeling of tension, not knowing from where, surged up. Of course not. This answer made Nghi Tu Duan breathe a sigh of relief. Tan Du placed his hand on the doorknob. But I must go in and announce first. I've troubled you. After she finished speaking, her fingers gently dug into her palm. She watched Tandu's figure push the door open and step inside, that heavy metal door then slowly closed again. Inside the room, Tandu followed the spiral staircase down. A large round table was divided into two sides, two groups of people faced each other. Zhou Can Wu wore a matte black shirt, his collar slightly open, lazily leaning back in his chair, his left hand spinning a chip, his gaze indifferently looking at the man opposite him. Behind him was a line of bodyguards dressed in black, tall and muscular, standing in a strict formation. In contrast, the man sitting opposite was surrounded by 7 or 8 seductive girls. On his face was a smile carrying a thuggish and lewd look. In front of each person lay 5 cards, with only one face-down card yet to be revealed. "Mr. Chu, you don't seem to be in very good form today, do you?" The man glanced at the cards in his hand, then glanced at Zhou Can Wu's revealed cards, a pair of 2s and a pair of 3s, then spoke with a taunt. Zhou Can Wu did not reply. At this moment, Tandu had walked up to him, leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Sir, Miss Ney is outside, do you need her to come in?" Hearing this, Zhou Can Wu couldn't help but frown. "Is she alone?" Tandu hesitated slightly, then nodded yes. He vaguely heard Zhou Can Wu sigh, after which a cold tone sounded, "Let her in." Having received approval, Tandu then returned to the upper floor to bring the person in. At this moment, the man opposite was still boasting, casually flung a pile of high-value chips onto the table. 20 million, I want to open your cards. It was said that Zhou Can Wu was a #1 master in anything he did, but after playing a few rounds tonight, he hadn't won a single round. It turned out he was only that good. Especially, just after he finished speaking, Zhou Can Wu then lazily smiled, humbly placed his cards face down on the table. "You've won, Mr. Trong." As soon as the words ended, Mr. Trong immediately tilted his head back and burst out laughing. The girls beside him quickly gathered all the chips into his pocket. "Ha ha ha ha. I've won again. Mr. Chu, don't be discouraged, later I'll call a few young ladies to comfort you." As he finished speaking, Mr. Trong waved his hand. Immediately 2 girls swayed and walked towards the other side. But before Zhou Can Wu could speak, several bodyguards dressed in black automatically stepped forward to block their way, their faces as cold as ice, making the 2 girls retreat in fear. Seeing that, Mr. Trong pursed his lips. "Chairman Chu, don't be so cold, we'll still be playing together later, you know." Saying so, but inwardly he still felt a little wary of Zhou Can Wu's formidable presence. The girls in this room were all his companions. Having 2 people go over there was to peek at Zhou Can Wu's cards, only then could he be completely at ease to win. But the way was blocked, there was basically no way to send anyone over. "I accept Mr. Trong's kind intention, but I don't need the beauties." As he spoke, Zhou Can Wu's gaze lifted, seeing Nghi Tu Duan following Tandu downstairs, the corner of his lips curved slightly. "If my girlfriend gets jealous, she's very hard to coax." "Girlfriend?" Mr. Trong was stunned, turning his head to look back. Nghi Tu Duan had already walked past him, and came to sit beside Zhou Can Wu. The attendant immediately pulled a chair for her. She sat down beside the man. Nghi Tu Duan's heart pounded. The scene in here was completely different from Ta AP3's room. Over there, it was just friends playing, while this side felt like they were about to come to blows. She nervously tugged at Zhou Can Wu's sleeve, and softly called Zhou Can Wu. The man didn't turn his head, withdrawing his hand from her grasp. Nghi Tu Duan's heart instantly chilled. But the very next second, the chair beneath her was pulled closer by him. The 2 of them were almost pressed tightly together. Then, he gently took her hand, brought it to his lips for a soft kiss. His deep, husky voice held a touch of flirtatiousness. "Why did you come here by yourself?" Mr. Trong looked at the 2 of them, intimate and completely oblivious to others. His expression began to lose its composure. "Chairman Chu, save the sweet talk with your darling for when you go home, but now is a time for serious business. Your girlfriend has also arrived, so tonight you should at least win a round, shouldn't you?" The man turned his head and looked, the indifferent smile at the corner of his lips deepened further. He tossed his cards to the dealer. Shuffle the cards. This marked their official entry into the next round. Mr. Trung also laughed along and joined the game. A new round began. Each person was dealt 2 cards, one face down and one face up. Mr. Trung held a beauty in his lap, feigning certainty of victory. The face-up card in his hand was a king of diamonds, while Zhou Can Wu's was a 10 of diamonds. He glanced at his face-down card, it was an ace, then haughtily declared, bet 1 million first. Zhou Can Wu still maintained his usual lazy posture, at this moment holding Nghi Tu Duan in his arms. He did not even glance at the face-down card, but instead tilted his head and asked, "Darling, call?" He didn't even bother to look at his cards, just like that, handed the decision-making power to a girl. This, Mr. Trung truly did not expect. Nghi Tu Duan recalled what Mr. Trung had just said. Zhou Can Wu had not won any hands tonight yet. Playing cards like this largely relies on luck. If by now he still hasn't won a single hand, it's clear that good luck is not on his side. She originally intended to advise him to fold, but felt the man's finger drawing circles in her palm, as if signaling something. So Nghi Tu Duan pursed her lips, gently smiled looking at him. Of course. Zhou Can Wu contentedly placed a light kiss on the girl's forehead, then casually threw 2 million onto the table. Increase by 1 million. Mr. Trung could not help but laugh. Not looking at his cards but only listening to a woman's words to call a 2 million bet, he believed this hand, he surely held the winning portion. The card game continued, each person was dealt more cards. Mr. Trung received an ace, while Zhou Can Wu was a king. Still Mr. Trung called the bet first. This time he threw out 5 million, feeling that victory was already in his hands. Zhou Can Wu, as before, asked Nghi Tu Duan's opinion. "Darling, call?" The girl in his arms obediently leaned in, upon receiving the signal, gently rubbed her head into his neck. Soft hair lightly brushed against his skin, making the man tingle, but was extremely pleasant. "Call." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Can Wu immediately threw 5 million onto the table. Mr. Trung scoffed at his recklessness. Seeing the next cards, he was even more certain that he had firmly secured the win. He received another king and a 10, at this moment, in his hand were 2 big pairs. And Zhou Can Wu also received an additional K card and a 10 card, his visible cards were also 2 pairs. But Mr. Trung's whole card was an A card, making his pair of As higher than Zhou Can Wu's pair of Ks. He didn't believe Zhou Can Wu's luck could be so good that his whole card was another 10 card. Tonight he hadn't won any hand, clearly bad luck. Thinking so, Mr. Trung pushed all his chips to the middle of the table. "This hand am all in. Are you calling?" Zhou Can Wu smiled faintly. "Mr. Trung, didn't you also bring the red book for the land in Kowloon today? Since you've already bet everything, let's play big then, how about it?" Just hearing the mention of the red book, Mr. Trung swallowed, smiling coldly. "CEO Chu, are you aiming for my red book?" He pushed away the several girls sitting next to him, his eyes glaring, not speaking but full of confrontation. "Mr. Trung, didn't you say you came out to have fun? I've lost so much already, does that mean I'm not allowed to play a hand to satisfy myself?" Zhou Can Wu, while playing with Nghi Tu Duan's fingers, said indifferently. "If you want me to call, then you must offer something that makes me feel it's worthy." Mr. Trung took a deep breath, his eyes glued to Zhou Can Wu's cards. A pair of Ks and a pair of 10s, the possibility of the whole card being another 10 card was even smaller than winning the lottery. He didn't believe it. "Alright, but I also want to raise the stakes." Mr. Trung leaned back in his chair, feigning calm. "I can bet the red book, but I also want to bet your girlfriend too." Having said that, his gaze swept towards Nghi Tu Duan. All this time, he had glued his eyes on her many times. That face was truly too captivating, especially when standing next to Chu Zhenvu. It made it impossible for people to ignore. As soon as these words were uttered, Chu Zhenvu's expression immediately darkened. Using women as stakes, truly disgusting. Nghi Tu Duan squeezed the hand of the man beside her. What? Don't you dare? Mr. Trung burst into sarcastic laughter. CEO Chu, do you only have that much guts? He calmly deployed his strategy, completely unaware that the person opposite him had already begun to get angry. Even Tan Du behind also noticed the aura around Chu Zhenvu became distinctly colder. Mr. Trung truly has guts as big as the sky, but is also self-seeking his path to death. Even if Chu Zhenvu were to lose this hand, the opponent also would be hard to leave this place intact. Chu Zhenvu fell silent for a moment, feeling the tight clench of Nghi Tu Duan's hand, then gently stroked her hand to reassure. My limit is not to let my woman have to risk for myself. Change other condition. His gaze darkened, his voice full of coldness, not allowing anyone to talk back. Looking at the group of bodyguards behind him, each and every one had a terrifying aura. Mr. Trung finally also feared. Even if he spoke back, it also couldn't possibly change the outcome at this moment. He forced a smile. All right then, I bet an office building under your name, considered as equal value, right? Anyway, he was sure this time he cannot lose. Not having acquired that girl, but if he acquired a building of Chu Zhenvu, then it also was not bad. Ch. Yu Zhenvu nodded his head without a bit of hesitation, pushing all of his chips out onto the table. After that, both parties sent someone to fetch property papers to notarize. Confirmation of validity done, both only then started to flip cards under the supervision of the referee. Mr. Trung flipped the face-down card out. It was an ace. He was full of confidence, even laughing provocatively. My pair of aces utterly beats your pair of kings. From beginning until now you still haven't glanced at the cards once. I don't believe you truly have 3 tens. But just as he finished speaking, Chu Zhenvu, cold-faced, flipped the last card up. It was a 10 of diamonds. Currently he has 3 tens, completely superior compared to Mr. Trung's 2 aces, an absolute win. Mr. Trung panicked immediately. No way. Impossible. He looked bewilderedly at the card in Chu Zhenvu's hand. From beginning to end the opponent didn't even glance over the face-down card. How could he be so certain and follow the bet? If previously Chu Zhenvu had revealed a little hesitation, glanced at the cards once, perhaps he would not have risked bringing the red book out to bet. Mr. Trung, you have already lost. Chu Zhenvu stood up, his face did not carry any expression. He waved his hand to signal. The group of bodyguards behind him immediately chased all the remaining people in the room out. After that he turned his head, pushed Nghi Tu Duan towards Tan Du. Take Miss Nghi back first. Nghi Tu Duan felt some thing was off about the atmosphere. Chu Zhenvu's expression was very grim, even more terrifying than when he was angry the other day. Chu Zhenvu. She reached out her hand intending to pull him back, but before her fingertips could touch him, she was pulled away by Tan Du. Miss Nghi, please follow me, Mr. will know his limits. She was taken out of the room. As soon as the soundproof door closed, a tragic scream immediately rang out from inside. She panicked, turning her head to ask Tan Du. It won't go so far as losing a life, will it? Tan Du smiled to reassure her. No, Mr. does things with calculations. You follow me. Nghi Tu Duan still worriedly looked back over her shoulder, her small steps slowly following Tan Du. This casino connected to the Venetian Hotel. Tan Du took her upstairs, into a spacious suite. This is Mr.'s room. If you are tired you can rest for a while, wait for Mr. to finish handling the matter and he will return. Having said that, Tan Du closed the door and left. In the spacious room now only she remained alone. The scene just now still clearly appeared in her mind. Chu Zhenvu's appearance when angry was truly even more terrifying than the King of Hell. She dared not imagine what the outcome of that Mr. Truong would be. that scream was too tragic, however arrogant he was just now, then now he would probably struggle that much. Nghi Tu Duan took out her phone, discovering it had turned off because the battery was dead. She looked for a charger cable in the suite. As soon as she turned it on, more than 10 messages and missed calls immediately appeared, all were from Ta EP1. She hastily called back, the other end picked up very quickly, his voice was also full of worry. "Where did you go, Tu Duan? My phone just ran out of battery. I have returned to my room. Sorry, I made you worried." This time, Nghi Tu Duan still lied to Ta EP1. She had returned to a room, but not her own room. Hearing she was safe and sound, Ta EP1 finally breathed a sigh of relief. When she left the table for over 10 minutes and still hadn't returned, he began to panic, messages got no reply, and when he called, the phone was off. At this hour in Macau, there were many people, although their family had no enmity, but Nghi Tu Duan was a girl after all, wandering alone was too dangerous. He immediately abandoned the card game, ran everywhere looking, to the point he almost reported to the police. "Are you still at the casino?" Nghi Tu Duan asked. Ta EP1 calmed down. "Yes, I was just looking for you endlessly, thought you were still here. It's good that you're back. Are you hungry? Do you want me to bring anything for you to eat?" "No need, I just finished bathing and am resting." Nghi Tu Duan bit her lip guiltily, she couldn't meet him at this time, and even pretended to yawn. "I'm a bit tired, you should also rest early." Having dealt with Ta EP1, Nghi Tu Duan patted her chest and sighed in relief, quietly waiting for Zhou Can Wu to return. In that room, Zhou Can Wu's men were forcing Mr. Trung to kneel prostrate on the ground. He delivered a strong kick to his right shoulder, the sound of bone breaking echoed clearly, a painful scream resounded throughout the room. "Ah! No need to shout so loudly, it's just crippling an arm." His gaze was cold, his expression still indifferent, as if he didn't care at all. But everyone present knew he was very angry. At this moment, Mr. Trung finally understood why people called Zhou Can Wu the Yama of Hojang. His tears streamed profusely, letting people pull his broken arm. The pain made his brain completely numb, rendering him speechless. "CEO Chu, I was wrong, please grant me a path to live. After this, I will definitely not dare again." He humbly begged, only hearing the man in front of him let out a cold laugh. "Did you think I was really Yama?" Although Zhou Can Wu's methods were cruel, he worked with principles, he didn't kill people. He squatted down, used one hand to squeeze Mr. Trung's chin, a groan echoed, reflecting the not at all light force of his hand. Thinking of his gaze when he looked at Nghi Tu Duan, thinking of his words wanting to take her out as a bet, the anger in Zhou Can Wu's heart flared even more strongly, the force of his hand became even more violent. "That Kowloon land plot wasn't originally yours. Tonight I was willing to play with you, merely to entertain myself a bit. After this don't let me see you anywhere outside Ma Ka. That plot of land belonged to young lady Chow Kim Ni of the Chow family. She asked for a favor last time they met, and only then did he agree to come to Macau, to participate in tonight's bet." As soon as the words finished, a crack sound echoed, Zhou Can Wu released his hand, Mr. Trung's mouth could not close again from then on. The painful scream echoed throughout the room. Zhou Can Wu stood up. As soon as Tan Du turned back, he immediately handed him a handkerchief. He slowly wiped his hands, as if his hands had just touched something disgusting, dealing with it extremely meticulously. Before leaving, he also cast a contemptuous glance at the person lying on the ground. He ordered his subordinate. "Deal with it cleanly, don't dirty other people's place." "Yes." Finishing his words, he threw the handkerchief, walked up the stairs and left the room. Tan Du followed behind, heard him ask, "Have you taken Miss Ney back yet?" "Yes, she is waiting for you in the room." Zhou Can Wu. He stopped his steps, narrowed his eyes, looked back, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "I told you to take her back to her room, you." Stopping mid-sentence, he then saw there was nothing amiss, and couldn't be blamed. Tan Du proactively admitted his mistake. "I apologize, sir, it was me who misunderstood your intention." Although wrong, he had no intention of correcting it. Zhou Can Wu sighed. "Let's go." The two people did not look back and walked away. Behind them, EP1 walked out from a hidden corner, and seeing his back, he was immediately startled. Why was he here? A fleeting, untimely thought appeared in his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Nghi Tu Duan was definitely not with them. Moreover, they were going in the direction of the Venice Hotel, not where he had booked a room. Thinking this, he didn't think any further, turned and walked away. In the suite room, Nghi Tu Duan sat waiting on and on. It got later and later, but that man still had not returned. She began to think, perhaps tonight he will not return. He seemed to be deliberately avoiding her, even if she waited here until the heavens are desolate and the earth is old, also would not have any result. Thinking so, she decided to leave. Just as she stepped to the door, the room door was suddenly opened by someone from outside, making her jump in fright. When she met the deep gaze full of murderous intent of Zhou Can Wu, her heart immediately leapt wildly. "Trying to escape?" His voice was ice-cold. "No, I don't." She shook her head, anxiously asked. "Zhou Can Wu, are you all right?" He glanced at her once, did not reply, stepped straight inside. Nghi Tu Duan stood in place gritting her teeth. She knew this person was still angry. At first she only wanted to avoid misunderstanding, but thinking back to the scene when she left that room, a feeling of fear arose in her heart, because Zhou Can Wu when angry was too terrifying. She truly feared she offended him, then would have an outcry. Like Mr. Trong. Thinking for a while, she felt she should apologize to him. She turned around. He had already sat down on the chair by the window, clipping a cigarette in his hand. The purely black outfit made him increasingly exude an ascetic aura. If at this moment he additionally wore gold-rimmed glasses, perhaps she truly could not resist. Nghi Tu Duan clattered as she pulled a chair to sit opposite, displayed an ingratiating smile, intended to pull his sleeve but was again dodged. "Zhou Can Wu, I was wrong." Her voice was soft and weak like she was being coquettish. He did not look at her, took a puff of his cigarette to calm himself. Her current demeanor was merely just pretense. He could not believe it. Seeing he did not react, she tried to pull the chair closer. "Zhou Can Wu, don't be angry anymore, please. I truly know I was wrong. I promise I will not joke around with you like that anymore, truly." He still did not react, his gaze had never once glanced towards her. Attitude as if everything that happened at the casino was a dream. The tenderness, the protection of her full of domineering, even that kiss, all were fake. Nghi Tu Duan secretly cursed. This person was really hard to coax, no wonder no woman had ever received any good from him at all. She pursed her lips. "Am I not your girlfriend? Why don't you even care about me?" Hearing that, his gaze finally wavered, he tilted his head and glanced at her, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his lips. "Miss Nghi couldn't tell? It was just acting, did you still think it was real?" The words without any regard, made Nghi Tu Duan's heart also pang with pain. But at least he was willing to talk now. "Anyway, I also helped you a hand, can it be counted as making merit to atone for sin?" She refused to back down. Today's goal was precisely to coax him to calm his anger. He was silent again. The silent atmosphere made the entire room quiet to a terrifying extent. Right at this moment, a gurgle sound rang out. Nghi Tu Duan immediately covered her stomach, so embarrassed she didn't know where to look, only wanting to have any hole to crawl into to relieve the awkwardness. She hadn't eaten much dinner, now she was truly hungry. She saw Zhou Can Wu stub out his cigarette and stand up. She was about to follow him when she was yelled at. "Sit still there." His voice had natural authority, just one sentence already made her obediently sit back down. She watched his retreating back as he walked into the kitchen. She didn't know what he intended to do, but when she heard the sound of hot oil sizzling, she suddenly thought, was Zhou Can Wu cooking for her to eat? About 10 odd minutes later, he brought out a plate of spaghetti complete with vegetables and meat. The fragrant aroma pervaded throughout the room. Come here, eat rice. His voice was indifferent, but yet like a command that could not be disobeyed. Nghi Tu Duan immediately ran over, obediently sitting down at the table. He sat opposite, not saying anything. She picked up the fork intending to eat, suddenly asked. Zhou Can Wu, are you still angry? He said indifferently. Yes. Hearing the decisive answer, she put the fork down, indicating if you don't stop being angry, I won't eat. Can't you forgive me? Zhou Can Wu, eat your meal. She shook her head. You forgive me first. Eat your meal. Forgive me. Zhou Can Wu. I get it, eat quickly. He was truly at a loss with her. Nghi Tu Duan smiled, only then contentedly picked up the fork and began to eat. Unexpectedly, Zhou Can Wu seemed indifferent, but was actually also very gentle. Moreover, she hadn't expected his cooking to be so delicious. Just after one bite, she couldn't help but raise her thumb. So delicious. He didn't pay attention, stood up to take a bathrobe into the bathroom. Turning his back to leave, he himself didn't realize the corner of his lips had already curved up sky-high. Nghi Tu Duan glanced at Mr. Zhang, secretly guessing his identity was not ordinary. Just now going down the stairs, she had also heard the phrase girlfriend that Zhou Can Wu said, making her slightly stunned, but now she understood, he was wanting her to cooperate in acting. She curved her eyes and smiled, her voice soft. I miss you. Zhou Can Wu then tilted his head closer. Nghi Tu Duan's body stiffened, a hot and soft breath reached her ear, her heart pounded wildly, even her breathing couldn't keep up. He softly asked, have you ever watched the movie Go? D of Gamblers? Nghi Tu Duan was almost embraced neatly in his arms, stiffly nodding like a machine. Be good for a bit, cooperate with me. Zhou Can Wu gently stroked her neck with his fingertip, full of suggestion, causing her breath to be utterly disarrayed. Chapter 13, A Shared Divination. Nghi Tu Duan had just finished eating when Zhou Can Wu also just stepped out from the bathroom. He was only wrapped in a bathrobe, his soaking wet hair falling down his forehead, one hand holding a hair-drying towel, and while speaking, he used the other hand to lightly tousle his head. No need for you to clean up, later I'll have Tan Do take you home. He stopped the girl who was about to clear the dishes and chopsticks, his tone calm. Of course Nghi Tu Duan knew she didn't need to clean up, she was just putting on a show a little. Hearing him say that, she then narrowed her eyes, walking behind him. I ate too much already, can I wait for it to digest a bit before going home? Hearing that, his hair-wiping motion stopped short, and he turned his head to gaze deeply at her. Seeing the gentle gaze and the corner of her mouth gently curved up there, for a moment he almost held his breath. After that, he again continued to walk forward. Up to you. Being given permission, Nghi Tu Duan immediately satisfied herself by sitting back on the sofa. By this time, EP1 surely hadn't slept yet. If she returned and accidentally bumped into him, she would also find it hard to explain. To be safe. Staying a bit longer was still better. Zhou Can Wu sat next to her drying his hair, while Nghi Tu Duan nestled neatly on the chair playing some small games on her phone. The room was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. The sound of the hairdryer stopped abruptly, and at the same time, from the end of the sofa, the sound of the game's failure echoed. Amidst the warm air, two gazes intersected in silence. The girl held her phone, her sparkling black eyes revealing an innocent naivety. In a moment, I have a video meeting. Nghi Tu Duan pouted her lips. This sentence didn't need explanation to understand that the implication was her game sound was too loud. She quietly switched her phone to silent mode, her eyes curved appealingly. I won't disturb you. At this moment, she was obedient to a peculiar degree. Zhou Can Wu glared at her once, full of indifference. The meeting might last a bit long. If you want to go home then call Tan Du. Call? Nghi Tu Duan was stunned. I don't have his number. It seemed for a moment, she saw a look of helplessness flash across Zhou Can Wu's face. But when she looked closely again, his expression was still calm as usual. He gently nodded towards the coffee table in front of her. On the glass surface was his phone. Password 6 ones. After speaking, he turned his back and walked into the bedroom. Nghi Tu Duan was lost in thought, staring at that phone for a very long time. It was indeed Zhou Can Wu's phone. A vague thought crept into her. Zhou Can Wu's meeting lasted until quite late. After closing his laptop, he tiredly rubbed the spot between his eyebrows, looked up at the clock. It was already past 2 in the morning. He had originally intended to shower and then go to sleep right away, but suddenly remembered there was still another person in the room, unsure if she had left yet. Thinking so, he stood up, opened the door and went out. Standing in front of the room door, the surroundings were silent to the extent that one could hear a pin drop. The girl was curled up in the corner of the sofa, her head resting on the armrest, sleeping very peacefully. Her hand hanging loosely was still holding the phone. Still not willing to go home yet? Zhou Can Wu sighed softly, stepped forward and squatted down in front of the sofa. By his ear was the girl's steady breathing. He let out a soft, helpless sigh, carefully took the phone out of her hand, then put his arms around her nape and under her knees, gently carried her up. His movements were very gentle. The person in his arms had absolutely no intention of waking up. The suite only had one bedroom. Zhou Can Wu placed her on his bed, carefully covered her with the blanket, pulled the curtains closed, then stood by the bed, quietly looking at her for a few more seconds. Leaving the room, he returned to the living room. The phone still lay in its previous position. He sat down, took out a cigarette and lit it, then called Tan Du. The other side also still hadn't leapt. Sir, is there anything you need to instruct? A thick plume of smoke rolled straight out from his mouth, making his already deep eyes even more hazy. Does the hotel still have empty rooms? Tan Du hesitated slightly. This period is holiday season, there are too many tourists, the hotel has already run out of rooms. After speaking, not seeing Zhou Can Wu reply, he coughed twice, feeling a bit guilty. If you need, I can give up my room for you. Zhou Can Wu took a few drags of his cigarette, found it bland and tasteless, and before finishing it, broke it in half and put it out. No need. From now on, don't presume to be clever and decide for me, understand? Tan Du was well aware that Zhou Can Wu had a certain specialness towards Nghi Tu Duan, so he was always respectful towards her, even presumptuously bringing her into Zhou Can Wu's room. Even though it was currently peak tourism season, high-class suite rooms wouldn't easily run out completely. His trick was seen through as easily as turning one's hand, but Zhou Can Wu did not pursue it further. Yes, sir. Late at night, silent, Zhou Can Wu stared at the two phones placed next to each other, his thoughts unconsciously drifting far away. Not knowing what he thought of, he picked up his phone, and opened WeChat. The moon wallpaper appeared for a few seconds then disappeared, and the message list interface gradually appeared. Right at the top was a cute cartoon rabbit icon, accompanied by the name, Nghi Tu Duan. Zhou Can Wu let out a laugh, as if helpless, yet also as if he had already foreseen this. Last night, when he received a friend request from her, he had several times almost pressed accept, but rationality always took the upper hand in his mind, and in the end he still didn't accept it, just leaving it there. He contentedly turned off the screen, finally lying down on the sofa, exactly where she had just slept a moment ago. Closing his eyes, the corner of his lips still unconsciously curved up. Nghi Tu Duan woke up very early, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she stretched herself in a very satisfied way. Her body was lying in a strange posture, and when she just saw the face of a man, she immediately startled and pulled the blanket to completely cover her face. Why are you here? At the door of the room, Zhou Can Wu wore a neat suit, arms crossed, leaning sideways against the door frame, calmly looking at the girl on the bed still luxuriating in the morning. He did not answer. But after a few seconds of panic, Nghi Tu Duan also slowly remembered. This was not her room. Last night, she completely did not return. She was sleeping on Zhou Can Wu's bed. After her mind became clear again, Nghi Tu Duan clutched the blanket tightly in her hand, timidly asking one more question. Why am I here? Apparently she remembered herself falling asleep on the sofa, so how come she woke up on the bed now? She had thought this only happened when at home, who knew that even as far as Macau, she still got caught up in it. If it were the simple girl of a few years ago, she would certainly doubt herself of having somnambulism. Wake up, I'll take you home. Zhou Can Wu always gave off an approachable, gentle impression, but anyone who had seen his cruel side would not easily dare to approach him. As for Nghi Tu Duan, it was as if she lacked a nerve of vigilance. Yesterday she saw him get angry, but today she had no fear left. She pulled back the blanket and stepped down from the bed. Her slippers had been neatly placed beside the edge of the bed. Without a trace of ceremony, she went straight into the bathroom as if she was at her own home. Zhou Can Wu still had his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, following every action of hers with his eyes. She washed her face very quickly. It was done in just 10 minutes. Let's go. Her fair and beautiful face still had a few drops of water clinging to it, her whole being exuded a rare pure and innocent charm. Zhou Can Wu looked for a few more seconds, only then did he move his gaze. On the way, he couldn't help but think that between him and her, there seemed to exist an invisible connection, a wordless understanding. It was as if it had begun 10 years ago. Each time they met again by chance, it was as if there was a prearrangement, each step unfolded strangely coincidentally. Just like that time in L.A., originally he did not intend to attend that party, but his friends kept persuading him, and he complied and went. He originally did not like noisy places at all, so he only sat alone at the bar by the seashore. When Nghi Tu Duan entered, he only glanced briefly, then continued to bow his head and drink wine. The table in front of him already had one more empty bottle. Undeniably, she seemed born with charisma, while he just happened to be attracted. From the meeting in L.A., to the reunion in Guangdong, Hong Kong, his body was always unconsciously pulled towards her, no matter how much his reason wanted to resist. Once, when they went together to Namen Temple to offer incense, the young monk asked him if he wanted to draw a divination stick. He only replied that he came to light incense. Yet when leaving, he actually turned back to ask for a lot. The young monk received the divination stick. Before he even had time to open the book, he smiled and said, "You and the young lady just now, both drew the same lot. That was lot number 66, a very auspicious lot." Zhou Can Wu did not overly believe in such things, but even now, the divination slip is still kept in his bedside drawer. Today the weather was very beautiful, the number of tourists on the street was even more crowded than yesterday. Zhou Can Wu took her to beneath the hotel. Nghi Tu Duan had just turned around to say goodbye when a voice called out from the side. "Tu Duan." In that instant, that familiar voice made her stiffen, her heart pounded wildly, out of rhythm. Both simultaneously turned their heads, seeing Ta Ap Tri and Ta Huin, who had just entered from outside. "Why are you two here?" Ta Ap Tri's expression was not good. His gaze towards Zhou Can Wu also carried some scrutiny. Nghi Tu Duan quickly racked her brain. "I just finished eating breakfast outside, coincidentally met Mr. Chu. It's truly too coincidental, so we exchanged a few words." The explanation sounded truly awkward. Even Zhou Can Wu almost burst out laughing. She was still wearing yesterday's clothes. One look and it was clear she didn't just come out of home. Ta Ap Tri looked at her with a cold face, as if wanting to discern something from that expression. "This must be Mr. Chu." Ta Huin spoke up, looking towards Chu Zanvu, revealing a businessman's smile. I have heard of your name for a long time, did not expect you to be this young. My AP try having the opportunity to cooperate with you is truly fortunate. Hereafter, we still hope for your further guidance. Business people all have deep intentions. Ta Huan outwardly spoke polite words, but did not expect the other party to be not courteous at all. Of course. Although Chu Zanvu, by calculation, was a junior in front of Ta Huan, the status of the Chu family made it difficult for the other party to raise his voice. Mr. Chu also came to Macau? Ta AP Tri tossed out a question. That tone of voice was as if Chu Zanvu had deliberately followed them here. Chu Zanvu slightly curled his lips. Handling some private matters. As he spoke, his gaze glanced over Nghi Tu Duan with full hidden meaning, which immediately made the atmosphere grow strange. Nghi Tu Duan? No way, don't you joke anymore. Ta Huan paused, looking at his daughter as if unable to believe it. As for Ta AP Tri, he frowned even tighter, so angry that he didn't want to open his mouth. Facing his gaze, Nghi Tu Duan knew clearly this was Chu Zanvu's malicious joke, yet she couldn't find any words to explain, truly having a mouth but unable to speak. As for that detestable person, after speaking, he immediately left behind a mess for her, retreating alone, full of smugness. Then I won't bother your family anymore. Chu Zanvu looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. The purpose achieved, he immediately turned around and left. Nghi Tu Duan stood stunned in place, clearly feeling two blazing gazes as if wanting to burn her alive. And she again felt a pang of guilt. I can explain, you know. Her voice was faint. The two men simultaneously sighed heavily, then turned around and walked into the hotel. Chapter 14 Uncontrollable. The friend you said last time you invited for a meal, is that precisely Chu Zanvu? At this moment, Nghi Tu Duan was kneeling alone on the sofa in her father's room, facing the two dignified men in the house. The little girl looked no different from a small rabbit cornered. She lowered her head deeply, obediently confessing. It is he. Not daring to look up, she still clearly heard her father's heavy sigh, full of disappointment, as if resenting that iron could not be forged into steel. On the opposite side, Ta AP Tri had been frowning ever since he came upstairs. In his heart, it was unclear whether it was a sour taste or what, only feeling uncomfortable. How did you become acquainted with him? Ta Huan asked. Nghi Tu Duan bowed her head, fiddling with her hands. It was that time I went to a yacht party in his place, and accidentally saved his little nephew. To thank me, when I was in Hozhong, he helped me a lot. The answer was vague, but it was entirely the truth. If that's the case, then you two haven't known each other for long, have you? How could there be anything private here? She immediately raised her head. There really isn't anything. Daddy, you cannot believe his words. So where did you sleep last night? Nghi Tu Duan. That question hit her fatal weak point. It was truly impossible to answer. From a certain perspective, she had lied to her father and brother many times, while Chu Zanvu, a man who says one is one, had no reason whatsoever to lie to them. Unless it was true that he had a hobby of playing persistent pranks on them. To believe whom or not to believe whom, those who have heart would naturally know how to distinguish. That day, Nghi Tu Duan sat in Ta Huan's room all day, listening to him tell about the conspiracies within the Chu group, about Chu Zanvu's shrewdness and ruthlessness. As he gradually rose to his current position, she listened very attentive. Eli. Chu Zanvu's mother was once a famous singer in the Hong Kong region. Afterwards, it was rumored that she got pregnant without being married, destroying other people's families, intruding upon other people's marriages. From then on, she suffered from depression and jumped off a building to commit suicide when Chu Zanvu was young. Afterwards, his maternal grandmother raised him to adulthood. It wasn't until he was 15, when his father's first wife passed away, that he was brought back to Hozhong. Because that family originally only had one daughter, Chu Yuyan Truck, no one could inherit the group. From the time they brought him back, they had groomed him to be the successor. And he did not disappoint anyone either. Graduating from university, he started from the lowest employee position in the group. After only 1 year, he had become the general director. At that time, he was only 23 years old. His father was both proud and wary of his son's capabilities, even once secretly hindered him, not wanting him to advance too quickly. By the age of 25, his father's health deteriorated due to cancer, forcing him to yield his position. At that time, Zhou Can Wu had completely controlled the entire group. Many high-level leaders were dissatisfied working under a young boy, and simultaneously submitted their resignations. But after only one night, everyone changed their minds, willingly and voluntarily staying. Outsiders did not know what Zhou Can Wu had done, but everyone saw the result. At that age of 25, he held a gigantic business empire, and the rumors became more and more numerous. From someone mocked as an illegitimate child, shamelessly demanding to contend for family assets, to the point of standing firm in Hozhang, becoming a person whom everyone had to respectfully call out Mr. Chu. The path he walked was very arduous, and he himself was also extremely strong. But precisely because of that, he was more unpredictable than anyone else. Ta Huin told those stories only hoping his daughter would feel a little afraid, and from then on, know how to stay away from that man. Who would have thought the little girl, after hearing, even showed a look of admiration. For him to reach today also truly wasn't easy at all. You. Ta Huin choked on his words, pointing a finger at her. He felt his daughter was as if missing a nerve. Everyone else was afraid to meet Zhou Can Wu and didn't even have enough time, yet she dared to spend the night with him. But Nghi Tu Duan said those words sincerely. Perhaps because she herself was also once an adopted child, once received discriminatory gazes from others, so she sympathized with Zhou Can Wu's past. The matter his parents did wrong, then what does it have to do with him? He didn't do anything at all, just because he was born by people who were wrong, that he had to bear all the heavy criticism. Heaven was already unfair, then it was usually even more unfair. Ta Huin was both angry and amused. In the end, Ould only admonish. From now on, don't associate too much with this person anymore. If anything happens, Daddy also isn't sure he can save you. I know, Daddy. Nghi Tu Duan obediently replied, but her father only sighed helplessly, waving his hand, telling her to go out. She had already witnessed Zhou Can Wu's cruelty last night. If she truly wanted to stay away from him, yesterday when leaving the casino, she would not have followed Tan Du up to his room. She sighed. A day passed very quickly. Going out from Ta Huin's room, it was already afternoon. Just at that moment, Ta EP1 called her down to the restaurant to eat. She had no choice but to follow. From this courtroom stepping into another courtroom that was her lot. Traveling to Macau but couldn't play anything, only constantly being lectured. Looking at the thick, charred steak on the table, her ears buzzed again from her brother's nagging words. She didn't have any appetite left. Zhou Can Wu is not someone that you can control. Ta EP1 spoke a long string of words, finally concluding like that. Didn't know if she listened attentively, but she just nodded, replying very cooperatively. The next few days, Nghi Tu Duan was constantly accompanied by her father and brother. Wherever they went, all three went together, not letting her have any private space. Already not liking to be controlled, 2 days later she resolutely did not leave the room. Not until the 5th day, she said she wanted to return to Hozhang. Father and daughter both became tense at the same time, intending to arrange 2 bodyguards to follow her. Nghi Tu Duan finally couldn't hold back. I've said it very clearly, there's nothing between Zhou Can Wu and me. I'm not some cat or dog raised in the house. Why do father and brother limit my freedom? Even if I really know him, don't I have the right to make friends? This was the first time in her 20 years living in the Ta family home that she had lost control like that. Before, she had always been obedient and never talked back to her father or brother. But today, for the first time, she got angry, saying harsh words. As soon as she had finished venting her anger, she immediately regretted it, especially when she saw Ta Huin turn his face away, silently wiping tears. Her heart instantly melted. "Daddy!" She wanted to step closer, but her father put out a hand to stop her. "Tu Duan, you truly have grown up, and now have the ability to take responsibility for your own actions. All paths are your own choice. Daddy truly should not limit your freedom." "Daddy, I didn't mean that." She again reached out her hand, but her father's gaze, tired, retreated a step. Ta Ap gently shook his head. "You go back to your room first." The words were a clear dismissal. Nghi Tu Duan awkwardly turned to look at Ta Ap beside her. "Brother. Go back first." Ta Ap pulled her hand outside, leaned his head close to her ear, and whispered, "I'll stay with Daddy for a bit, don't worry." "Why, he won't be angry with you." Nghi Tu Duan felt a lump in her throat. She originally had no intention of hurting Ta Ap. She understood that her father's decisions all stemmed from worry, afraid that something might happen to her. It was just that the emotions suppressed these past few days made her unable to control herself. Even if they were not biological father and daughter, 20 years of affection was not fake. If not for Ta Huin, she originally could not have had the life she had now. This holiday, truly, was not very peaceful. The next morning, Nghi Tu Duan carried a small bouquet of chrysanthemums, standing and waiting in front of Ta Huin's room door, wanting to sincerely apologize to him. Last night, Ta Ap stayed in father's room until midnight before leaving. It seemed that the words she said had truly pained him. The room door was open from inside. The tired look under Ta Huin's eyes proved that he also hadn't slept much last night. Nghi Tu Duan hurriedly stepped forward, stuffing the bouquet into his hand. "Daddy, please don't be sad anymore, okay? The words I said last night were not to blame you. I know you do everything out of worry for me. It was me who spoke wrongly. Please don't be angry with me anymore, okay? I promise I will never make you sad again." Sure enough, the little padded jacket always made one's heart soften. As soon as Ta Huin opened the door and saw her, more than half of his anger in his heart had already melted away. He smiled, eaching out to pinch his daughter's cheek. "This little rascal truly makes one both love and hate." Seeing his father was no longer angry, Nghi Tu immediately hugged his arm. "Daddy is hungry, isn't he? I've ordered a lavish breakfast. After eating, let's go to the airport." "What about your brother? Not waiting anymore? You truly are a little rogue, aren't you?" From behind, Xia Yizi's voice rang out wearily, adjusting his collar as he stepped forward. "Once you've coaxed Daddy, you don't need me anymore, huh?" Caught in the act, she leaned against her father's back, pouting playfully, pretending to be pitiful. "Daddy, look at him." That one word again made Xia Yizi burst into laughter. "Let's go, little rogue. Didn't you say you prepared a grand breakfast?" The family of three happily walked towards the elevator, the two siblings bickering by their father's ear, radiant with happiness on their faces. "Nghi Tu, if I am a little rogue, then you are truly a big rogue." "Xia Yizi, then what is Daddy? An old rogue, huh?" "Nghi Tu, I didn't say that." "Xia Xian, you two are truly rogues. Ha 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 ha." At the same time, Zhou Can Wu only stayed in Macau for one day. After taking Nghi Tu back to the hotel, that afternoon he boarded a plane to return to Hujiang. As soon as he landed, he immediately returned to the company. The days spent in Hong Kong had left quite a lot of work accumulated. He instructed Qin Rui to send the property deed to Gao Jiner, then Qin Rui got off work, and he himself stayed at the group to work overtime until late at night. Thus busy for several days, it wasn't until the evening of the 5th, which was also the night before Zhou Wanzu's birthday, that the house servant brought over a square-shaped package. "Mister, this is a parcel from this afternoon, sent by someone unknown." Zhou Can Wu reached out to take it, not giving it much thought. Perhaps due to the days of intense overtime, an expression of weariness was clearly visible on his eyebrows. He placed the package on the table in the bedroom, and after bathing, again entered the study to handle some unread emails, struggling on until late at night before returning to the room. Just as he was about to wash his face and sleep, his gaze swept across the forgotten package on the table. At this moment, he turned his body and stepped towards it, gently removing the outer wrapping. Inside was a meticulously packaged gift box, its outer cover a classical landscape painting, a green ribbon wrapped around the box forming a butterfly bow on top. Each layer was opened, until he saw the real thing inside, a beautiful imperial green jade bracelet. Suddenly remembering the time he had once asked Nghi Tu Duan to help choose a birthday gift for Zhou Yuan, he then suddenly realized that tomorrow was her birthday. He picked up the bracelet and meticulously examined it, truly exceedingly beautiful. His furrowed brows then relaxed, and the corners of his lips also subtly curved upward. He carefully packaged the gift, then turned and went into the bathroom to wash his face. Chapter 15 Cowardly. Just as she landed at the Hozhong airport, the person who came to pick up Nghi Tu Duan turned out to be Tan Du. She hadn't brought much luggage, and, alone, wearing a mask and sunglasses, she walked out from the VIP exit, immediately spotting Tan Du respectfully standing and waiting nearby. "Why are you here?" Nghi Tu Duan asked in surprise. As soon as she finished asking, her gaze swept behind him, but she saw no familiar figure. She had not told Chu Zanvu her flight information, so she had not expected Tan Du to come pick her up. He explained it was Madame's instruction. In that case, there was nothing difficult to understand anymore. The holiday was about to end, and the airport was bustling with crowds of people. Both also did not stand around chatting long. Though they had only known each other for half a month, they were as close as if they had known each other for many years. Nghi Tu Duan naturally slipped into the back seat of the car, but still did not see the other person's figure, and her heart involuntarily felt a slight pang of disappointment. Tan Du glanced at her through the rearview mirror, his voice as if unintentional. "The master is still in a meeting at the company. I will take you back to the Min family's villa first." Nghi Tu Duan was taking off her mask, and the motion of putting her sunglasses into her bag suddenly halted. She felt a little awkward. Unsure how to respond. These two, master and servant, truly were in sync. Nothing could be hidden from them. The car drove to the Min family's villa, and just as Zhou Yuan had said, the old master and Min Hong were both not home. There were also no guests in the house, quiet to an unusual degree. Perhaps due to the chilly autumn season, the garden was covered in withered leaves, making the villa, which was already somewhat desolate, even more forlorn. Stepping inside the house, the interior decor held no atmosphere of joy or luxury, almost unchanged from her last visit, looking nothing like it was about to host a birthday party. "Tu Duan, you're here." Zhou Yuan poked her head down from upstairs. Despite the chilly weather, she wore only a strapless long dress, and her face was elaborately made up, her image completely different from their previous meeting. "Hurry up here and help me choose an outfit. I've been indecisive for ages." Perhaps because she was a celebrity, she especially valued aesthetics. As soon as she saw Nghi Tu Duan arrive, Zhou Yuan seemed to see a savior and hastily called her upstairs. Seeing her demeanor, Nghi Tu Duan was slightly stunned, then quickly stepped forward, being dragged by her straight into the bedroom. On the bed lay scattered colorful and seductive evening gowns. It seemed she was picking the most fiery one. "I think this long dress suits better, or does this body-hugging one look more elegant?" The hostess of the party held two dresses up to herself, turned to the mirror to look, then asked for her opinion. "I think this dress will suit you better." Nghi Tu Duan bent down to rummage around, taking out a classic blue qipao. Based on her impression of Zhou Yuan, this elegant and gentle style seemed more suitable. Unexpectedly, with just a glance, she waved her hand to dismiss it. She threw all the pile of dresses back onto the bed, chuckled softly. "Tu Duan, perhaps we haven't known each other long enough, so you haven't understood me yet. I think the you now is just the image you deliberately created after marriage. Because the Min family is a large clan, they need a dignified and virtuous madam. But actually, before marriage, I was also the type who liked drinking, going to bars gentle and poised. Those words certainly don't describe the me of earlier days. Today is my birthday, I want to try experiencing the feeling of freedom like before, just this once. So, you understand what kind of dress I need, right? After she finished speaking, Nghi Tu Duan's face clearly revealed surprise. Since the first time they met, she had never thought Chu Yuan truck could be associated with words like bar or boozing. Could this be the opposite type from legends? Nghi Tu Duan assessed her from top to bottom in her mind. She already had a plan. Then I understand now. The two exchanged smiles, beginning to take turns choosing outfits and styling one another. Only after conversing did she realize, Chu Yuan truck had absolutely no intention of hosting her birthday party at the villa. Chu Zhenvu had arranged the party at a luxurious hotel, the presidential suite at Din Thuong International Hotel, with a sky pool and an extra-wide balcony. Min Deep also said he had ordered a birthday cake taller than a person, at least 1.7 meters tall. From that point onwards, Nghi Tu Duan only slowly began to realize, these people were not merely puppets following family orders. They were vibrant individuals, with souls and self-determination. Finally, Nghi Tu Duan picked for Chu Yuan truck a long, backless mermaid-style dress, hugging the bodice curves tightly, revealing a seductive waist. The wide bare back created a seductive expanse that made it hard for people to take their eyes off. And Chu Yuan truck, she chose for her a form-fitting, off-shoulder dress of the same style as her own, in a pure white hue, enhancing her cold appearance, making her already aloof demeanor even more arrogant. The two fooled around in the room until evening, when Chu Zhenvu got off work and came to pick them up. The two girls went downstairs hand in hand, each dressed lightly, one aloof, one alluring. Chu Zhenvu crossed his arms across his chest, silently watched the two approach, his brows slightly raised, saying nothing. His eyes, from start to finish, remained on Nghi Tu Duan, his Adam's apple subtly bobbed, as if a faint itch was rising from somewhere. Chu Yuan truck peeked outside, quietly said Tan Du is here. Let him drive a private car to take me, and you will be responsible for taking Nghi Duan. Having finished speaking, she also, in passing, pushed Nghi Tu Duan forward. The force wasn't strong, but she wore high heels, her steps unstable, so she almost slipped and fell. Chu Zhenvu hastily reached out his hand to catch her, his warm palm pressed against her delicate, cool back, like water touching fire, contrasting to the point of chilling one. Nghi Tu Duan steadied herself in his arms, her entire back felt as if burned. She embarrassedly took a step back, then turned her head to look at Chu Yuan truck, giving a forced smile as if to apologize. Why aren't you riding in the same car as us? Chu Yuan truck, as though she had prepared the answer. I am the main character riding with you, it's very easy to be overshadowed. Though it was said in jest, that truly was the truth. Nghi Tu Duan's face, wherever she went, became the focal point of the crowd, and today, moreover, she was personally helped with makeup by Chu Yuan truck. If she truly appeared with the host in the same frame, it might cause people to gossip. She didn't know how to retort. Finally, she still obediently sat back down into Chu Zhenvu's car. Recently, the weather had begun to turn cold. As soon as she stepped outside, her arms were already covered in goosebumps. Nghi Tu Duan hurriedly ducked into the car, inwardly slightly regretting that she had agreed to wear this formal gown to accompany Chu Yuan truck. Chu Zhenvu. You had not yet gotten into the car. He was still standing outside talking with Chu Yuan truck. You like her, so why don't you pursue her? Chu Yuan truck shook her head, helplessly, and you even have to let me step in, you coward. Last time, playing cards, she had realized no wonder this kid had always refused Tam Jai Li until now it turns out his taste is like this. Chu Zhenvu casually threw his jacket to her, you go worry about your own matters first. Her outfit today was truly lucky that the old master wasn't at home. If he saw it, she would certainly again be made to kneel for a session. Chu Yuan truck chuckled, wrapping the jacket around herself. As long as you all don't say anything, then there will be no trouble. Just as she finished speaking, Tandu had driven the car over. She turned her head and personally opened the car door and sat inside. Let's go. As soon as the command was given, the car darted away. Chu Zanvu remained standing there, the tip of his tongue lightly pressed against the inside of his cheek, lightly snorted, a smile breaking forth. He returned to the car, took out a large paper bag from the back seat, and opened the passenger seat door. The person inside was looking down, fiddling with her phone. He handed the bag over. There's still time to go change clothes now. His voice rang out suddenly. Nghi Tu Duan tilted her head, extended her hand to receive it. In the bag was clearly another formal dress. They intend to hold the party on the rooftop. If you don't want to have to retreat early, then you should change clothes. Tonight the temperature will be even lower. Wearing such thin clothes, it would be impossible to endure outdoors. Nghi Tu Duan was also very obedient, quickly got out of the car to change clothes. This outfit, compared to the previous one chosen by Chu Yuyan Truck, even more exuded a gentle and elegant beauty. The subdued elegant nude tone flattered her skin, the delicate cut hugged the curves of her body. It was still an off-shoulder style but was paired with an additional white and pink striped wool shawl, both increasing the warmth, and not losing the inherent pure, gentle look. Walking through the fallen leaves in the yard, underfoot emitted dry rustling sounds, making one feel a clearer sense of autumn. Seeing her return, Chu Zanvu satisfactorily curved his lips, opening the car door for her, like a gentleman welcoming his princess. Not knowing what she was thinking, Nghi Tu Duan deliberately stopped in front of the car door, the corners of her lips curved up, smiling with a hint of playfulness. She cleared her throat. You must say, Princess, please get in the car. Chu Zanvu. Get in the car. Nghi Tu Duan shook her head, correcting his words. Not right, you must say Princess, please get in the car. She looked at him full of anticipation. The man narrowed his eyes, said nothing. Both were silent, only the sound of wind rustling leaves beside their ears. He did not open his mouth, Xiao. So did not move. They continued to stand off like that, until Nghi Tu Duan sneezed. Chu Zanvu slightly frowned, finally reluctantly opened his mouth. Princess, please get in the car. Yes. She curved her eyes in a smile, having heard the sentence she wanted, finally willing to bend down and sit inside the car. The man outside let out a huff, slammed the car door shut, feeling amused. Tonight, Din Thuong Quoc Te Hotel was extremely bustling. The parking lot was full of supercars and luxury cars. The scene was lavish and dazzling. At this moment, Nghi Tu Duan truly felt for the first time what it meant to be a young lady of a prominent family. Even though Chu Yuyan Truck was now married, everyone called her Min Fu Nan, but the title of the eldest young lady of the Chu family had never been lost. Even though she hadn't appeared before the media for a long time, but just a small invitation card was still enough to make countless people flock here. Nghi Tu Duan did not want to go up with Chu Zanvu. Because for the two of them, anyone appearing alone was already enough to attract gazes, let alone still going together. She told him to wait a moment more, while she quietly pushed the door, got out of the car, and blended into the crowd. The man sat in the driver's seat, propping one hand on his forehead, leisurely watched her blend into that group of rich kids. Nghi Tu Duan was inherently not good at communication, did not actively start conversations with anyone. Ly quietly went straight, squeezing into the elevator in the last batch. Inside the elevator, packed with people, Nghi Tu Duan stood close to the outer edge. All around her ears was the noisy laughter and chatter of the group of guys and girls. The cramped space made people feel uncomfortable. The elevator door slowly closed, the laughter grew increasingly clear. She brought her hand to gently rub her temple. Just as the door was about to close completely, a hand suddenly reached in from the gap, causing the entire elevator to jolt. Ah! Nghi Tu Duan, also startled, sharply turned her head back, until that familiar cold face appeared within her line of sight. She heard someone behind her back say in a low, surprised voice, "Oh my God, it's Zhou Can Wu. Sorry. The deep voice rang out, lightly, without a trace of emotion. The man swept his gaze around, his gaze stopping at Nghi Tu Duan. The two met each other's eyes, on their faces there was not even a ripple, like two strangers. He stepped in, stood occupying the last empty spot by the door. Nghi Tu Duan gently shifted, increasing the distance between the two of them. The elevator door closed again. This time, the entire compartment sank into silence, not a single sound remained. Nghi Tu Duan looked at the man through the reflective glass surface. He stood perfectly straight there, his gaze calm, without the slightest waver. Chapter 16 Calling her name. The number on the screen slowly increased, the entire elevator as if all were wary of the same person, even their breathing also became cautious, the air froze to the point of suffocating. Finally arrived at the designated floor, when the man by the door slowly lifted his foot to leave, the crowd behind as if just let out a heavy breath. In just a blink of an eye, Zhou Can Wu's figure had disappeared from sight. Nghi Tu Duan intentionally slowed down a little, then heard murmuring behind her back. Oh my God, just now when Zhou Can Wu stepped in, I dared not even breathe. Me too. Especially with Nghi Tu Duan still standing in front of me, how dared I budge? Hey, didn't Nghi Tu Duan once offend Zhou Can Wu at the Grace Brands event? How come now she can still appear in the same frame as him? And not even see her suffer anything at all? This matter I have heard already. It seems she is involved with the second young master of the Min family. It was the second young master who begged to help her. Previously there were even people who saw him come to the film set to watch her film a commercial. I think later we must certainly call her second young madam. These words, no one knew where they originated from, without any concrete evidence, all were stories spread by word of mouth. They lowered their voices to whisper as if others couldn't hear, but every single word clearly reached Nghi Tu Duan's ears. She walked in front, secretly rolling her eyes. Indeed, people shouldn't be too curious the moment one hears scandalous talk about oneself, one immediately loses all desire to justify anything. The entire floor was designed as a private apartment, so as soon as one stepped out of the elevator, one entered the foyer. Through a short corridor, one then reached the actual main hall. The decoration style was luxurious and flashy, completely unlike the atmosphere of a hotel. A giant glass door led out to the terrace and outdoor swimming pool, allowing one to see the entire view with just one glance. Outside, a round platform had also been built, on which stood a birthday cake tower specially custom-ordered by Min Deep, taller than even a person, causing anyone who just stepped in to exclaim in admiration. Nghi Tu Duan was no exception. She stood next to the round platform, looking up at the towering cake tower, secretly thinking it truly was Min Deep's typical style. While engrossed and admiring, a voice suddenly rang out beside her ear. How is it? Impressive, right? Min Deep, without her knowing when, had gently pressed close behind her back, gently bending down by her shoulder to ask softly. Nghi Tu Duan was startled, hastily stepping aside, only then discovering he stood so close to her. Why did you walk without making any sound at all? She frowned and asked, just now indeed engrossed in studying the cake stacking method, completely not noticing someone approaching. Around them were countless gazes. The two of them, moreover standing in the most prominent position, were also two figures who attracted all attention. So this scene was nothing less than further strengthening the previous rumors, as if proving that people had guessed correctly. Nghi Tu Duan rolled her eyes, looking around. The people around pretended to chat, clink glasses, but their eyes kept glancing in this direction. She softly uttered a tsk. Now, leaving was bad, and staying wasn't good either. The uncomfortable mood made her not even bother to save face, only hoping someone would quickly come to break this awkward situation. Seeing you so intently admiring my work, how could I bear to disturb? Min Deep still hadn't noticed the awkward expression on her face, continuing to babble on non-stop. Just at this moment, from out of nowhere, Tan Du suddenly appeared beside the two people, politely greeting second young master, Miss Nghi. Nghi Tu Duan nodded in response, awkwardly forcing out a social smile. Second young master, the master has words he wants to say to you. Tan Du looked at Min Deep and said. Huh? Where did he hide again? If there's something, why doesn't he come to meet me himself? Min Deep was still like a carefree young man, looking around everywhere searching for someone truly a silly cute appearance, making Nghi Tu Duan look and involuntarily burst out laughing, her heart secretly envying his carefree nature. Tan Du was very patient. Sir has always disliked showing his face, you know that. When he spoke, his gaze only fixed on Min Deep, not glancing elsewhere even for a moment, and quiet. Ly squeezed in between the two. The chatter around began to shift its attention, the gazes on Nghi Tu Duan gradually dispersed. What does he want to say? Don't tell me he's going to sneak off for tea again? No, sir said he won't be returning to Du Man Villa tonight. The crowd grew larger by the moment. Nghi Tu Duan slightly pursed her lips, quietly retreated from the encirclement, chose a quiet corner by the stone railing of the rooftop, quietly gazing at the dazzling city night of Hojong. The breeze blew past, making the hair by her ear gently flutter, her eyes reflected the brilliant golden light out there, the high-rise building lights flickered, sparkling like stars in the sky. In that moment, the image of Chu Zhenvu's cold face reappeared in her mind. Nghi Tu Duan curved her lips into a smile under the night, gently let out a long breath of relief. If Tan Du hadn't appeared at the right time, she also wouldn't know how much longer she would have to stand before the scrutinizing gazes of everyone along with Min Deep. Thinking back, it must have been arranged by Chu Zhenvu beforehand. But then, turning her head to look around, she didn't see that familiar figure anywhere. Where exactly was he observing everything from, that he could still appear at the right time to help her out of trouble like that? Never had she thought that in this world there would be a person who could be so in tune with her soul. All her thoughts were keenly grasped by him. Truly miraculo. Us. The Min family's Madam and Tam Jai Li have come out. No one knew who spoke, pulling Nghi Tu Duan's attention back. She turned her head to look. She only saw Chu Yuyan truck, hand in hand with Tam Jai Li, walking out from the inner room, walking and chatting happily, exactly like a pair of close sisters. The corner she stood in was quite secluded, no one around noticed her, and then they spoke freely. Good heavens, I remember Nghi Tu Duan and Tam Jai Li were rivals, weren't they? The Min family's madam is a close friend of Tam Jai Li, and she also offended Chu Zhenvu. Who gave her the courage to attend this party? Isn't second young master backing her? Didn't you see them chatting and laughing happily just now? They almost openly revealed her identity as the second young madam of the Min family, didn't they? How ridiculous. If she wants to climb higher, she doesn't need to exert herself like this. Why does someone from Hong Kong insist on forcing her way into this Hojong social circle? So, am I intruding on your space? A cold remark rang out beside them, almost scaring that group of people out of their wits. Turning their heads back, they only saw Nghi Tu Duan standing right next to them, with a glass of wine in her hand, her indifferent gaze sweeping over each person, not knowing how much she had heard. A few young ladies, their faces pale as if they had seen a ghost, hastily dispersed. Humph. She tilted her head back, draining the wine glass in her hand. At this moment, the protagonist of the party appeared, announcing the official beginning of the party. Chu Wanzhu, in a long, alluring dress, stood amidst the crowd, like a star surrounded and admired by everyone. At that moment, she seemed to return to her radiant 20s, when everyone would call out Miss Chu whenever she went out. But now, everyone calls her Madam Ming. Xiao Yun. At the center of the lights, Chu Wanzhu looked across the crowd, calling out to her, the corners of her eyes curving up like the dazzling, brilliant summer sun. She waved her hand, come here. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent, everyone's gaze converged towards Nic Yun, who was standing at the outermost edge. The two people were a distance apart. Chu Wanzhu gently nodded to her with conviction. In the night sky, a full moon silently hung high. The neon lights were not as bright as those eyes. From the hidden corner, Nghi Yun put her glass down, lifted her skirt, and stepped forward. Only then did she notice another corner of the rooftop. That man stood leaning against the railing, as if leisurely in the night wind, a glass in his hand, the shimmering light of the wine gently trembling with his movements. His deep eyes reflected the light like the still surface of a lake grazed by the wind, stirring up ripples in circles. Nghi Yun walked across half the space, stepping to Chu Wanzhu's side. Immediately, she was intimately pulled into an embrace by the other party, then Ladies and gentlemen, before the party officially begins, I want to introduce to everyone a friend of mine. This young lady standing next to me is Nghi Yun. I'm sure none of you are unfamiliar with her. I do not wish for everyone to be affected by groundless rumors, therefore today I especially want to make a grand introduction. Miss Nghi is my distinguished guest, and also a distinguished guest of the Chu Ming Tu families. If anyone dares to disrespect my guest, then do not blame me for not being polite. A straightforward statement shattered all the previous fabricated rumors, and the baseless talk surrounding her and Ming Yi also self-destructed. The faces of those present there, some were astonished, some felt a pang of guilt. Unexpectedly, the relationship between her and Chu Wanzhu was so close, no one had noticed it before. No wonder she could appear here, no wonder Zhou Can Wu criticized her for being impolite. It fundamentally had nothing to do with relying on the second young master of the Ming family. As the crowd dispersed, Nghi Yun stealthily tugged Chu Wanzhu's hand, softly calling out, "Sister Wanzhu. It's all right, with me and Can Wu here, no one would dare bully you in this Hujiang circle." Chu Wanzhu gently patted her hand to reassure her. She stood stunned. Not until she heard the name Zhou Can Wu was she as if reminded, slowly realizing that this time it was still him secretly helping from behind. "Thank you," she softly said, her voice slight. Dazed and lost. But the figure in that corner had disappeared long ago. It was unclear whom she was thanking. "What thanks? If you truly want to thank, then tonight stay and drink a few glasses with me. It's been so long since I've been this happy." The Min family was strict, originally a prestigious family adhering to Confucianism. Since stepping foot into the household, Chu Yuyan Truk had been required to be a virtuous wife, a capable mother. But in reality, the first time she met Min Hung was actually at a bar. Until Nghi Tu Duan was forced to drink to the point of not being able to stand, she then truly realized the huge gap between the current Chu Yuyan Truk and the original image of an exemplary wife. The music at the scene was vibrant, the powerful drum beats vibrated with each rhythm. She once thought only Min Deep liked this kind of atmosphere. Unexpectedly Chu Yuyan Truk also did. Western liquor was continuously being poured. Nghi Tu Duan's alcohol tolerance was not high to begin with, and soon she had become hazy. "Little Duan, are you still okay?" Chu Yuyan Truk finished one bottle of Western liquor, still stood composedly, completely unharmed. Nghi Tu Duan, her head aching, shook her head repeatedly, mumbling complaints in Cantonese. "Not okay, too uncomfortable." Chu Yuyan Truk supported her, motioning to Tandu. "Has Zhou Can Wu returned to his room yet?" "Sir is still in the lounge." Tandu stood nearby, not daring to step forward. "I will take Miss Nghi back to her room first. You tell Zhou Can Wu to make a cup of hangover tea and bring it over." "Oh, Miss Nghi is in room 1819. "All right, madam." After saying that, the two people separated to take action. When Zhou Can Wu came downstairs, Chu Yuyan Truk had just come out of the room. "Where's the tea?" she asked. Zhou Can Wu glanced at her, then glanced at the door that had just closed. "Are you certain that you called me here just to let her drink tea?" Chu Yuyan Truk. "Knowing is knowing, but don't say it out so plainly like that, okay? The tea-making equipment here still hasn't been replaced with new ones. I told Tandu to go buy hangover medicine already. Take care." Zhou Can Wu gave her a glance, taking the room card from her hand. "Min Hung's car has arrived, it's waiting downstairs." This younger brother truly acts unpredictably at all times. Why didn't you say earlier? Then I'll go first, you take care of her carefully. No need for elder sister to instruct. As soon as the words ended, the two people brushed past each other. One person entered the elevator, one person swiped the card to open the door. He had just pushed the door and stepped in, when the lights in the room suddenly flickered off. He vigilantly reached out a hand intending to turn on the switch, when suddenly a soft figure abruptly rushed into his embrace. The intoxicating scent of alcohol rose up from below. "Miss Nay." He rebuked softly with a cold voice, his hand paused in midair not knowing where to place it. The person in his embrace softly moaned, saying in Cantonese, "Call my name." Chu Zhenvu's gaze suddenly deepened, not answering. A moment later, in the dark, silent room, a deep low magnetic male voice resounded. Nghi Tu Duan. Chapter 17. Like You. After autumn began, in Houjiang, hazy in a thin layer of mist tinged with desolation, the brightly shining full moon was hidden behind thick layers of clouds. Chu Yuyantruk returned upstairs with her group of girlfriends dancing, completely unaware that someone was approaching from behind. Not until each person around her, one by one, was scared into retreating by the man behind her, did she dimly turn her head back. The moment their gazes met, she put the wine glass in her hand down, her two fair arms then looped around his neck, gently calling. "Husband dear, you're back." Min Hong stood straight-backed, his cold gaze under sharp eyebrows. "Grandfather will be angry." Mentioning the old man of the Min family, a look of contempt briefly appeared on the woman's face. "He isn't my grandfather, tell your little vixen from outside to come back and coax him, surely he will be much happier." While speaking, she also rubbed the bridge of her nose against his Adam's apple, her voice soft but her attitude completely opposite. "What nonsense are you speaking, you're drunk." The man reached out to gently pull down the arm that was hugging him, glancing around as if afraid of being seen by someone else. "Guilty conscience? Didn't why? Oh, you like me like that the most before?" Chu Yuyantruk released him, picked up the wine glass once more, and at the same time, pushed another glass into his hand. "Whether I'm drunk or not, I know myself. As for whether there's a little fox outside or not, only you know for sure." Having said that, she tilted her head back and emptied the glass. Under the brilliant lights, her face was still as gentle and graceful as before, but something felt no longer right. They seemed no longer the pure, lovable couple they once were, and it was unclear who, in the end, had changed. Chu Yuyantruk. Min Hong, furious, snatched the wine glass from her hand, then picked her up in his arms and left. Amidst many watching eyes, the two of them left the party in an ambiguous situation, leaving the guests to their revelry. Upon reaching the restroom, Min Hong roughly threw her onto the bed, loosening his tie in his anger. "I know you're angry because I was tied up with work and couldn't be with you on your birthday, but I already had a deep deliver your gift, what more do you want?" He stood with hands on hips, looking down at her. Chu Yuyantruk propped herself up, smoothed back her disheveled hair, and her voice, choked with indignation, said, "Husband, why are you so harsh with me?" Min Hong paused, momentarily stunned, not understanding why she had suddenly changed her attitude. It was just that she had always been like that, playing the role of the weak, pitiful woman in front of him, and it worked every time. She was trying to see if his heart had completely changed. Men are always soft-hearted towards women who know how to yield. Hearing her coquettish voice, Min Hong could no longer stay angry. He sat down on the edge of the bed and pulled her into his embrace. "Wife, I didn't mean to snap at you." His large hand gently patted her slender back, yet he felt no coldness from her body. "I just want to explain that there's nothing between me and that woman, it's all just a misunderstanding. I don't know where you heard about it, but I swear, in my heart, there's only you." Chu Yuyantruk nestled in his embrace, her head buried deep so he couldn't see the mocking expression at the corner of her lips. "Do you still only love me?" she asked. Min Hong burst out laughing, as if that question was too foolish. Of course, wife. We've been married how many years? When I'm not home, I'm busy with company work, how can I have time to fool around with anyone else? You really misunderstood me. As for tonight's matter, I won't tell Grandpa, his health is not good, he can't withstand excitement, it's already hard enough for you always having to take care of him, taking care of this whole family. So tonight you will stay with me, won't you? Chu Yuyan was naturally very good at pouting. When they were still in love, the two of them clung to each other sweetly every day. But after they got married, his figure was almost never seen in the house, even the chance to pout was not there. Such days had lasted for who knew how long. The only thing that made her feel at ease was her obedient son. But heaven seemed to want to punish that woman who had once loved so obsessively, so it made Tu Bao suffer from congenital heart disease. Yes, Min Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Where is Tu Bao? Auntie has taken him to bed already. Then let's also rest early, tomorrow I still have to go back to the company for a meeting. He should have returned tomorrow, but this afternoon he had just received her message, a photo of him hugging a woman in a bar, so he hurried back. After speaking, he went into the bathroom by himself. Chu Yuyan looked at the tightly closed door, lightly mocking herself. Only those who have experienced the pain of love understand that a man's true feelings are truly not worth a cent. At that time, she met Min Hong in a bar, thinking it was a lifelong deep love, but unexpectedly what she found was not precious happiness, but a splendid tomb in a cemetery. She had once loved him, once vowed for him to humble herself to be a virtuous wife and a capable mother, enduring all the grievances in the Min family, still felt it was worth it. But that was not her true self. Chu Yuyan was truly a person with a free spirit, living freely, not needing ties, not needing to look at anyone's expression to live. Only because she mistakenly thought that she had gained love, did she willingly change herself. But then reality slapped her a truly painful slap. But fortunately, that slap made her wake up. Room 1819. In the darkness, the man raised his hand, fumbling for the light switch. The person in his arms could not stand steady, their whole body lunged forward pushing him to lean against the wall, murmuring mumbled words. Nghi Tu Duan. He called again. I'm here. She docilely replied. Her soft hair rubbed against his open collar, warm and itchy. Chu Zhenvu's breath was erratic, his heartbeat also began to accelerate. Can you stand steadily by yourself? In the quiet space, his voice resonated deep and hoarse. His chest had a strange numb and itchy feeling, the person in his arms shook her head, I'm uncomfortable. He lowered his head, his breath exhaling onto the top of her head, his voice so gentle that even he himself felt disgusted. Where is it uncomfortable? As soon as the words fell, she pulled his hand, leading it straight to the position of her heart. Here, my heart is beating too fast. Under his scorching palm was a fierce throb, as if knocking hard on another door in his heart. Her skin, soft as silk, almost wanted to burn his palm. His Adam's apple subtly moved, Chu Zhenvu hastily pulled his hand back, using one arm to embrace her, quickly found the switch on the wall. The room instantly burst into light, the girl, blinded by the dazzling light, closed her eyes tightly. Suddenly, her legs gave out, she leaned her head onto his shoulder, like a puddle of soft water melting in his arms. He carried her onto the bed, used the back of his hand to check the temperature of her forehead, not knowing if it was due to the alcohol, but it was strangely hot. Her cheeks were flushed red, her hazy eyes slightly parted as if holding a whole clear lake, looking very pitiful. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Chu Zhenvu turned to go open it but was grabbed tightly by her hand. He turned his head back to look, when he met those tear-filled eyes, his heart felt as if someone had struck it hard, about to burst out of his chest. Where are you going? She said, her voice so soft it made one's heart melt. To get medicine. He replied curtly, his expression calm, without a trace of panic. Nghi Tu Duan pursed her lips in an aggrieved manner, as if about to cry. Don't go, I don't want to take medicine. The doorbell rang again, he sighed, turned back to sit by the bed, and texted Tan Du. Use the password to enter. I'm not going anywhere, you cover yourself with the blanket nicely, okay? She was like an obedient kindergarten student, sniffed once, one hand gripped him, the other hand pulled the blanket up to her chin. Once done, she even arched her brows, as if waiting for the teacher's praise. I've covered myself now. Very good. Outside the door there was movement. Tan Du stepped in. Seeing Chu Zanvu sitting by the bed, he immediately shifted his gaze elsewhere. Sir, the hangover medicine has been brought, shall I leave it on the tea table? Bring it over here. The voice allowed no refusal. Tan Du hesitated slightly but still brought the medicine over, his gaze not even glancing towards the bed. Pour another cup of hot water. Chu Zanvu received the medicine, broke one pill and placed it in his palm. Under the blanket, the girl looked at him warily. Seeing him hold the medicine, she immediately released the hand that was gripping him, both hands pulling the blanket to cover tightly over her chest. She stubbornly shook her head, I won't drink it. Tan Du handed over the hot water, understanding the situation, he quietly withdrew. Just as his hand touched the doorknob, he heard the gentle yet doting voice of the man behind him. My treasure, take the medicine then sleep a while and you'll feel better. He turned back to look, through the floor-to-ceiling glass was the large bed and the figure of the man sitting there, everything seemed very harmonious. Tan Du quietly left. It seemed that the sound of my treasure made Nghi Tu Duan feel comforted. She poked her eyes out from under the blanket, blinking. Call me that one more time. Chu Zanvu was slightly stunned, thinking she didn't like that form of address, so he changed it back. Nghi Tu Duan. Not that. She shook her head in refusal, without a hint of shyness requested. Call me darling, you must. The atmosphere as if froze solid in an instant. He looked at the pill in his hand, in an instant was teased by her into chuckling. Gently cleared his throat, took a deep breath. Darling, take medicine. Now. She was immediately appeased, poked her head out of the blanket. Your voice is truly pleasant to listen to. Then obediently swallowed the medicine. Tonight was not at all peaceful. Chu Zanvu seemed also to have his reason blurred by alcohol, even though in reality he didn't drink a single drop. Can you sleep with me? What was that? He thought he had misheard, furrowed his brows and asked again. Nghi Tu Duan hesitantly repeated her request. Sleep with me. She said it naturally as if that was a matter of course, making him half crying, half laughing. You sleep, I will sit here and watch over you. He coaxed her in a soft voice. His eyes looked at her, could not clearly say what emotion it was. But she instead shook her head, shifted her bottom to the side, yielding the spot she had just finished lying in, then patted the pillow. You sleep here. His gaze darkened, his breathing also grew heavy. Are you sure? She firmly nodded her head. Indeed, she was drunk already, her words and actions were both contrary to normal days. Chu Zanvu took a deep breath, the corner of his lips slightly curved up, said nothing. He also did not refuse, obediently took off his shoes and got onto the bed to lie down. It was just that his head had not yet managed to touch the pillow, when he already felt a warm body clinging tightly to him, arms tightening around his waist. Her head was buried in his chest, her voice vaguely came out. You smell so good. I like you very much. He always carried with him a light incense scent, making people feel unusually at peace. His hand that was pulling the blanket paused, he lowered his head to look at the girl in his arms, and softly licked his dry lips. Suddenly he felt regretted because he had gotten onto the bed. But again did not have enough courage to leave. His long arm slipped through behind her neck, gently embracing the girl into his arms. I also like you. Chapter 18. Nowhere did it say that it was not allowed to look. Tonight was a night that was not peaceful at all. Chu Zanvu had tried closing his eyes many times, but still could not fall asleep. The small person in his arms, on the contrary, slept very peacefully. He silently listened to her breathing, only feeling his chest as if being burned. Until both of them started to sweat hot, Chu Zanvu only then realized something was not right. Nic Yun's body temperature was high to an abnormal extent. He turned on the bedside lamp at the head of the bed, only then discovered her face was completely flushed red. Raising his hand to her forehead, he immediately discovered she was having a high fever. Nic Yun? He tried calling her to wake her up, but she had no reaction at all. It was unclear if she was sleeping deeply or had already fallen into a coma. When she was receiving the 4 drip at the hospital, it was already nearly 4 a.m. The nurse changed Nic Yun's patient clothes, adjusted the infusion rate, then gave an instru. Tian. Family member, don't oversleep. When the infusion is done, please press the bell to call. Chu Zanvu sat beside the bed, silently looking at her. It truly was too careless. Clearly from earlier he had discovered her temperature was not normal, but only thought it was due to overdrinking. When measured upon entering the hospital, it was already almost 40 degrees, her skin everywhere was scorching hot. He truly feared that if only delayed a little bit more, she would be feverish to the point of losing her wits. Chu Zanvu felt somewhat regretful, blaming himself for being too complacent. Sir, how about you rest for a while, let me call someone to look after her instead. From behind, Tan Du spoke up to suggest with a concerned look. The man sitting beside the bed gently shook his head. You go back first, the morning meeting is moved to the afternoon. It seems he intended to stay all night. His face did not express any emotion, could not discern any tiredness, as if he had never known the feeling of exhaustion. Since Tan Du followed beside Chu Zanvu until now, he had never seen this man fall into a state of confusion. Whether at any time, or anywhere, he always exuded a steady resilience. This very moment was also no exception. Sir. The image in the patient room reflected on the glass pane. Chu Zanvu tilted his head, gently spoke. Don't be noisy. Tomorrow Ta AP Tri will come to Hojiang to attend the shareholders' meeting, you go make arrangements. Yes. B. For leaving, Tan Du turned his head back to look one more time. Chu Zanvu still sat motionless, his deep gaze staring at the girl soundly sleeping on the hospital bed. Indeed, men once they fall in love will become crazy. Only hope Nghi Tu Duan is his right path. He sighed, gently closed the door. After the infusion finished, Nghi Tu Duan's high fever also gradually subsided, but she still had not woken up. The next morning, Chu Yuan Truck received the news and hurriedly went to the hospital, her heart burning with anxiety. When did the high fever start? Why did you only tell me now? The one who had been up all night finally showed signs of tiredness, rubbing his forehead before standing up from the chair. It was only at midnight that her fever was discovered, everyone was asleep already so I didn't call you. He bent down to carefully recover her with the blanket. Would you please look after her for a moment, I have to make a trip to the company. You haven't slept all night, aren't you going back to rest first? Chu Yuan Truck worriedly asked. This man seemed forged from steel in front of others, he always exuded a serene aura, no one knew how much exhaustion he had borne behind the scenes. She frowned. It's my fault, it's been so cold lately, and yet I organized an outdoor party. Nghi Tu Duan already looked frail, and last night she also endured the cold wind. It would be strange if she didn't get sick. I'll try to finish quickly. If she wakes up, remember to message me. Chu Zanvu casually took the vest hanging on the back of the chair, his gaze still not leaving Nghi Tu Duan's sleeping face. She slept with her eyes closed, full of docile peace. Go on then, I'm here, don't worry. When Nghi Tu Duan woke up, it was already afternoon. Her hand had a new 4 drip attached. Opening her eyes, she found herself lying in an unfamiliar space, and she asked in a hoarse voice. "Where is this?" She bent to look at the back of her hand where the 4-needle was inserted. Her clothes had also been changed. She had no impression at all. Chu Yuan truck was pouring water nearby. Hearing the sound, she turned her head and happily said, "You're finally awake. Last night you had a fever of 40 degrees, sleeping soundly for over 10 hours, don't you remember anything at all?" Nghi Tu Duan shook her head, her mind empty. Her eyes swept around the white walls and the smell of disinfectant made one's mind unable to fully clear. Her last memory only stopped at the moment she was drinking with Chu Yuan truck. When she could still manage to talk after that, she remembered nothing more. "Where is Chu Zhenvu?" she asked. Chu Yuan truck carried a glass of water to give to her, seeing her wake up, and the first thing she asked was Chu Zhenvu, then smiled. "Probably now he is having a meeting at the company. Let me tell you, last night luckily he discovered you had a fever in time and only then brought you to the hospital, and looked after you all night. This morning, only after seeing Big Sister arrive did he agree to go back to the company. You two truly make other people worried to death. He didn't sleep?" Nghi Tu Duan raised the glass of water. Warmth from the glass transmitted to the hand with the needle attached, making her feel less cold. Knowing that Chu Zhenvu stayed awake all night, she was both surprised and worried. Chu Yuan truck only waited for this reaction of hers. "That's right." Chu Yuan truck sat down beside the bed, said full of earnestness. "Last night your fever wouldn't go down, he worried to the point of going crazy. How could he possibly sleep? This morning he still had to go to work. Big Sister told him to rest a little but he wouldn't listen either. You must advise him." "All right, Big Sister only has one younger brother, afraid if he tries too hard he might get tired and collapse without knowing when." This sentence, why did it sound a bit strange? Nghi Tu Duan lowered her head to drink water. "If I advise, will he listen?" Words from his own older sister still had no effect. What could she do? What's more, Chu Zhenvu was not the type of person who would listen to advice or commands from other people. But Chu Yuan truck didn't think so. She firmly asserted. "Of course." Nghi Tu Duan was startled, almost made the glass of water fall. Turning her head, she met Chu Yuan truck's gaze, again had a strange feeling, as if she was plotting something. 7 o'clock in the evening, Nghi Tu Duan was discharged from the hospital. She together with Chu Yuan truck walked out of the hospital and saw that outside the door there were already 2 cars parked. The one in the back was the Cullinan that she had once sat in many times. Chu Zhenvu got out of the car, took the person into his embrace, then signaled to Chu Yuan truck, "Min Deep's car is in front, Big Sister, go back with him." He took off the coat from his body, very naturally draped it over Nghi Tu Duan's shoulder, then pulled open the passenger seat door. "Get in the car first." Nghi Tu Duan raised her head to secretly look at him once. Under the man's chin had grown scattered stubble, but it did not affect his handsome appearance at all. On the contrary, it even added a few parts cold asceticism. Just at that moment, he suddenly bent down to look. She panicked and turned away, mumbled thanks to Chu Yuan truck, then clumsily climbed into the car. "Go home and rest well." Chu Yuan truck again restored her gentle and elegant demeanor. Her voice also exuded calm and gentle refinement. The car door closed, she withdrew her smile, turned to ask Chu Zhenvu, "Where is Min Hong?" This morning when she left the house, Min Hong had already gone to the company. No contact all day. Now she also doesn't know what he is doing. "I have already had someone investigate. That woman is Min Hong's university girlfriend. After breaking up she went abroad. Recently she just returned to the country." "Moonlight of yesteryear?" Chu Yuan truck softly smiled, her voice full of sarcasm. Chu Zhenvu raised an eyebrow, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, drew 2, and gave her one. "I don't smoke anymore. Tu Bao cannot stand the smell of cigarette smoke." Chu Yuan truck pushed the cigarette back. If not for Min Jia Nan, then at this moment she truly really wanted to smoke a few cigarettes. She didn't even remember when she started getting addicted to cigarettes, only knew that after getting to know Min Hung everything had changed. She quit smoking, quit drinking, cut off relations with old friends. Each one, all because of the man whom she thought loved her very much, but the result. Zhou Can Wu took back the cigarette, held one in his mouth. She just returned to the country. The first thing was to find Min Hung. Moreover, she also bought a ticket on the same flight to follow him to Qinchao. I'm afraid her purpose is not simple. If Min Hung truly cheats, will you divorce? The night sky was dim, tree branches swayed, the rustling wind carried along dry leaves, also stirring people's hearts. Divorce? To enable him and that vixen? Chu Yuyan burst out laughing, her words full of sarcasm. No matter what, I am also a member of the Chu family. How can I let them climb onto my head and sit like that? After divorcing, that whole big Min family enterprise, who will manage it? Zhou Can Wu held the cigarette in his mouth, looked straight into her eyes brimming with innocence, the corner of his mouth curved into an unreadable smile. Ta EP batch of equipment has passed customs, next week we can arrange surgery for Tu Bao. He stubbed out the cigarette, turned his head to glance into the eyes of the person sitting in the car. The dark car window could not clearly show the person inside, but he knew Nghi Tu Duan was looking at him. I won't talk anymore, I have to go home now. He looked into the window and said. Chu Yuyan gently patted his hand. All right, quickly go home and rest. Tu Duan knows you stayed up all night so he feels very uneasy. I'm leaving now, and on behalf of Tu Bao, thank you. No need to thank me. The person who needs to be thanked is not him. If not for Nghi Tu Duan and Ta Ep's help, no matter how much money he spent, it would be useless. She watched the man walk around the front of the car, waved his hand, then got into the car. She softly sighed once, then also got into the car in front. Min Deep sat at driver's seat, was playing game, heard there was someone getting into car, glanced. I looked at rearview mirror one time, then again quickly immersed into the game. Why talk long like that? Zhou Can Wu talk much like that from when is it? And you today why so free like that? Chu Yuyan counterattacked back. Words just finished, inside car compartment echoed up sound of victory of the game, the person in front put away phone, turned head, blossomed a radiant smile. Every day I also free, indeed, just his sister-in-law no longer invites me to play anymore, only. That smile made heart of Chu Yuyan slightly empty. Vision blurry 1 second, in head fleetingly appeared out a few fleeting images. Dazed person a little, she raised hand knocked into forehead of Min Deep. When you then just willing to retract heart you're here? Min Deep wrinkled face hugged forehead. Why again moved hand already, sister no longer is the person sister-in-law gentle that of me anymore. I originally not gentle, you today just know huh? Chu Yuyan leaned person back, crossed arms in front of chest. Through rearview mirror, the man looked at her full of lament, mumbled of course I know, right, only has brother of me then was by appearance this of sister deceived only. Chu Yuyan raised hand intended to hit further, he hastily cried up I am driving car already, okay, sister not allowed to hit anymore. She gnashed teeth, had to retract hand back. Car turned into main road, car behind clung closely followed behind, arrived at turn first then turned left, 2 cars turned towards 2 directions opposite each other. Nghi Tu Duan sat inside car listening to phone, gaze kept unconsciously glancing toward side. Those schedules behind help me cancel all go. Hoa Lu replied immediately okay. Lately sister just rest assured red script is okay, other activities I all refused already, but week after has session recording at Qinchao, I remember tell Din book tickets beforehand. Nghi Tu Duan spoke, voice still also stuffy nose. Just hung up phone, the man beside didn't. Turn head back already opened mouth you make phone call is like glancing horizontally glancing vertically like that huh? What? She dazed out. Saw she not understand, Zhou Can Wu then turned head glanced at her one time I said, why just now you kept furtively looking at me always like that? Was by people caught at scene. Nghi Tu Duan felt guilty to extent choked words, mumbled replied I didn't furtively look. Where said is not let you look, right? The man softly burst out laughing, as if just achieved intention of his. Nghi Tu Duan glared eyes I already said is not have, you know. There isn't. Chapter 19 Do not indulge. The car drove to two-man villa, the intricately carved iron gate automatically opened, as if welcoming its master home. Nic Yun, wrapped in Chu Zanyes jacket, stepped out of the car, following closely behind him as he walked inside. Dodo seemed to have already heard the sound as soon as it saw Chu Zanyu step through the door. It wagged its tail furiously, jumping around everywhere full of excitement. Turning its head and seeing Nic Yun, it immediately rushed towards her, launching itself onto her with its front paws, its pink tongue crooked to one side because of its tilted head, looking quite comical. Dodo. The male owner's voice rose in a soft reprimand, and Dodo immediately jumped down from her. Nic Yun looked over from a distance, seeing Chu Zhenyu lean and glance her way. Do you want anything to drink? She held the V.S. in her hand, hearing him ask. A scene suddenly flashed in her mind. The first time she had come to his house, he had focused on making tea, quiet and elegant, a calm demeanor developed through the quiet passage of time, yet still very warm. She originally didn't like drinking tea, but for some reason, she blurted out how about a cup of tea then. Chu Zanyu, about a meter away from her, was briefly surprised to hear her say that, but still nodded in agreement, then turned and went upstairs. Nic Yun also followed behind. I remember your house had many helpers, didn't it? How come there's no one at all now? Last time she came here, the house was still quite lively at that time. There were two female helpers who helped her out of the car, but tonight it was strangely quiet. Chu Zanyu didn't turn his head. I let them off work. What's wrong? Do you need someone to wait on you? She followed him upstairs, glaring fiercely at him. Still walking into the tea room like last time, the faint tea fragrance wafted gently, pleasant but not cloying. It was the familiar room. It was still the same seats as that time, but the feeling this time was completely different. At that time, she still felt a bit of awe towards Chu Zanyu, and the distance between them was quite distinct, not too comfortable. But after only 1 month, that distance had completely disappeared. It was at this moment that she carefully observed that tea room. The space was very spacious, the cabinet next to it was made of dark solid wood. Chu Zanyu had once said it was where various teas were stored. The glass cabinet on the other side displayed all kinds of teapots and cups, like a separate exhibition room. Each set was exquisite, like a work of art, even more beautiful than in an exhibition hall. The two people sat facing each other, and Nic Yun carefully hung the jacket on the back of the chair, then intently watched him make tea. The man's shirt sleeve was rolled up halfway, revealing a string of beads worn on his left wrist. The first time she came here to drink tea, he also wore this string of beads. It seemed to be called Tu Kim Tsang. Looking at its glossy red color like that, it must have been polished for many years. His tea brewing movements were elegant and unhurried. Outsiders rumored him to be cruel and terrifying. Surely it was because those people had never seen him brew tea. Each step was very methodical and cautious. He was not like those who often like to expound on each stage of brewing tea with profound meanings to demonstrate their understanding of the art of tea ceremony. But people who didn't like tea wouldn't pay attention to those things. For example, Nghi Tu Duan. She just silently watched him, without wondering why the tea water, after brewing, was discarded, nor did she ask why this pot was used for brewing tea, while for pouring out, another pot was used. Only waiting for him to hand over the cup of tea, she took a sip, finding the taste not bad. Then gently took another sip. Quite different from last time. This time the tea was mellow, with a gentle flavor and pure sweetness, the tea water amber-colored, with a natural, pure fragrance. What kind of tea is this? Nghi Tu Duan could not help but ask. Kim Jun Mei, a type of black tea. Chu Zhenvu also gently savored a sip, explaining. Last time it was a tea with an astringent and bitter taste. Nghi Tu Duan only drank one sip and didn't drink any more. He guessed she wasn't fond of tea. This time, therefore, he chose Kim Jun Mei, a type that girls more easily prefer. She once more raised the cup of tea, slowly savoring it. Drinking tea, aren't you afraid of losing sleep tonight? If afraid of losing sleep, I can brew for you another pot of white tea. Nghi Tu Duan didn't understand what tea was. Whatever he said, that was it. After drinking one cup of tea, she felt her stomach a bit hungry, so she blurted out asking, do you have anything to eat at your place? Tonight at the hospital she only ate a little porridge. She originally didn't eat much, but at that time she wasn't full either. Now, however, she truly started to feel hungry. Chu Zhenwu put the teacup down. What do you want to eat? Actually, she just wanted to eat a little snack only, but Chu Zhenwu again stood up, looking like he intended to go into the kitchen. She, of course, did not refuse. Last time she had eaten the spaghetti dish he cooked, the taste was superb. After returning home, she still remembered it always, not knowing when she would get to eat it again. Besides spaghetti, what else do you know how to make? She unceremoniously asked directly. The man lowered his head, the corners of his lips gently curved up. Do you take me for a nanny? Nghi Tu Duan fell silent. In Hojiang, her eating, living, coming and going were all taken care of by him. Now she even demands him to go down to the kitchen. Anyone who didn't know would still think he worshipped some god in his house. The house doesn't have spaghetti, eat sandwich, okay? The moment of silence for a short while was broken by him speaking up. Nghi Tu Duan raised her head, smiled brightly and replied okay. Because Chu Zhenwu didn't often eat at home, so the food stocked in the house was also only enough for breakfast. He circled past the tea table then went out. Nghi Tu Duan did not sit still in the tea room but went downstairs to play with Dao Du. Indeed, the dog was very friendly, and also very obedient. She used a ball and a flying disc to play with it for a while, after which the little dog already considered her as a best friend. Any command it also cooperated very well. One person, one dog played very happily. Only until Chu Zhenwu called her, go wash your hands then come over here to eat rice. Nghi Tu Duan only then put the toys down. She entered the kitchen to wash her hands cleanly, turned back and saw Chu Zhenwu currently cleaning the kitchen surface. The moment her gaze stopped on him, the RLD also seemed to quiet down along with it. The man bowed his head, clearing the knife and cutting board. His arms revealed each vein clearly standing out, looking both sturdy and powerful. It seemed no matter what he did, it also all made people find it beautiful to the eye, not bearing to disturb, as if that was the most perfect work that God created. One could only admire from afar. If you still don't eat, Dao Du will replace you to do this mission, okay? His voice spoke up, cutting across the silence. Even the sound of water flowing also stopped. Nghi Tu Duan pouted her lips. It's so obedient, how can it? Not yet finished speaking, she turned her head back and already saw Dao Du sitting seriously in front of the dining table, sticking out its long tongue, flowing saliva, staring intently at the plate of sandwiches on the table. Chu Zhenwu finished cleaning up, turned his head back, burst out laughing within 3 seconds. If you don't protect your share, it will get onto the table right away. Finished speaking, he immediately began to count down. 3, 2, 1. Finally, the sandwich was still kept intact. Only, the thing that made Nghi Tu Duan not expect was that Chu Zhenwu's dog was so rogue. It looked obedient and understanding. Who knew it was actually a glutton? This era, even dogs also liked to play the opposite to appearance style. She sat by the table quietly eating her late-night meal. Chu Zhenwu then went to change the food and water for Dao Du. Tea. His dog ate robustly, not much less than a human. 3 meals a day could not be lacked, even each meal it still ate more than a human. Chu Zhenwu had just finished doing so when the phone rang. He also did not avoid it, calmly answered the phone in the house. It was Chu Yuyan Truck calling. Zhenwu, you said the bracelet that you gifted me was bought where? Hearing that, he turned his head to glance at Nghi Tu Duan, who was intently eating. It was Tu Duan who bought it from her friend's place. Is there any problem? Before gifting it, he had carefully examined the bracelet. It was a type of top-grade jadeite, with a pure green hue, and both the jade's quality and its luster were extremely excellent. A bracelet of imperial green color like that, its value was not at all small. It should not have been able to have any problem. It's also not any serious problem. The other end of the line seemed hesitant. It's just who is her friend, do you know? Chu Zanvu frowned, not understanding. What do you mean? The box containing the bracelet had a store's logo printed on it. I just discovered this bracelet seems to come from the underground jadeite market in the Hong Kong area. That underground jadeite market was not a normal market for goods circulation, but rather an underground syndicate specializing in jadeite trading. The only thing was, this syndicate had disappeared from the scene 20 years ago. Inside the box there was a signature of the owner of that syndicate. Chu Yuyan Truck held the gift box with one hand, intently looking at the line of text at the bottom of the box, her gaze lost in thought. Phi. Because it was an underground syndicate, all information was kept secret. No one knew the true identity of the syndicate's owner, only knowing that he had a unique nickname Phi. Outside the circle, everyone called him Boss Phi. Chu Zanvu retracted his gaze, quietly stopping where that girl was sitting, the corner of his lips faintly showing a deep, meaningful smile. Then that friend of hers is truly mysterious. Nghi Tu Duan, having eaten her fill, actively brought the plate into the kitchen to wash, but Chu Zanvu did not let her lift a finger, saying someone would come to clean up tomorrow. After that, the two of them went upstairs together. She was arranged to rest in the guest room. After finishing her words of thanks to the host, she gently closed the door. Glancing her eyes around, she discovered this room had been thoroughly cleaned. The wardrobe was not at all empty but hung full of the latest women's designs of this season, with sizes fitting her perfectly. On the bed, an elegant set of pajamas was also laid out, and in the bathroom, both the toothbrush and towels were brand new. It seems Chu Zanvu had prepared everything beforehand. Originally, she had intended to return to the hotel tonight, but Chu Yuyan Truck said that was not the proper way of behaving when entertaining guests. Moreover, she was also the person who had saved Min Ji. Non, and she could not be left in a cold, uncaring hotel like that. Considering that the Min family had many people, and in a few more days the old man would return, she pretended to hesitate for a moment, then suggested that she stay at Chu Zanvu's house. Nghi Tu Duan originally intended to refuse, but then felt it was not suitable. But if Chu Yuyan Truck gave her a choice between the Min family's house and Chu Zanvu's house, she would naturally choose to stay at Chu Zanvu's house. The atmosphere at the Min family's house was too tense, she couldn't stand it. Comparatively, Chu Zanvu was much more pleasant. After finishing showering, Nghi Tu Duan lay on the bed, dazedly looking at the ceiling. Her mind kept wandering in thought. After the incident last time in Hong Kong, she still believed that Chu Zanvu's kindness was only because she had once saved Min Jianan. But even if she thought from any angle, she still felt that he was truly overly thoughtful towards his benefactor. She also wasn't the kind of person who just saw men being nice to her and would think they liked her. It's just that. If this continued, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to bear it anymore. The next morning, EP1 messaged Nghi Tu Duan to inform her he had arrived in Hozhong, inviting her to go eat together in the evening. She didn't wake up until noon, and after waking up, she replied, agreeing. She stretched and sat up, her spirit much more refreshed. Tea truly is a wondrous thing. Last night she only drank a small sip, but not until midnight was she able to fall asleep. She wondered why Chu Zanvu was so fond of tea like that. Every day he had to wake up early for work. Wasn't he afraid of insomnia? She changed into clean clothes and went downstairs. The villa at this moment had become lively again. The butler saw her come down and immediately warmly greeted her. "Miss Nghi, have you woken up? Lunch is being prepared. If you feel hungry, you can eat some light refreshments to tide you over. Master is also about to return." Nghi Tu Duan smiled and nodded. No need to trouble yourself, I'll go outside for a little walk. With that said, she walked straight outside. Dao Du was lying sunbathing on the lawn in the garden, saw her step out, it immediately raised its head, stuck out its tongue as if smiling at her, its pure white fur under the brilliant golden sunlight looked incredibly striking. She walked closer and squatted down next to it. Its fur was soft and smooth and warm, to the touch like a giant stuffed animal. It seemed to be petted very comfortably. The dog automatically lay on its back, revealing its pure white belly. Nghi Tu Duan was made to laugh by it, placed her hand onto its chest, the fur there was even softer than even on the back. Zhou Can Wu quietly walked over, stood outside the grass field, quietly gazed. Both were immersed in warm sunlight. That scene was fragile like a bubble, just needing a light touch, it would burst. That picture was beautiful to an unbelievable extent. He did not want to break that moment. Not until Dao Du opened its eyes, saw him standing outside, then suddenly jumped up and rushed over. The sudden jump caused Nghi Tu Duan to fall sprawling onto the ground. She turned her head back and saw Zhou Can Wu still coldly standing there, his expression calm, calling Dao Du to sit down. She stood up by herself, because the grass field was very clean so it did not make her beautiful dress dirty. When did you come back? Why did not hear any sound at all? Zhou Can Wu cast his eyes over, just came back. His voice under the sunlight became even more cold and indifferent. Come in, eat rice. His voice was still as before, deep, warm, steady. Nghi Tu Duan quietly followed him into the house. After washing her hands, she turned out and saw Zhou Can Wu preparing food for Dao Du. His voice rang out not near not far, just enough to hear clearly. Today it aired, so lunch is cut by half, next time it is not allowed to re-offend. Dao Du seemed to understand every word, drooped its ears down, no longer happily sticking out its tongue like before, wearily ate the portion of food that was cut. What kind of owner are you that you even cut the food of a pet? Nghi Tu Duan uttered words of teasing. But the man stood up, replied very seriously. If one does wrong then they must be punished, whether dog or human, it's the same. Nghi Tu Duan did not say anything more. She did not know what wrong thing Dao Du had done, but she felt as if she understood a little more about Zhou Can Wu. The two people together sat down at the table for lunch. Throughout the meal they did not chat at all. The meal ended in silence. Zhou Can Wu stood up and went upstairs. Nghi Tu Duan was still thinking what wrong Dao Du had committed. It was scolded so it looked very sad, did not eat many bites, then lay down sighing beside the bowl. The butler came over to clear the table, smiling and saying, Miss Nghi, don't worry, sir is only strict verbally. A little later, when he goes to work, he will come back and pour more of the portion that was cut just now for it. Hearing that, she was stunned and turned her head back. It seemed this kind of thing was not the first time. The butler was too familiar with it and also understood Zhou Can Wu's personality well. Sir very rarely comes home to eat. This morning, before going out, he instructed that he would come home for lunch today. It was only then that we realized no one knew what Sir liked to eat. Nghi Tu Duan narrowed her eyes. Zhou Can Wu, he doesn't eat at home? The butler replied. Yes, Sir is busy, he almost never comes home to eat. Only in the morning is a meal prepared. If he is not in a hurry, he will eat before leaving. So in the house there are only ingredients to cook breakfast? That's right. No wonder last night he only said he could make sandwiches. Nghi Tu Duan still sat still, sinking into thought. Until the butler spoke. Another sentence. It's probably because you are here that Sir fears you might feel lonely by yourself, so he specially came home to eat lunch. Having said that, she returned to the kitchen. From two-man villa to the Chu family's corporation takes about half an hour. A round trip is exactly 1 hour. Not coming home to eat was also normal, it's just that Nghi Tu Duan didn't dare to take credit for herself. She looked towards the bottom of the stairs at this moment. Chu Zanvu was upstairs. It was unclear whether he was busy with work or taking a lunch break. Not until past 1 o'clock in the afternoon did he come down from upstairs. As soon as Dao Du saw him, it immediately stood up and wagged its tail, but it stood far away looking and did not dare to come closer. Chu Zanvu stepped down the last step, changed direction, and stepped towards it. The little dog wagged its tail even more vigorously. The rice bowl next to it at this moment had been eaten clean. Chu Zanvu again poured half a bowl, in a light tone. Remember the lesson, and then you may eat. Dao Du joyfully whimpered, as if responding to its owner's words. The man stood up and left. Only then did it joyfully come closer to the rice bowl to enjoy. Nghi Tu Duan held the script in her hand, her gaze always followed his figure, watching him walk to the housekeeper auntie, giving a few instructions. She did not hear clearly, but vaguely heard 2 dishes. He said eggplant and bamboo shoots, and also braised pork, fr. Now on there's no need to make those dishes anymore. All were the dishes she hadn't touched her chopsticks to at lunch today. The maid auntie nodded, replying yes. The man only then turned around and walked towards her, picking up the coat from the sofa. If you want to go out, then message Tan Du. This remark was directed at her. Nghi Tu Duan nodded. Seeing he was about to leave, she hurriedly called out Chu Zanvu. He stopped his steps and turned his head back, not saying a word, implying to ask what was the matter. Will you be back to eat tonight? As soon as this question was uttered, it immediately felt a bit strange. It seemed that between them, there should not exist this kind of question about coming home for dinner or not, yet everything happened in a very natural way. Chu Zanvu thought for a moment, not sure. Tonight my older brother made plans for dinner. It means that tonight she won't be eating at home, so he also doesn't need to go to the trouble of coming back. Chu Zanvu nodded, leaving a remark understood. At this time, the sunlight was still brilliant. The man blended into that warm world, seemingly carrying with him a brilliance that did not belong to him. Nghi Tu Duan spent the whole afternoon sitting in the villa reading the script. Dao Du obediently lay by her feet, like a vivid oil painting. She almost forgot heaven and earth, until the phone rang. It was Tai Pi Tri calling her out. Looking at the clock, it was already past 6 o'clock. She put away the script, stroked Dao Du's head soft and warm. Just as she stepped out of the door, intending to message Tan Du, she lifted her head and already saw him at the house door. Before she could even ask anything, Tan Du already spoke up. Sir said tonight Ms. Nghi has to go out for dinner, so he instructed me to come a little early. I've troubled you. Nghi Tu Duan nodded to him. Unexpectedly, Chu Zanvu was that thoughtful. She gave the restaurant address sent by Tai Pi Tri, and the car quickly left Du Man Villa. That was a 5-star European restaurant, with magnificent interior decoration, very luxurious at first glance, but this type of restaurant usually does not focus on the flavor of the food. Nghi Tu Duan, wearing a mask, stepped out of the car, telling Tan Du to go eat dinner first, and she would text when she needed to return. Having said that, she immediately went inside. Tai Pi Tri seemed to have already arrived. As soon as she sat down, the waiter immediately brought the dishes up. You look even busier than me, don't you, superstar? Tai Pi Tri stood up and poured wine for her. Nghi Tu Duan took off her mask, a bit hurried, and softly smiled. Not at all, I'm just studying the script. When does filming begin? End of the month. Filming in Hojiang. Hon DM. The brother and sister ate and chatted. Tai Pi Tri's phone next to him continuously rang. He didn't even cast a single glance. Nghi Tu Duan took a sip of wine. So many messages, aren't you looking at them? It's fine, while eating, I don't deal with work. He seriously cut the steak, as if he was truly focused on eating dinner. After the meal, Tai Pi Tri only then picked up his phone to reply to messages for any content that was too troublesome. He used voice to reply. Nghi Tu Duan didn't know that he had now become a shareholder of the Chu Corporation. Occasionally hearing him mention the name Chu Corporation, recalling the previous medical equipment matter. She only thought her brother had collaborated with Zhou Can Wu, so she also didn't think much. There were many messages, and the phone rang incessantly. It seemed there was truly an urgent matter. The other end of the line told Ta AP try to come and see. He replied that he would come right away, then turned to look at her. Where are you? I'll take you home. She shook her head, acting understanding. No need, you seem to be busy with work, I can return by myself, you just go first. Ta AP Try hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right then, I'll get in touch with you later, I will be in Hojiang during this period of time. She said nothing, only saw him off leaving the restaurant with her gaze. Sighed a breath of relief. Even though he already knew the matter between her and Zhou Can Wu, but she still did not have the courage to let him know the matter, that she was now at a man's house. She took the phone to message Tan Du to prepare to pick her up home, then stood up and left the restaurant. When she entered the villa, Zhou Can Wu was already sitting in the living room. The housekeeper had also already finished work. Inside the house again returned the quietness like last night. She also began to get used to the fact that only two people lived together. Not working overtime today? Nghi Tu Duan squatted down beside Dao Du, but the question was for him. Zhou Can Wu was viewing a report on his phone, hearing the question also did not raise his head. If you are at home then I do not work overtime. That sentence left behind a truly long silence. Nghi Tu Duan's hand stopped on Dao Du's head, her gaze gradually fell into its pair of pitch-black eyes. It stuck out its tongue, panted full of joy, in the room only remained the sound of its breathing. Truly strange. This feeling, she could not put into words. Very long after, Zhou Can Wu only then raised his head, seeing she still kept the original posture from just now. He asked with a calm expression, tomorrow what do you want to eat? Her body was a little tense, she bit tightly her lower lip, not liking the feeling at this moment very much. Tomorrow afternoon I must fly over to Tan Lan, lunch eating outside is fine already. She finished speaking, he also did not react much. Those words he all took into his ears, nodded lightly his head. When will you return? Nghi Tu Duan was choked on words. This feeling was truly not right at all. A conversation like that should not exist between the two of them. They were only a relationship between benefactors with each other, they could not indulge in that. Absolutely cannot. Probably about 4-5 days. Fearing he would ask more, Nghi Tu Duan, having finished speaking, immediately hurriedly continued, I'm returning to my room to read the script, you also rest early. After that, she quickly walked upstairs, her figure disappearing at the bend of the staircase. Zhou Can Wu raised his hand lightly scratching his forehead, gently smiling asked Dao Du, is she again hiding from me? Dao Du, hearing the sound, turned his head back, parted his mouth and stuck out his tongue, as if also smiling in response. Welcome to Eastern Romance Tales, where every story is a journey of the heart. Let's dive into today's tale.